Chapter 1. It was early in the training mission with Jiraiya when October 10th came around. Like usual, the pervert was out in the local nightlife trying to score with the ladies, leaving Naruto alone on his birthday for yet another year. This year he thought would have been different since he actually had friends now, but he couldn't ever catch a break having the fox demon stuck within. He finally decided that training to the extreme would be just the ticket, and after that maybe some of the leftover sake Jiraiya forgot he left in the hotel room the last time he was wasted. Well, happy birthday to me, here's to yet another lonely year. Naruto sat at the edge of a cliff next to where he was training earlier and quickly gulped down the horrible tasting fluid, feeling it burn its way down his throat. He chucked the empty bottle of sake off the cliff and stood up at the edge of it, watching it fall peacefully to its demise in silence. Some minutes later, between dehydration and the strong alcohol that was now pumping through his veins, he was feeling quite open to any thoughts that crossed his mind. That bottle sure looks peaceful down there, maybe I could have that same peace. He muttered as he swayed on drunken legs. Naruto held his arms straight out to his sides and felt the calming breeze of the autumn wind as he slowly pitched forward. The wind flowing through his hair increased, but the vertigo of his fall never reached him through the haze of the alcoholic influence, so he never even saw the ground coming to remove him of his life. Suddenly the wind died and the young blonde was finding himself once again in front of the ugly steel cage of his lifelong nemesis, the Kyuubi. Go away, you stupid fox, you have caused me so much pain and I just wanted to end. He saw a flash of light amid from the cage as he fell backwards, falling into a drug-induced slumber. Naruto found himself waking to a lush forest surrounding him as he was comfortably lying upon the thick grass of the clearing he was in. He thought he was in heaven, feeling so peaceful and safe in the forest. He even started hearing soft and gentle voices being carried across the fragrant wind. Naruto-kun, are you awake? Please answer me, came a discernible soft voice full of worry. He turned to the voice and saw a young woman, about his age, with jet black hair and a chest close to rivaling Tsunade's, but strangely many times more attractive, yet he didn't know why at first. His eyes wandered down her perfectly formed hips and fell upon a neatly kept patch of hair at the junction of her relatively long slender legs. After pausing on that sight for a few seconds, he blushed and turned away, now realizing she was fully nude. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Does my appearance bother you? He turned back and made extra effort to focus only on her elegant face. Yeah, it does bother me a bit. The young woman smiled at him before her form shifted to a young pink-haired woman in the same state of dress. Naruto's cheeks flushed at the seeing the tops of her breasts but refused to look further. Is this better? She inquired. No. How about, her form shifted again to the young long-haired blonde Kanoki. No, came the reply quickly. Maybe you like older women. This time she shifted into a fully nude Anko, getting Naruto's cheeks to gain color once again. No. Then how about, this time her form shifted to a smaller girl with short midnight blue, nearly black, hair. Uncontrollably his eyes darted to her, not too big, but not too small, mounds of flesh before they continued down, and was slightly confused as to why she had no hair where he saw some from the first form, but also found it enthralling. Do you like this F form better, na Naruto-kun? She asked with a faint blush on her cheeks while prodding her fingers together. His face turned deep red and quickly turned away from that form. No, please, it isn't the form, it's the fact that you aren't wearing any clothes. He yelled out embarrasingly. A smile spread across the young woman's face at the information she found and reverted back to her original form. Okay, I have some clothes on this time. He rolled back over and looked at the elegant white kimono with silver embossed designs cut really low at the neck, showing off plenty of cleavage. As he looked further down, he coughed on the air he was breathing when he noticed there was only half of the kimono and got another eye full of her bare lower portion before facing away. She laughed at his expression as the rest of the kimono faded into existence. I'm fully clothed now, Naruto-kun, you can look. He cautiously turned back and verified she was in full dress before trying to sit up. His attempt failed as he crashed back to the ground. The young woman was at his side instantly and helped him sit up using a tree to lean on that appeared from nowhere. He was about to thank her for her help when he noticed she was still very close to him, smiling. Her hand reached out and gently brushed a finger across his lips, and then she kissed him softly, pulling back very slowly afterwards. Thank you, but who are you and where are we? He asked, trying to get over the feeling of shock and bliss from the unexpected affection. She backed away from him to allow a view of her all at once. Take a look at me again and figure it out for yourself, she told him in a sad tone. He looked out at her beautifully crafted silk kimono and paused a bit on her exposed cleavage. He wasn't making any progress in finding out who she was, since he was getting distracted, until he caught a glimpse of something moving behind her. Switching his gaze to the source of the movement, he counted 9 tails covered in shimmering blood-red fur tipped in just a little black, like her hair, swishing behind. He quickly looked back to her face and realized that in the midst of her long black hair stood 2 black-tipped red ears like that of a fox. So am I supposed to believe that I have a sexy fox demon inside me? She smiled widely at him and ran to sit beside him. She took his hand in hers and leaned her head on his shoulder. Well, I only wanted you to know you had a female fox sealed in you, but I guess you think I'm sexy, I like that. She cooed from her comfortable position. I'm still confused, I've met the fox before and it clearly wasn't you, he was pure evil. Well, I can guarantee you that what you met was still me, but I was still stuck in a bloodlust rage. That rage finally wore off on your 16th birthday, allowing me to return to the way I am. Just in case you're wondering, no, I am not free. I can just take my human form outside the cage, not any chakra. Naruto was pondering this information while secretly enjoying the soft hand intertwined with his. Okay, so you appear very, not evil, so why did you attack Konoha? He asked, which wiped the smile from her face. Well, just so you know, I'm close to 9,500 years old. It has easily been 5,000 years since I have enjoyed the company of someone. Since I was always fond of humans and their strong emotions on love, I decided to come to Konoha since it was to be so peaceful and I really liked the forest. I came into the village and was thrilled to watch how everyone interacted with each other, especially the couples. I continued walking through the village and found a young man by himself and thought he may be lonely like I was, so I talked to him. He seemed quite nice, so I accompanied him. At his request, outside the walls, that was when things changed. Naruto was intrigued at the fact that this powerful demon actually was able to look sad, but continued to listen to her story. He did some weird ritual and killed a small fox kid, which just showed up at the time, in front of me. I was enraged at the blatant murder of my kin, and somehow that ritual of his was meant to amplify and trap that feeling within me, so I was then out for blood, leading to the attack. Yondaime saw everything after my first arrival in that viewing ball and apologized to me before sealing me away in you. I'm sorry, it was my fault, you were all alone. Naruto had to sift through everything. The demon that attacked the village and demanded blood in his fights was now apologizing while weeping on his shoulder. Add that to her sad face from before and he was easily convinced that she was telling the truth. He tightened his grip on her hand and looked at her teared-up face. You were lonely, a feeling I know all too well, so it wasn't your fault for trusting that guy. Do you know who he is? I'd like to return the pain he caused. Yes, Naruto-kun, and you already have an idea who he is. Cliché, I know, but Orochimaru is a perfect fall guy. So it was the Hebi team, snake bastard, I thought as much. He let out a disappointed sigh. So what should I call you then, Kyubi ni I-chan? She immediately looked appalled at the idea. Eno, I do not want to be seen as your sister, anything but that. She cried out as tears made their way down her cheeks again, showing that she needed something more than a sibling relationship. She was missing the affection of a romantic one. Fine, I won't look at you like a sister, Kyu-chan. She smiled at the blonde before resting her head back on his shoulder. I haven't slept in 16 years, will you let me sleep on your shoulder? It feels so comfortable. She asked, already in the process of falling asleep. Only if you don't mind me sleeping as well. She let out a sound signifying she was perfectly content with that before they both fell into slumber, the feeling of loneliness gone from both. Naruto woke with a splitting headache and the horrid stench of sanitizers. Once again he was in a hospital. He hated hospitals, the horrible food, the uncaring people, and most of all very few visitors, making him feel even more alone. He seemed like he was expecting something different to wake up to inside. I guess it was all a dream. He thought sadly, remembering the peace he felt when not alone. No, Naruto-kun, it wasn't a dream, I slept very well on you, thank you. Called the vixen from his mind. So it wasn't a dream, he said out loud, getting the attention of the white-haired guy in the room. What wasn't a dream? Asked the perv. Nothing, Ero-sennin, why am I in the hospital? I found you at the bottom of a cliff near death. How the hell did you manage to fall off a cliff? Naruto's face fell upon his realization. I didn't fall. Throw a little alcohol and a whole lot of loneliness together on your birthday and people will do stupid things. Don't worry, I'll be fine. So you did do that, sorry kid. You do know that if you died I'd never hear the end of it from Sunan. Jiraiya informed him with a hint of anger. Gee, thanks Ero-sennin, wouldn't you be so inconvenienced by my untimely death? He retorted in obvious sarcasm. You're damn right. Naruto ignored this and carried on. So how long was I out? About 3 days. Even at your extreme healing rate you won't be able to leave here for another 2, so get some rest, I've got research to do. Naruto have off a disgusted sigh as the pervert left the room. Kyu-chan, how do I come back in there? He called into his mind, wanting to leave the loneliness of the empty hospital room. Just close your eyes and imagine yourself here. He did just that. He closed his eyes and let his mind free. When he opened them again he was sprawled out in the soft grass with Kyu's head resting on his chest. I like your imagination, Naruto-kun, she stated while snuggling deeper to him. What do you mean? He asked, not realizing he draped his arm across her shoulders. Well, the place that we are in is basically your imagination, so when you thought of being here you imagined me with you. She informed before kissing the bottom of his chin, making him fidget at the intimate contact. Kyu-chan, can I ask you a weird question? Sure, you can ask me anything. Naruto thought about his question, trying to word it correctly but realized he was a direct approach type of person. What is sex? Ero-sennin always talks about it and I just figured it was something perverted. What, you don't know? She shouted in disbelief, looking at his face. No, I think we had a class at the academy about it, but the teachers said I could skip it and still get a passing grade, so I did. That and the door always seemed to not open for the duration of classes. Afterwards all the guys and girls were acting weird around each other. You were in my head, so why didn't you know that already? he worded with his eyes closed. I could go through your memories, but I don't want to be that way. If there is something you want me to know, you should tell me yourself. Now for your answer, would you like to try it? She asked, brightening up at the idea. I'd rather not, until I know exactly what it is at least. Okay fine, but I will probably need visual aids so you can't look away from me while I teach you. She told him with a hidden grin. Sure, that's fine. The young-looking fox woman stood and walked out a ways, like she was about to teach a class. Alright, time for your lesson. Sex can take many forms and can be perverted if done for the wrong reasons. Usually it is an act shared between a man and a woman who love each other greatly. This form of sex is commonly referred to as making love, and is the most satisfying of all the forms since all the love and affection each person has is shown through the act. Now in certain cases sex can be had with two women or two guys, but I'm definitely not fond of the latter and indifferent to the former, and we'll avoid that for today, okay? Getting a nod in return, she continued. Now another form of sex is commonly referred to as fucking. While it can be enjoyable, there usually isn't any extra emotions shared between them, and can be quite animalistic in roughness and in the pursuit of a few minutes of pleasure. It is quite rough and fast, and afterwards one or both of the participants can feel dirty for their act, leaving it to be a very hollow experience. Now there is some grey area in between where two people can be not fully in love and still get the benefits like they were, but in some of those cases it can turn the relationship strictly physical since their emotional connection wasn't strong enough to sustain the relationship correctly and the two fall to the wayside. You understand? Sure, I guess, but what is it? I get it that it is a form of loving someone, but after that I'm lost. Well, at least you grasped that part. Now I know you have seen a naked female, but do you really know what the difference really is between us, males and females? She smiled, watching him fidget under her gaze. No, I really only know that somehow only women can have children and have larger chests. Q just sighed and continued her lesson. Well, that saves some time. Sex is actually for reproducing, you know, having children, but there is a great amount of pleasure found in it that it would be stupid to do it only when you want children. Anyways, time to describe the female body. The breasts of a female, or their chest, are there for the purpose of feeding her baby, but outside of that they are sensitive to touch, making them a common focal point before, during, or even after sex, and nearly all men are attracted to them. Now the only other thing really different with women is below the waist. You know what you have down there, and you saw that females don't, and that is the main ingredient for sex. She rattled off like second nature. Well, it should. She's been a female for nearly 9,500 years. So you're saying my, thing is used for sex? Naruto asked with a blush. I thought you were kidding before, but you really don't know anything, do you? She asked with a humor-laced voice. Hey, don't make fun of me. It isn't my fault I didn't have anyone to tell me this stuff, and the kids my age never talked about it either. He defended. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean it that way. Now then, to continue on. Yes, your thing, as you elegantly put it, is used for sex. Now when you see a cute girl, or a naked one, do you notice a change in yourself? I don't know, I never really paid attention. What, these idiots can teach a young man to kill, but they can't even teach him how to be a real man and notice something so obvious. I guess I need to bring out the visual aids. Now remember, you can't look away. She reminded with a pointed glare. Yeah, I remember. Q smiled at him and snapped her fingers, making all her clothing disappear again. Immediately Naruto blushed and looked away, but she walked up to him and pulled his face back forward. I said you couldn't look away, remember? He embarrassingly nodded and kept his eyes fixed upon her. Now you know these are breasts. She told him while she made them bounce around for emphasis. She looked at him and was slightly surprised to immediately get exactly what she was waiting for from him so quickly, especially since he created the sexy jutsu and should be used to seeing this. Now do you feel anything different? Not really, he replied as his eyes kept searching her body. With an exasperated sigh she walked up to him and grabbed the large bulge that formed in his pants. This down here, you realize the difference now? She asked while holding him with light pressure, surprising the hell out of him. Yes, I do, definitely. Can you stop? She smiled at him and started to rub him gently through his pants. Why does this not feel good? She teased in a seductive voice. Yes, I mean no, I mean just stop now, okay? He yelled as he forcefully removed her hand from him. She chuckled a bit before sitting in the grass across from him, hiding herself behind her legs. Now that you know how your part feels, I can give you the last lesson. A woman has another hole that guys don't. Naruto looked surprised and waited for more information on this. She resituated herself and spread her legs open slightly, giving Naruto a perfect view of her more intimate parts, making him blush and had to force himself not to look away out of embarrassment. To have sex, your thing has to slide into the woman here. She demonstrated by inserting one of her fingers in her opening and removing it again slowly, making sure to over-exaggerate the action. So now that you know what sex is, would you like to try? I promise you'll enjoy it, she teased. Not that it isn't very intriguing, but I'll pass. From what you told me earlier, I only want to do this with someone I love wholeheartedly, or it could possibly turn me into a rasengan. He stated while turning away with a permanent blush on his face. She smiled and walked up to him and pushed him onto his back before stroking his bulge again. Are you sure? I know you would enjoy it, she coaxed with a sexy voice. He gulped audibly before taking her hand in his. Be it as it may, I don't want to do it. Can you put your clothes back on? The moment he said that, her smile faded as the clothing walked back into existence. She turned to leave but was still held by her hand. Just because I don't want to have sex with you doesn't mean that you have to leave. I'll be trying to figure this out for quite some time now in the future, so just stay with me for a while. She smiled once again before laying back down beside him, placing her head directly over his heart, listening to the rhythm. She placed her hand on his stomach and let it wander back down to his pants. Above the belt, Q-chan, he reminded as she reluctantly rested it back on his stomach, where she stayed until they both fell asleep. Naruto woke up and found himself still in his mindscape but had no idea what time it was in the real world, since it all looked the same in his mind. The young, appearing, fox demon was still sleeping on his chest, and dare he think it, she looked cute with her fuzzy ears. Curiously, he brought up a hand and touched the tip of her ear and smiled, seeing it twitch. Finding it amusing, he tried again, getting the same response. He was about to touch her again but was caught quickly by her hand. Before he could apologize, she placed his hand at the base of her ear. It tickles up there, but you can rub it lower where it feels better, she told him without moving from his chest. Naruto couldn't explain exactly why, but he enjoyed running his hands through the soft silky fur, and obviously she did too, as she gave off a light growl which sounded more like a purr. Q-chan. She growled out cutely. Why did you want to have sex with me? He asked while still stroking her fur. Well, you see, sex is a very powerful thing. Once you have it, you want more. After not being with someone for over 5,000 years, I could probably screw almost anything, but there is one thing more powerful than sex, and that is love. I have seen everything you have gone through and I truly want to be here for you. I know how caring and sincere you are over the years, and just the fact that you could forgive me after the pain I caused made me care for you. I care for you very deeply, and if this wasn't so, I wouldn't have offered to be with you in that capacity. Just so you know, I'll always be here, and when you come to care for me, like I do for you, my offer will always stand. For a demon that would scream for me to kill, you sure have taken a turn in attitude, but I guess you have protected me even when you wanted to kill, so I believe you. I don't know how I would want to be involved with you, but right now my loneliness is gone, and that is thanks to you. For now, let's just be friends, but before that I was wondering if you would kiss me once more. She turned her head and looked into his eyes. Do friends still make out? No. Do they hug? Yes. Do they sleep on one's shoulder if they are tired? Probably. Do friends hold hands? I think they can. Okay. She moved close to him and captured his breath as she softly pressed her lips to his and slowly worked them until she broke away, leaving him smiling and breathless. So I guess we are just friends now then, Naruto-kun. Although I am 9,500 years old, I am fully mortal now. Since I die when you do and I will age as you do, you will be the last person I will ever see. Just remember that in all actuality I am now like any other woman, except I'm stuck within you, so don't count me out when you look for a girl in the future. Giving him a sweet smile, she rested her head back down on his chest. So then, since we are friends now, you won't try to sneak a feel, right? He questioned. Well, Naruto-kun, I am a fox, so there is no guaranteeing that. She showed of her cliché fox grin, showing her mischievous nature. You should probably wake up in the real world now, it should be time to go. Naruto concentrated on leaving and faded out of his mindscape with one thought on his mind. What trouble have I now found myself in now? He asked himself, fearing that the beautiful vixen won't leave him in peace for the rest of the training time with the perv. Chapter 2. Naruto woke up in the hospital feeling more refreshed and rested than he has in ages. Unfortunately, it was time for training to commence again with the pervert. Hey brat, quit lying around, there is training to do, called the white-haired Sannin as he leisurely strolled into the room. Yeah, whatever, Ero Sennin. Just out of curiosity, is there a way to manipulate my seal so Kyubi can take a form outside of my body? If there was no chakra transferred, just consciousness, there wouldn't be a threat. I think we could learn stuff in exchange for roaming outside of my mind. Naruto offered, trying to give a reasoning. Actually there is. I'm guessing Yondaime figured this may become useful to you in the future and created such a seal to be placed over yours. If I do this, it will hurt worse than the last seal you had placed on you. The one the ass did in Forest to Death. Also, the seal will take about 2 years before it will be able to be used. If it is attempted to be used before the time is up, the seal will collapse, locking away any chance of the limited freedom. Jiraiya informed him, trying to talk him out of it. Okay, what is the limited freedom you speak of? The blonde wondered. Basically, the Kyubi will have a solid shadow clone-like body and won't be able to go but 30 yards from you without dispersing. Also, there will be a side effect where the Kyubi will be able to see and hear what you do with less effort after the seal is placed, so it can talk to you without you consciously going to him. Other than that, there are no limitations on time allowed outside, Jiraiya stated. Alright, let's do it, Naruto announced, not thinking too hard on the subject. Wait, Naruto-kun, this will hurt you. Why would you cause yourself pain? Q called from within. I'll do anything to help my friends. Besides, if you really want me to view you as another female, you will need to have a body out here, he informed her. Is this truly what you want? She asked with a solemn tone. Yes, it is, Q-chan. Alright then, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, she screamed out in his mind with glee. Jiraiya just finished the last of the markings on his hand and pressed his palm into the current seal. In a flash of light the marks from his hands were transferred on top of the seal in a very faint color while Naruto screamed out in pain. Alright, the seal is complete. When the markings I made are the same shade of color and darkness of your seal, it will be complete. You should rest for another day here, we will continue in the morning. Once again Jiraiya left him to do research, but Naruto was at peace and fell into a normal sleep where he dreamt peacefully. Over the next 12 months of training Naruto became faster and stronger, like expected, while he got to know the vixen in his head better and she taught him more things he missed out on without having parents, and even more stuff that parents definitely wouldn't want to talk about, so he never viewed her as anything close to family. After learning all about sex, his dreams became a bit livelier as some interesting situations were being played out. While every dream was a little different from the others, one thing remained constant: the only appearances made were from Sakura, Anko, Hinata, and of course Q. They were the only ones he got a reaction from when Q was displaying them earlier. 95% of these dreams were sexual in nature, with each one attempting to get him to have sex with them. FYI, it was one at a time. The dreams with Sakura would involve kissing and some touching, but without fail, every time she removed her bra, he would stop her from continuing. When Anko made it into the dreams the same result would happen, but she at least made it down to just her panties. Dreams involving Q would seem more realistic, but she too would get stopped only after she was completely naked and grabbing for him. But the Hinata-based dreams were by far the most erratic. Erratic, not erotic. Sometimes she would only get to kissing him before she was turned away, but on other occasions she would make it to being completely undressed and moving in on his fully exposed lower regions before he would put a stop to it, officially getting her the furthest of the group by far. This night, 1 year and a month after Q was revealed, was another one of the Hinata dreams, but Naruto was getting irritated with all of them. Sure, they were exciting and alluring, but all your dreams can't possibly be just about sex. While Dream Hinata was passionately kissing him, Naruto finally made the connection. All 4 of his night guests kissed the same, exactly the same. Dream Hinata was still kissing him as he reached up to the top of her head and to the side where he started to gently rub the area. Dream Hinata stopped kissing him and looked directly into his eyes before a purring sound escaped her lips uncontrollably. We can stop being friends now if you will allow me to have real dreams again, just keep the affection above the waist. He told her. His dream location faded away into a lush forest with a soft carpet of grass, and instead of Hinata inches from his face, there was the stunning nine-tailed demon looking at him with her ruby red eyes. You really mean it? She asked through the purr she was still giving off from the continued attention to her furry fox ear. To answer her question, he stopped touching her ear and rolled her off of him before pinning her to the grass and capturing her soft red lips with his. All right, Fox, I don't want any passes at my equipment and I want to have my real dreams, but feel free to accompany me within them, just don't change them, also keep your clothes on. He basically ordered. Fine, she pouted, giving in to his request. But you need to pet my ears and tails when we're together and I get a kiss each day. Agreed. He kissed her once more before standing up, pulling her up with him. Now how about we get some ramen? Ha, was her reply, causing Naruto to laugh. Well, since I am still sleeping I have my dreams to attend to, so I'm going to dream of eating ramen with a beautiful fox. With that statement the landscape changed once again to a cozy little restaurant where they walked in holding hands. Another year has passed and the unorthodox relationship between the Kyuubi vixen and her 18-year-old container has certainly heated up. In this time Naruto figured that he really liked her, but he wasn't about to admit that he loved her, since the moment he does, no force in the universe could keep her off him, although a larger part of him wouldn't mind anymore. On occasion their kissing would get out of hand, but it wasn't always Q's fault. Sometimes she ended up with her top half exposed without undressing herself. Depending on your view, luckily or unluckily, Naruto managed to get things back under control, halting their progress every time. On the training portion of his time, he did gain many jutsu and even more speed and strength, and that was mostly without the help of Q. His demon didn't help him too much in training except for when accessing her chakra, since she was intent on getting in his pants whenever free time occurred. Jiraiya stayed a pervert, but what did you really expect from him? He would constantly coax Naruto into using more chakra from within than he could handle safely. It was during one of these sessions where Naruto used the four-tailed form and nearly killed the pervert, making him believe Naruto lost control, but unbeknownst to him he was in full control and couldn't figure out why he was so angry and just wanted to beat his ass when he talked about Hinata being fully legal and fair game for anyone in a few months, almost like there was a secret guide to new 18-year-olds. Luckily Q has kept her word on staying out of his head while doing his daily activities, well except to catch a glimpse of his equipment when bathing, otherwise he would have to deal with a pissed-off demon for being so defensive of another woman. This now brings us to the present, where the student and teacher were ready to embark on their return journey, and both Naruto and Q were anxious for the day. Hey Rasengan, is the seal ready? It looks like it to me. The blonde muscular man of 6 feet 0 inches dressed in simple black pants and an orange t-shirt asked his sensei while revealing the seal. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Yelled the super perv. Probably as many times as I have told you to stop being a perv, Rasengan hollered back his pupil. They both turned their backs to each other out of defiance until Q reminded her container what they were asking. So is the seal ready? Naruto quietly asked without turning to the white-haired man. Yes, it looks like it completed a few days ago. So how does it work? You need to focus the Kyuubi's chakra to the seal and perform a single cage bushin. Most of the chakra used will be absorbed by the seal, thereby reducing the chakra contained in the clone and tying it to you. He explained with his back still towards him. Alright, let's give it a try, announced the blonde as he formed the necessary hand signs. Are you sure you really want to let the demon free like that? The Kyuubi could potentially kill someone while they are sleeping, Jiraiya asked just to be sure. Trust me, there won't be a problem like that, rasengan. The jutsu was finally activated, and in a puff of smoke a huge shadowy being towered over the group, causing Jiraiya to nearly piss his pants wondering what he has done, until the smoke cleared, revealing a girl of about 5 feet 8 inches, 18 years of age, wearing a dark blue kimono with a black dragon stitched into the silk wrapping around her. The low-cut garment showed off plenty of her bountiful chest and went well with her shoulder blade length jet black hair and red furred fox attributes. The Sannin's eyes nearly popped out of his head as his mouth was left agape from the sight of the beautiful young woman. Everything is so alive, she squealed as she darted to every corner of the camp, inspecting every insect and other wildlife like it was her first time ever to be outside, before returning to Naruto's side, clearly bouncing with happiness. She is the Kyuubi, mumbled Jiraiya, still in shock, not because she wasn't anywhere near a bloodthirsty demon, but more so by the fact that she is, well, a she and hot. Yes, rasengan, this is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Q-chan, meet rasengan, introduced Naruto. Hi, she chirped energetically. The pervert's eyes locked on her oversized chest as he walked up to her, and finally his gaze met her bright ruby red eyes. Well, hello beautiful, I'm sure being cooped up in this boring child has left you in need of a real man, since I know he wouldn't know what to do with a woman. He is probably gay since he doesn't like my books, so how about you and I get acquainted over, let's say, a hot bath. Immediately the white-haired man found an elegantly formed foot connecting with his crotch. Let's get this straight, moron. Naruto-kun is definitely not gay, and I know he can please a woman correctly, and I will only allow him to view my naked body, and when he feels ready he will be the only one to make me feel like a woman again, she sternly informed him before deeply kissing the center of her affection. Jiraiya stood up like nothing has happened and began picking up his bags. What the hell, rasengan, do you not have any balls? Asked an astonished blonde, seeing him have no pain from that brutal attack. Well, I created a jutsu that protects my goods, and to top it all off, it nearly doubles my size to a whole 6 inches. Now I bet you are jealous of my manliness, replied the perv while striking one of his crazy poses. 6 inches isn't something to be proud of, even with your jutsu you aren't even average. So basically the Sannin are a joke. One is clearly gay and stares at bodies of men, another is a big-breasted old hag that uses a jutsu to hide herself, and lastly a pervert that is hung like a squirrel. Yeah, legendary indeed, he mocked him while still dumbfounded by his idiocy. Well, oh, and you were considered average, I bet you're lying about that, defied the man, not coming up with a good comeback. Nope, he's above average, and I look forward to seeing how it feels, chimed in the vixen, causing Naruto to blush and Jiraiya to quickly change subjects. Well, we best be going if we want to make Konoha by noon tomorrow, he commented before heading to the trail. They made good time for the day and decided to camp out for the night in a clearing just off the road. There always just seems to be one of those. Jiraiya found himself being very jealous when he looked to his pupil, who was lying on the ground with a gorgeous female half laying upon him with her 9 fur tails wrapped around him for warmth. Maybe there is something to being involved in a lasting relationship. You never have to look for someone to join you at night, the man thought, but then again you couldn't enjoy the pleasure of 2 women at the same time. He. The perv was able to fall asleep easily now with the thoughts of women and pervertedness on his mind. Naruto and Q woke up quite early the next morning, and that was a very good thing since Q's fur was all tangled up from sleeping in a place where there is physics, unlike a mindscape. Brushing out her fur was very time consuming, and it nearly took Naruto an hour to straighten out all 9 of the soft appendages, although she could have handled a few more days of the relaxing action. It was still early when they finished, so they made the breakfast before Naruto sat up against a tree with his vixen leaning her back on his chest from her spot between his legs while he held her from behind. I love you, Naruto-kun, she informed his while trying to get deeper into his chest. I know you do, Q-chan, was his reply as he kissed her sensitive neck. Please don't stop, she urged. He quietly obliged and continued massaging her neck with his lips while she quietly moaned and purred for him, causing an increase in intensity. Time to go, called out the voice of Jiraiya, breaking him apart. Rasengan, just when it started getting good, cried out the sexy fox in protest before storming up to him and shredding the notebook he was frantically writing in. She was about to kick him again until she was forcefully pulled into a warm, firm chest. Come on, Q-chan, let's get going. We'll finally be home today. Naruto held out his hand for her to hold, but she grabbed his whole arm instead and latched onto it for the remainder of the walk to the village. It was a little later in the afternoon than was planned as the large gates of Konoha formed on the horizon. You could tell Naruto was getting excited to finally be back, from the obvious signs of forcing himself to not just run up to the gates. Well, there's home, but on the downside, Q-chan, you can't disguise yourself and they will surely not welcome you, especially when they see 9 foxtails, Naruto commented sadly. I know, Naruto-kun, it was very nice being out here with you. She gave him a deep kiss, sucking his tongue into her mouth for a few seconds before releasing him with a sigh. Bring me back out soon. I love you. I know you do, I'll bring you out as soon as we're alone again. She forced a sad smile and gave him a peck on the lips before she disappeared as her consciousness returned to him. Everything worked properly. He called into his mind hoping for no side effects to the technique. Yes it did, love, thanks for asking. She called back. Now the two travelers continued their walk to the village, but Jiraiya's curiosity got the better of him after barely starting up walking again. So, have you done her yet? He asked with a lecherous smile, which greatly pissed off the blonde. Not like it is any of your business, but no, I have not done her, nor will I probably ever just do her. If I go that far with her, there will be much more to it than just doing it. He retorted with anger. What type of man are you? If I was in your position I would do her over and over and over and over. Shut up, Sennin. The pervert was quickly treated to a fierce punch to the face, effectively silencing him for the rest of the walk to the gates. The gates appeared as they should, and after greeting the guards, Naruto took off running into the village and up the closest high building to survey the area. He looked around the entire village as saw everything was repaired from the sound invasion, but then caught the sight of Tsunade's face on the monument and had a mixture of hilarity mixed with disgust upon seeing it. I think they really should have forced her to pose with her real face instead of her fake young one. He muttered to himself. Well, if you compare her to me, she is still but a child and you seem to really like playing around with me. Yeah, well, that is different, she is just hiding her true self. Oh, and I'm not. Do you remember that I am a fox demon? I thought you wanted to be seen as a woman and not the demon. You can't have both, so pick one. Fine, I pick the one that will get you in bed with me faster. She answered while giggling. Naruto didn't respond since he just saw a flash of pink hair as decided to say hello to his old teammate. Hey Sakura, he yelled out, causing the girl to turn around before smiling wide and happily waving to him as he ran up to her. Hi Naruto, you have changed a bit, you're, like, not wearing all orange. She commented with a smile. Yeah, well, the orange was starting to hurt my eyes, so I needed a break from them. So how have you been over the past few years? He asked, slightly nervous. I've been doing great. I've learned many things about being a medic from Tsunade and have gotten much stronger. Just then a brunette sauntered up to them with nothing but a few clouds covering her private parts. Ooh, what do we have here? Asked the brunette with a sexy smile directed to Naruto. Hey, Konohamaru, I see you got that jutsu down efficiently, but you should really stop using such childish jutsu. The kid dropped the technique as Sakura admired his maturity. Why? Asked the kid. Because there is a much more perverted jutsu. Called out the blonde before getting a powered-up punch to his face. Naruto, screamed the medic. Damn, Sakura, I was just joking. I didn't have enough time to create another one with all my training. He defended from the small crater he was lying in. Oh, sorry. She offered a hand to him, which he took, and helped him to his feet. Surprisingly, she found no actual injuries from a punch that should have crippled an ordinary man. Nah, that's fine. Well, I got to go check in with Bar-chan now. See ya, Sakura. He called before turning and started to run. Wait, I'll come with you. She yelled as she caught up with him and ran to the office. I hope you all have seen, or read, the conversation with Tsunade and the test Kakashi gave them after Naruto's return in the manga and anime, because they will all remain the same, except for the part where Jiraiya says Akatsuki is on the move. I want him to stay dormant for a little while longer so everyone can meet up sooner, so Gaara is safe for now, and he won't make an appearance. After the forming of Team Kakashi, Naruto treated Sakura to some ramen at Ichiraku's just for the reason that he promised himself he would take her out on a date a few years back and wasn't about to break a promise. After they ate, they talked a little bit about their training before they got up and went their separate ways. He wandered through the streets, still getting some newly refreshed glares, until he ended up at his old apartment. He walked into the old place, after unlocking the door, and sighed at the amount of dust that was gathered everywhere. It was going to take a long time to clean up, but fortunately he remembered to empty the refrigerator, turn it off and prop the door open so it wouldn't be a hazard area. Then he remembered, yet again, that he didn't do that, but there it was. This was something to ponder over later. He continued refreshing his mind of the apartment and ended up in his room that appeared to have not a single speck of dust anywhere and even looked to have fresh sheets on the bed, of which he never had any to begin with. Either way, it was a good thing since he was very tired, and like usual the small apartment felt lonely, but this time around he had a cure for that. He channeled chakra into the revised seal and performed the jutsu revealing the gorgeous female demon. He was slightly shocked, though, when she appeared in a pale-colored silk nightgown that was just transparent enough to see the contrast in color of her large breasts. She twirled around once for him, all the while giggling happily at his responses. He was going to ask her why she was wearing that, but realized it didn't matter since in all actuality he brought her here just so he had someone to cuddle at night to push out the loneliness, that and she was hot. So, Naruto-kun, you ready for bed? She cooed as she stepped closer to him. Suddenly he stepped up to her and planted his lips to hers, surprising her greatly since she could only count on one hand the times he was the aggressor in intimate touching. She usually had to do something to start it. You want to go further? She asked after breaking free from the kiss, feeling very heated at the moment. Not really, I think we should just sleep. With a disappointed nod she followed him to the bed where she snuggled up next to him, once again laying her head above his heart. After getting settled in, she pushed her hand under the waist of his pants and gripped his rock-hard shaft. Above the waist, Naruto grunted out as a reminder. Reluctantly she let go and placed a hand on his stomach. I love you, Naruto-kun. I know. He sleepily replied before falling off to sleep with the vixen following soon after. Chapter 3. Q woke the next morning to the pleasant feeling of having her ears rubbed and decided to lie still for a while longer, but her tail started swishing happily, giving away her consciousness. So you think you could get away with pretending to be sleeping while I rubbed your ears? Naruto whispered to her. Well, actually no, but it was worth a try, she replied with a disappointed sigh. Good. She expected him to stop, but he continued on pleasing her fuzzy fox ears, causing her to fall into her growling purr for the next 10 minutes. To her dismay, he stopped and got up to do the usual morning stuff while she just laid in bed for a few minutes before heading out into the living room kitchen and started cleaning. A few minutes later, Naruto returned and saw her cleaning and walked up to stop her. Q-chan, stop cleaning, you are a guest, there isn't a need for you to do that. He chided her. That is where you are wrong, Naruto-kun, I live here now with you, so it is just as much my place as it is yours. Fine, but I'm helping. With a quick hand sign, 20 Naruto clones came into existence and ran through the apartment at blinding speeds, leaving the place spotless in less than 2 minutes. There, now let's just sit for a while. She smiled happily at him as he sat down on the old couch, and she immediately sat on his lap facing him before taking him in a kiss. After the kiss, she just hugged him tightly with her head in the crook of his neck and fell asleep smiling. After letting her sleep a while, he decided it was time to hit the town and see what has changed and maybe find some more of the old acquaintances. He gently carried her to his bed and set her down, while she slept through all of it. Before going, he kissed her forehead and left out the door. Like was expected, Naruto only got a good 30 yards away from his apartment when he felt the consciousness of the vixen return to him. That wasn't very nice, Naruto-kun, I was expecting to wake up in your arms and I find myself waking up back in here. She pouted in an irritated voice. Sorry Q-chan, but I couldn't bring myself to wake you since you were sleeping so nicely, and I didn't know you would wake up when you returned to me. Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time, but I want to see you before I go back in the future. She informed him. Alright, you got it. After finishing his conversation with his inner demon, Naruto came upon a strange-looking guy. He was covered head to toe and all you could see were sunglasses peeking out from between his hood and high collar. Although he couldn't tell who it was, Naruto felt he knew him from somewhere. I'm taking most of this encounter from the manga and will be the last shred of unoriginal content. Please not this group, anyone but them, I don't need the competition now, thought Q after realizing who it was standing there. It's been a while, Naruto, stated the guy. Huh, who are you? Was his reply, still trying to figure out where he has seen him before. It has been a long time since we've seen each other, but you should at least recognize the face of a comrade, because it is hurtful if you don't, mentioned the cloaked guy. Huh, wait, could you be Shino? Naruto asked once Shino's strange speech pattern jogged his memory. Finally you recognize me. Well, it could be a little easier if I could actually see something other than sunglasses to identify you, hollered the blonde shinobi. Just then a slight thundering, sounding like a stampede, was heard as a huge white dog jumped into the area with his partner riding on top. Is that you, Kiba? He asked in shock at the size of his dog. The rider got down off of the beast in his mostly all-leather attire. Ha, I thought it was you from that smell, Kiba replied. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Shouted Naruto in defense. Nothing, it's just that you smell like, well, you. Oh thanks, I guess, but what have you been feeding Akamaru? He's huge. He then commented. Guess I never noticed. Suddenly a quiet squeak was heard in the direction of a nearby fence, catching the blonde's attention. Please not now, I'm not ready to meet him yet, I heard he was back, but I wasn't intending on seeing him so soon. What do I do, what do I say? Worried Hinata as she was trembling at the thought of meeting her crush again after so many years. Oh god, why couldn't he have missed them, especially her? Q asked herself, afraid of what might happen. Naruto quickly rounded the corner and was face to face with the dark-haired girl. Her nearly black hair flowed down to her mid-back over the hood of her thin jacket, which ended a little past the waist of her baggy capri-style pants. What are you doing hiding over here, Hinata? He asked while only inches away from her small 5 feet 3 inches frame. Immediately she started falling over after turning bright red with beads of sweat flowing down her face. Before she made contact with the ground, Naruto caught her in his arms. Why does she always do that around Naruto? Kiba wondered out loud. I can't believe he recognized you and Hinata right away. Oh man, uncharacteristically whined Shino, completely ignoring Kiba's question. Hey guys, do you have a mission or something? Naruto asked while still holding Hinata above the ground. Nah, we were just meeting up for a little sparring today. You can leave her with us and we'll take care of her, Kiba informed in his boisterous voice while the blonde looked at the light body before him. Well, if it's all same to you, I'll just wait for her to wake up. You two can go do your sparring, the blonde offered. Yeah sure, thanks Naruto, see ya. Kiba then jumped onto Akamaru and sped off while Shino just seemed to disappear, leaving Hinata alone in Naruto's arms. He stood up and carried her over to the large tree and sat in the grass with her still nestled in his arms. He looked at her porcelain-like face before wiping a bit of the sweat off her glistening skin. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Q asked in an accusing tone. I don't know, Q-chan, but something is just different when I look at her. You're drawn to her, aren't you? Yes, very. I know you don't like it, but some of the attraction is probably your fault since you took her form so many times when manipulating my dreams. You're wrong, Naruto-kun, I just used the attraction you already felt against you in your dreams. Remember that you would push her away sometimes after just barely kissing, but the next time you would nearly let her do what she wanted. You wanted her but also didn't want to push her, so you always had those feelings. So, are you okay with me liking her? He asked while growing very red, remembering his dreams as he looked at the petite girl. No, I am not, but I can deal with it for a while. Just try to find out if there is something else there other than physical attraction. So you are basically telling me to go out with her. I don't think I want two girlfriends. You finally called me your girlfriend. I'm so happy, Naruto-kun, but yes, I'm saying take her out and have fun like a young man should and maybe even kiss her, but I didn't say anything about making her your girlfriend. She informed him sternly. Alright, I guess I'll see if she wants to, but will you still want to come out when we're alone? Of course I want to still come out, she won't be able to keep you company at night, will she? No, I guess she won't, but keep your hands above the waist or I just might think about it, he warned her in a teasing manner. It was at this time that Hinata was slowly gaining consciousness and opened her eyes and saw the object of her affection looking straight at her. Hi, was all he got out before she turned red like a tomato and fainted again. Another few minutes passed until she became alert again. Hinata, then she was out once more, but there was a smile growing on her flushed face. Well, I'm not leaving here until you stay conscious enough to talk to me, so hurry up. As if on cue she woke and stared at him with her pale eyes that could show many emotions at a moment's notice. He continued to watch her look at every inch of him without any trace of redness upon her face, so he thought it was safe to talk. How are you feeling, Hinata-chan? Nna Naruto-kun. She drawled out in a long stutter when realizing fully that she wasn't imagining him and he was actually holding her in his arms, and succumbed to the waiting darkness while in a serious blush. This is kind of fun seeing her faint like this, but do you think she is sick or something? No, she isn't sick, she is quite stricken with you. She told him with a tint of anger. Really, is that why she always turned red and fainted around me? And I just thought she was weird. I take it then that the cute little finger prodding thing she does is a nervous habit, which is why I always see her doing it. There was no answer, so he just figured he was right and shrugged it off. A few more times of Hinata waking and fainting passed until a point where she stayed conscious, albeit barely, to hold a small conversation. So really, how have you been? Has your family been getting better? Naruto asked caringly. A little, Neji isn't too bad anymore, but father still pushes me too hard to become something I'm not. She stuttered out, still bright red. Okay, did you make chunin? He asked, trying to keep the conversation going since she would always stop. Yes, you are the only one that is still a genin, Neji is jonin. She informed him slowly, making sure to not show weakness and stutter. Well, that really sucks, I'm still a genin, Naruto said with a bad taste in his mouth. I'm sure you'll make it next time, she told him in a comforting way. Thanks, Hinata, you are always so nice to me. Can I give you something? I guess, what is it? She asked in slight worry from the look on his face. A present for cleaning my room, the sheets you used had the Hyuga symbol printed on the tag. He leaned forward and gave her a very quick peck on the lips, causing her to resemble a cranberry and go limp in his arms with a huge smile on her face. Naruto chuckled, he was having great fun making her faint like that and couldn't wait to see what it took next time. He looked her over once more and noticed her sandals looked like they didn't really fit anymore. Her feet seemed squished and uncomfortable in them, so he took them off, setting them free. After his once-over of her, he came to the conclusion that everything about her was cute and very alluring, much more so than the younger form he would see in his dreams. She started to stir once more and he decided he might just surprise her. He brought his face within an inch of her and felt her breath on his face. Her eyelids parted slightly before he felt her tiny arms wrap around his neck and pull him forward on top of her as she mashed her lips into his. Her lips massaged his, making him forget everything, and slowly parted his lips. Taking that as an invitation, Hinata slipped her tongue past his lips and explored him, drawing in the taste of his mouth. Naruto-kun, Q stated in a gentle but irritated voice, but he carried on making out with the little Hyuga. Naruto, she screamed in his head, causing him to pull away from Hinata's lips, leaving a small trail of saliva from the very wet kiss. I said maybe kiss her, not make out with her. Sorry Q-chan, I got carried away. Okay. No, it isn't okay, just try to keep everything a little less passionate. She replied angrily. I'll try. Was that real? Hinata asked, still unsure since she has dreamed about that for a while. Yes it was, but I think it was a little out of the blue, though. He mentioned, trying to shrug it off. Oh, she stated with a downcast attitude, but never once tried to leave the spot with Naruto. So I guess since you got over your fainting spells I can ask you a question. Would you like to go out with me, on a date? She immediately smiled, frantically nodding, and brought him into a very gentle hug, pressing her chest up against his, inadvertently showing that there was a bit more flesh under her jacket than she let on. So how big are they? Q asked in an attempt to tease him since she couldn't get out and smack the both of them. Much smaller than yours, but still probably a big handful, I'd say about a c, he replied just to make her jealous, even though he wasn't lying one bit. Hinata let him out of the hug and looked at her bare feet while wiggling her toes. "UT took my shoes off?" she asked, still looking at her toes. "Yeah, they looked uncomfortable. Why are they so small?" he inquired. "They aren't really small, just tight. I keep 'em tighter than usual to hold my ankle better for the agile movements I do," she responded, still with her head down. "I'll tell you what, in my travels I saw many different types of shoes. One of them should give you the stability you need and the comfort you deserve. I should be able to make a henge of it at a local store so they can create you a pair," the blonde suggested with a smile. "You don't need to be bother, it doesn't hurt that be bad," she responded quietly. "Nonsense, footwear shouldn't hurt. If you are in pain, even in the slightest bit, it can upset your fighting. That will be the first stop we make today, and I won't allow you to convince me otherwise." "What do you mean today?" she wondered. "Well, I was thinking that since you didn't have a mission today and I was free, that we'd cash in that date I asked you about right now," he answered, still smiling. "That's okay, you don't have to." Hinata looked up to see his smiling face. "Why you don't want to?" "No, it just that, well her cheeks flushed embarrassingly as she looked at her toes again while not finishing her statement. Naruto ignored this as well, as he too looked to her feet that clearly had reddened areas from the tight straps. "Are you sure your feet don't hurt? They look painful to me," he commented as he reached out and touched the surprisingly soft, irritated skin, causing her to fidget embarrassingly at his touch. Don't touch them please," she begged as she kept squirming in his lap. "Why, there is nothing wrong with your feet, they are cute like you," he assured with a smile. "What, you are really think I'm cute?" she asked, initially not noticing he started to lightly massage her foot. "No, stop Naruto-kun." He ignored her protests and kept massaging her feet as she started squirming more. She screamed out pleasurably before covering her mouth to keep from drawing attention. Her eyes were closed as she was writhing under his touch while her breathing got quicker and shallower each moment. "Naruto-kun, stop," screamed Q, causing him to pause. Why, it was just a little massage. Nothing harmful or perverted. Not for her, just look at her, she was getting off on the massage similar to directly touching her womanly parts. Naruto finally caught exactly what she was saying and was slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry Hinata-chan, I should have stopped when you asked." He relented. "No, my fault, you didn't know," she stuttered between breaths. "It felt good, just not appropriate right now." "Still I should have listened, you have never said anything not worth listening to." Deciding to change the subject quickly, he posed another question. "So are you ready to go out now?" "I need to go home first, it's just a few blocks away, you can come with me." She quickly put her shoes on and ran all the way to her house with Naruto right behind. Since the Hyuga Manor was fashioned very much like an apartment complex, Hinata let Naruto wait for her outside the door to her room since it wasn't forbidden to do so. The moment she closed and locked the door, she wasted no time in stripping off all her clothes, including her very damp undergarment, before lying down on her bed and started touching herself vigorously as the thought of her crush being only feet away, while she was doing this, turned her on more. Naruto, surprisingly, sat patiently waiting for her return when he heard small muffled moan-like sounds before a louder muffled scream come from her room. "Q-chan, do you think she is alright?" he asked, being as dense as ever. "I think she is doing just fine, just leave her be for a little while longer," she told him, knowing full well that Hinata was relieving the sexual tension built up from earlier. He continued to wait through a few more muffled sounds followed by some shuffling before she came out, about 45 minutes after going in, wearing pants like before, only tighter, and a lavender short-sleeved t-shirt sporting the Hyuga flame symbol. Her face contained a satisfied smile and a deep blush from making him wait while she took care of her urges. "I'm ready to go, Naruto-kun," she stuttered out while still smiling sweetly with a fading blush. "Going where?" demanded Hayashi as he quickly intercepted the two as they started to venture out. Father. "My apologies Hyuga-sama, I was just taking your daughter out for a walk, lunch and to find some new clothing. I've been gone so long that I needed someone to help me, so I decided to ask Hinata-chan," Naruto explained to the cold Hyuga. "Hinata-chan is it now? My first opinion is that I don't like you one bit," replied the stern clan head. "Well, you are her father, so you aren't supposed to like any guy that takes her out," Naruto wittingly replied. "Yes, you are correct, I wouldn't, but you are the first to even try. If you touch her inappropriately or get her back here after 10 o'clock, I will hunt you down," threatened Hayashi. "As it should be, now if you please, we will be on our way." Surprisingly, Hayashi stepped back and let the two continue on without any more hassle. They were out in the streets of Konoha quickly afterwards and were walking along, nearly a foot apart, silently until Naruto had to break the silence since he couldn't watch her fiddling anymore. "Well, I thought your father wasn't too bad. I was sure he was going to make me fight him or something," he joked, trying to lighten the mood. Why yeah, it was quite street strange of him. You know Hinata-chan, your stutter is kind of cute, but it gets hard to understand you sometimes. I think we need to work on your confidence. We don't need to change you any, but I'd like to understand what you were saying easier. Why yeah. He smiled at her and swiped a hand away from her habitual action and laced his fingers with hers, causing her to blush uncontrollably with a wide smile. She didn't pay any attention where he was silently taking her, she just kept her eyes on either his face or their joined hands, wondering how the hell this happened without her confessing any feelings for him. Her thoughts were cancelled quickly when he pulled her into a custom footwear shop owned by an older couple that moved to Konoha 3 years ago, and were struggling to make a name for themselves, so they were happy to see customers. Well hello you two, what can I do for you? Asked the 40-year-old man, wearing a standard leather work apron, stepping from around his empty workbench looking absolutely giddy over having customers. I have a project I wish you to attempt. Hinata-chan needs a shoe that looks good but still supports her ankles for her unique movements, and she has found nothing that suits her other than to tighten her footwear to the point that it hurts her feet. So I have a design in mind that should be perfect. He offered up. Really now, the sandal she is wearing is the best in this village for support unless you went with a gaudy combat boot. So then, tell me what this design of yours is. Asked the man, clearly intrigued. I'll do you one better. He quickly created a clone and had it transform into the object in his mind. When it appeared, Hinata immediately loved the look. It was kinda simple in design but would do everything he promised. Is that actually functioning? Hinata asked, looking at it. Yep, and it is about your size, you can try it on if you want. She smiled at him and immediately took the shoe and slipped in on and immediately fell in love with the comfort and support. See, simply put, it is a twist on your current sandal, but it has a taller ankle strap and more straps around the foot holding it in place instead of just the one, plus it is still missing the toe so you can still show of your cute little toes. Basically a fisherman's sandal. I'm sure they have something like that already, but pretend they don't for this story. And they feel so good. She replied while watching her toes as she wiggled them. Sir, if you can make shoes like this, I will buy 12. She told him, causing his eyes to nearly fall out of his head while frantically nodding. So simple of a design, how could no one have made them yet? Of course my lady'll get started right away. Immediately the man turned and ran to his workbench, but then realized the model boot was still on her foot and had to go back. My apologies, but I need the model shoe to make them, and if I may, I would like to give you 20% of all profits if I can sell this design in my shop exclusively. Sure, that design exists in a country far away from here, so it shouldn't be a problem, but you have to call it something weird like the henna sandal or something. The name made Hinata blush as the man agreed. After giving him his savings account number with the sandal and instructing him that he would only have an hour with it before it disappeared, they left the store and moved onward to a clothing store to buy some clothes since his were all damaged from training. Hinata helped him pick out various items in the store and blushed many times when he would display some of the clothing for her, of course irritating Q, who was watching his every movement. He ended up with a few changes of clothes that might last a week with his training, but was quite happy with himself since he even managed to get Hinata to display a two-piece swimsuit in front of him, showing off her perfect petite form and decent-sized chest, completely pissing off the vixen within, but she remained silent. The day continued pleasantly through lunch, after dropping off his purchases, followed by a nice walk through the park where Hinata got him to cuddle with her a bit before realizing it was getting late in the day and found another place for an evening meal. They found themselves talking more smoothly than before over the meal, which seemed to end the day too quickly for the small Hyuga. They wandered through town a little afterwards, while holding hands, before they decided to call it a night. Naruto escorted her back to the main door of the Hyuga manor where they had to part. So, Hinata-chan, I had a fun time today. So did I, Naruto-kun, it was a day I will always remember. She said, clearly making Naruto smile. Did you know that you managed to not stutter once in that sentence? When you talk clearly I can tell you have a very pretty voice. She of course blushed. Thank you Naruto-kun, it was all because of you. She said almost inaudibly as she started leaning forward slightly. Big old cliché time. Hinata, he couldn't finish as his body went of its own accord and met her halfway, pressing their lips together in a very tender kiss and holding it there for at least 5 seconds. I need to ask you one more thing Hinata-chan, why did you, make out with me earlier? She let out a squeak from not remembering that and immediately her blush darkened. I, thought it was a dream. She shyly remarked. Oh, so you have dreamt about me? He asked. Yes, a lot. She told him while almost fainting from the secret being shed. Really? He said as he turned away from her and started to walk away, causing her heart to fall. Suddenly he turned back around with a blush on his own face. Well, I've had lots with you also. He mentioned before a light wave and he was gone. Hinata was ecstatic over the revelation that he may care for her as she does him. She opened the large door to the Hyuga manor and entered with a large smile on her face. The smile never even faltered when she found herself standing in the ominous presence of her father. She ran up to him and trapped him in a warm embrace, shocking him. Thank you father, I had a wonderful time with him, could he take me out again? Hayashi was flabbergasted, never once has he seen his daughter not look away or not even stutter once in his presence, and it was all because of a single day spent with the village outcast. It is very hard to ride her stuttering all the time, so I sped that up as well. Hinata, you can see him freely, you have my blessing to see where your heart leads you. He has done more for your character in a single day than I have ever accomplished with you, just don't get that involved too soon. She blushed madly knowing what his statement meant and quickly disappeared from his presence into her room. She quickly shut the door before doing a half-twirl on the ball of her foot before flopping backwards onto her bed with her arms out wide, letting out a very happy sigh in the process. I can't believe it, Father is letting me see him freely and actually didn't forbid me from having sex with him in the future. I have to be the luckiest girl alive. She closed her eyes and before she knew it, she was out. Chapter 4. Naruto walked into his apartment in a good mood from the pleasant day of activities. As soon as he entered he heard the familiar voice in his head calling to him, but in a not-so-nice way. Naruto, we need to talk, now. Feeling frightened by her tone, he quickly did the jutsu, and there she was dressed in her standard white and silver kimono looking at him furiously. What do you need to talk about, Q-chan? He asked in a slight cringe. Oh, don't you Q-chan me, you know exactly what we need to talk about. She forcefully grabbed him and pushed him backwards onto the bed before she straddled him and sat on his stomach, pinning his arms to his sides with her legs. Now, I really think that we need to talk about this hinata situation before it gets out of control. You seem to be getting too involved already. What makes you say that? He nervously asked while attempting to avoid her gaze. Well, all in the course of one day, you have made out with her, just kissed her twice, nearly gave her an orgasm in the middle of the village, basically seen her in her bra and panties, referred to her as cute 4 times, and even cuddled with her twice. Now tell me if that sounds like you're getting too involved. Well, just in case you forgot, she stole that makeout session from me thinking it was a dream. The one kiss was probably the quickest peck on the lips humanly possible. The second kiss was very sweet, so I'll give you that. I didn't know her feet did that to her. She is cute, she looked very good in that swimsuit I bought her and I only cuddled her once in the park, the other time was just holding her in my lap. Although his recollection of events was supposed to calm her down, he made a few mistakes that actually made it quite worse. So then, you actually bought her that swimsuit, and you liked kissing her more than me? She asked, causing Naruto's danger sense to go off loudly. Swimsuit yes, kissing same but different. He told her truthfully since he doesn't lie to someone who could personally verify it. Well then Naruto, she started, still leaving off the suffix, do you want to leave me for her after only a day and ruin an over 2-year relationship? Her question got his attention as he allowed his gaze to meet hers. No Q-chan, that isn't it. I feel like I am a part of 2 totally different lives where you are my girlfriend in one and she is starting to grow into one in the other. It is really confusing, but I know that I still really want you as my girlfriend. He told her exasperatedly. Alright Naruto-kun, this is how it is going to be for now. As you know I love you and will always love you, so I will always be yours. I will let you see her and if you so desire you can actually have her as a girlfriend, but you can't go too far with her. You will still be kissing me and touching me as you please and I will continue to sleep in your bed with you. She informed him before continuing the rules being laid out. If the point where the relationship turns very serious comes to be, you will need to tell her about the QB me being sealed inside you and the fact that you are romantically involved with her me. At that time she will probably slap you and leave your life forever, crushing both of your hearts. Are you sure you wish to chance that? She asked, hoping he would change his mind. What if she actually stays with me after I tell her, then what? He wondered, trying to see how far she thought. I don't really know how to answer that. We will have to decide what to do if it ever comes to that, but there are way too many ifs between here and there to get to that point. So what will you do? She demanded. I really don't know. I know that I want to be with you and I also have a pull to be with her. I really don't want to hurt her or you, but I think that maybe it would hurt her more if I were to go back to ignoring her after getting her out of her shell than if she learned I had you sealed inside me. I know you really want me to say that I'll leave her, but I just can't. I hope you can understand. She could see that the idea of losing either of them was tearing him apart worse than anything, so she got off of him and let him sit up as she sat next to him on the edge of the bed. She looked at the pain in his eyes again before pulling his head to rest on her breast as she stroked his back caringly. I do understand, love is powerful and mysterious and I don't want you to be hurt by it. At least if she rejects you, you still will have me, but I don't know how you are going to do this, but I will accept it since you being happy makes me happy. Really, you'll be accepting of this? He asked, bringing himself up from her chest to look in her sparkling eyes. Only as long as you give me equal affection, I will do my best to accept this. She told him with a cheery smile. I guess that can be arranged. He leaned closer to her and connected his lips to hers before falling backwards, pulling her down on top of him as they continued to kiss passionately. His hands wandered her firm body, holding her closer to him. He moved away from her tender lips and started to suckle her neck flesh while she moaned out pleasurably at the feel of his lips caressing her sensitive neck before he pushed her over on her back and slowly pulled down the neck of her kimono, revealing her large breasts. He moved down to them and stated to draw circles around her darker flesh, moving ever more closely to her perked nipples. She started to wiggle around and started to pant before she screamed out for more. He then went to each nipple and drew it into his mouth, lightly sucking on it before moving up and kissing her slowly and tenderly on the lips. He then stopped everything before wrapping his arms around her, drawing her in tight. Why did you stop, Naruto-kun? It was just getting exciting. Complained the vixen, feeling the need to be relieved. Well, you said that I need to show you the same attention I give to Hinata-chan, so to be fair on both parts, one can't do more to you either. You got a make-out session, a nice tender kiss, touching, bringing you a great amount of excitement while I saw you in less than a swimsuit, and now I'm cuddling you. Now you're even, he informed her with a smirk. Fine, be mean, but I guess I'll need to do what Hinata did to cope with getting so excited. His expression changed to intrigue at that statement. What do you mean, Q-chan? She just smiled as she brought her hand down between her legs and started to massage herself, being sure to hide the view from the blonde still cuddling her. Remember the sounds from her room? She asked as she sped up the movements of her fingers on her womanly parts. She slowly started getting closer to her release as her breathing got irregular as moans and muffled screams reminded the blonde of earlier that day before she screamed out one last time before sighing and relaxing on the bed. Well, she did what I just did, she got herself off. She gave the same satisfied smile as Hinata had, only minus the huge blush, but Naruto wasn't immune to the blushing now, knowing that two girls pleasured themselves while he was but 10 feet, or less, away from them, and he wasn't even allowed to watch either. Sorry Q-chan, once I figure out everything I will help you with that, just be patient. He assured. I am patient, love. If you would have done that to my tits 2 years ago, I would have forcefully jumped you. All that I really ask is that you just hold me now. She rolled her still topless body over and lay on his chest, like usual, as he lightly kissed her cheek before strengthening his hold on her and drifted to sleep. The next morning Q woke up early and started breakfast for them, effectively waking up Naruto with the pleasant aroma. He groggily walked out of his room and was glad to see she put her clothing back on and headed to the bathroom to get cleaned up. When he passed the voluptuous demon, he paused and kissed her cheek before continuing on to the shower. After he was fully clean, he returned just as his girlfriend was placing the last plate of prepared food upon the table. They sat quietly and ate their breakfast while watching each other, and when they finished, Naruto got up and took their plates to the sink. When he returned, he caught Q by surprise with a long kiss and broke apart with a smile. Your lips still taste of butter from the toast, he told her while licking his lips. I got you something when we were out yesterday. He moved to retrieve his gift, but felt the urge for another taste of her buttery mouth. He moved in and engulfed her lips before moving much deeper into her mouth, where he seemingly tasted every corner of her before stopping, leaving her speechless and breathless. He finally retrieved the object and gave it to the beauty. You got me a brush? She asked, not exactly seeing how this was a present. Yes, a brush, and a very good one at that. I know you don't need it since you will be returning to me shortly, but I was wondering if you would like me to brush your fur. She stood up and walked to the rundown couch and sat in it sideways before holding up the brush. Well, are you coming to brush me or not? She asked sweetly. He had her brushed smooth within 30 minutes, but continued to brush the soft velvety fur of her tails for longer than that. He was still brushing her when there was a knock at the door, followed by a sweet voice. Naruto-kun, are you awake yet? She called out. Quietly Naruto finished the last few strokes of the brushing before coming around to Q's front. Sorry, we have to cut this short. He gave her one more kiss to say goodbye and then she was gone. He stuffed the brush under the couch quickly to hide the hair that was clearly not his before opening the door for the little Hyuga. Hi Hinata-chan, come in, I was just lounging around for a while. He shut the door after she entered and flopped backwards on the couch and moved his feet so his knees were in the air, giving her room to sit as well. She paused for a moment before deciding to embrace her newfound boldness. She surprised the blonde by pushing his knees apart and crawling between them to lay completely on top of his chest with her face buried in his neck. Her boldness excited him and he was hoping she didn't notice this excitement as she giggled in his ear before kissing his cheek. You're really affectionate this morning, Hinata-chan, he commented, trying to draw attention away from his awkward position. Is that a problem? She asked sweetly. No, I think I like it. I know you do, she stated with a huge blush, causing him to match her color, realizing what she meant. Sorry, he apologized. Don't be, I find it flattering. She kissed him softly on the lips before getting off of him. She paused for a good 5 seconds afterwards as she stared at his crotch with a bright smile. Be careful Naruto-kun, she wants in your pants about as bad as I do. Q warned from within. I know Q-chan, you'll be there to stop me if I let her, right? He teased. Stop that, just remember. I will be watching you. I know, you are one girlfriend that I can never cheat on without permission. Hinata wandered around the apartment for a little while he was talking with Q, and noticed 2 plates sitting in the sink. She thought it strange to have 2 dirty breakfast plates when you live alone, but shrugged it off while filing it for later thought. She returned to the couch and grasped Naruto's hand and lightly tugged. Come on Naruto-kun, stop being lazy and let's go walk or something. She begged. He smiled at her and tugged back, causing her to flop on his chest with her face landing mere inches from his. He closed the gap and formed his lips to the contours of her small pink ones as they began to kiss. She moved her tongue across his smooth lips, demanding entrance, which he allowed right away. Immediately she wandered his mouth with her wet organ, tasting every inch before trying to hold onto his tongue with hers and bring it back with hers. Finally he managed to understand what she wanted and moved past her lips into the small cavern of her mouth. After his exploration inside her, they played with each other's tongues until retreating to their own as they broke the kiss, but followed up immediately with a slow, soft one. Now, I know you didn't think it was a dream this time, so is there a reason for that one? Naruto asked, clearly happy from the affection. Yes, I think you taste good. If you didn't like it you could have stopped. She informed him. Right, stop kissing such a cute person as you. Not a chance. You don't have to enjoy it that much, chimed a voice in his head. Oh shush, you got yours at breakfast with your tasty buttery lips. The thought of that again made him lick his lips. So then, what would you like to do, Hinata-chan? He asked the young woman silently lying on him. Stay like this forever, she replied dreamily. After realizing what she said, she bolted upright with a gasp and a bright red color on her cheeks. She made to bolt away from him under the sudden embarrassment but found she was held fast by muscular arms. Don't be embarrassed, I know that feeling. Let's just go out for a walk. I haven't seen Asuma's team yet so we can just wander the streets until we find them. He kissed her on the cheek, melting away all her fears. Oh okay, she replied shakily. He released her from his hold and readied himself for the walk. They were at the door and halfway down the street when Naruto noticed Hinata was still wearing the ultra-tight sandals and still wondered how she managed to walk on all her missions in them. Hey, let's stop in with the old man and see how he's coming with your shoes. He saw a happy nod from Hinata and guided her back to the store. They entered the relatively busy store and saw the man happily talking to some customers about his products. I thought he wasn't very busy, he whispered to her. At that moment the old man smiled wide and waved for them to come closer. Welcome back, I spent all night making a few pair and I have to tell you I've got orders backed up for weeks. At this rate I'm going to need an assistant. The man pulled the pair out from under the bench and handed them to Hinata, who accepted them with a huge smile. Immediately she sat on the nearby bench and placed them on her feet, engrossed in their comfort. She smiled as she wiggled her toes in her new shoes and turned to the man with the smile still on. They are perfect, how much do I owe you? He just smiled back at her. Your first pair is on the house. I'm getting so much business after I put a pair in the shop window that it will pay for itself in no time, so please take them. Thank you, she told him before standing up and happily pulling Naruto out the door with her newfound comfort. They walked down the road, hand in hand, and found themselves outside a small building where Shikamaru was running through some paperwork for the next Chuunin exam. Hey Shikamaru, Naruto yelled to the lazy Chuunin. Why do you have to be so loud? Man, you are so troublesome, was his reply. Whatever Shikamaru. Right then a large guy walked up to them carrying a huge bag of chips and a small lunchbox. Hey, what's up Naruto? Choji then noticed his hand was connected to Hinata's. Hey, what's with Hinata? The idiot probably just found out she liked him since, like, forever. Women, they're just too much trouble. Cut in the lazy Chuunin. Speaking of women, your mother said you forgot your lunch, so here. Choji threw him the box which he caught amidst grumbling. Hey, Hinata-chan is not too much trouble, Naruto defended, but balancing Hinata-chan and Q-chan without Hinata knowing is, he thought to himself. I agree Naruto-kun, are you sure you don't just want to forget her? She asked with some hope. Nice try Q-chan, but I think I can agree with you that I let myself go in over my head. I couldn't get away from her even if I tried. His quick thinking time was put on hold when Hinata tugged him away from the mumbling Chuunin. Don't mind Shikamaru much, Naruto-kun. He probably doesn't have a girlfriend, the Hyuga commented. No, I just think he picked a very troublesome one, Naruto stated before breaking into laughter. What do you mean Naruto-kun? She asked, trying to figure out what he was implying. Well, there seemed to be a very large fan kept in that office, and there is only one person that uses a fan that I know of, he informed with a smile. Come to think of it, that fan has been around him a lot. So you think he is involved with Temari? Hinata asked before being startled from behind. You bet he is. She is the only one he won't be lazy around. Even I can't get him to do work anymore, shouted Ino as she tried to jump between them only to find her path was blocked by intertwined fingers of the two. I see you finally got to him Hinata, way to go, congratulated the skinny blonde. So how many knew you liked me Hinata-chan? Naruto asked with some annoyance. Oh, I'd say about the whole village, even her father knew about it. Hinata was red again since she found out Hayashi knew the whole time and was probably just experimenting with letting them go out. Great, I'm always the last to know, mumbled the blonde shinobi. Yes you are, now I'll leave you two lovebirds alone, I have some stuff to take care of at the flower shop, see ya. She took off and was gone in no time, leaving the two alone with them each sporting a red color on their faces. Well now what should we do? Voiced Naruto, seeing as how all the members of Team Asuma have been reacquainted. Well how about we? Hinata was cut off when Kiba, on top of Akamaru, rushed to her. Hey Hinata, I've been looking for you, we just got called in on a mission to escort two people to another village, it's A rank. He yelled, ignoring Naruto. Well I guess that messes up my day. How long will the mission be? Hinata asked with no sign of a stutter, mystifying the dog user. A week, maybe more. What, a whole week without Naruto-kun? This sucks, she replied, making Naruto smile and Kiba, well, stump with some anger. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I want to spend more time with you, but I must be going. She wiggled out of his hand before wrapping her arms around his neck, drawing him near to her and nearly sucked the life out of him for about 2 minutes in a deep and enjoyable kiss. Kiba looked on silently as he watched, with interest, at his two friends really getting into their kissing. All of this made him start getting jealous and wished to find his own girl to experience something like that with. Hinata finally pulled away from her blonde and stared into his eyes. "Sorry, I need to go," she said before taking another short kiss. "One for the road," she commented before climbing onto a kamaru and took off out of sight. "I'm in trouble, Q-chan," he stated in his thoughts as he watched them go. "What do you mean?" she asked, knowing full well what he was thinking and feeling. "I know I'm falling for her, hard, and there is no stopping it. I already miss her. This feeling I never have with you since you can't leave me, but I know that I need to tell her about you because there is only a small wall that she has to cross before I lose control. You have one too, but I won't tell you what it is to break it. I think the feeling you have is a side effect of love. As many times as I want you to tell me those 3 words, I know she's going to hear them before me. Just as you expected, my tampering with your dreams have accelerated your feelings for her once you realized you could be with her. Don't worry, Q-chan, you already know how I feel about you, and you will hear those words soon, but she may hear them first. Since I really do love her, I just hope she can accept this." This bites. Naruto finished his thoughts and carried on his way and stumbled upon Kakashi again. Immediately Kakashi set him up on training with some guy named Yamato, with his element for the time Hinata was gone, thinking he could use the extra training for when Akatsuki shows up. It was a week of training and depression for Naruto as he truly found what it was like to be without someone that grew special to him faster than someone was ever supposed to. Since he felt that he never wanted to be away from her, even with his vixen it was depressing with her missing, he decided upon a sneaky way to get something for her so Q didn't know about it, since she would definitely not be happy. He wrote out a note to Ino one morning, while he was in the bathroom so he was without Q, for her to buy something and have it packaged up with a note inside. He had her attach the words, "Tell Hinata everything" to the outside to remind him what it was for, and then instructed Ino to go into his mind and remove the memory of what he wrote, under the pretense that it was training for a new technique she was trying so Q wouldn't bother her. Ino silently protested the note but realized what he had written for Ino to see was true for all ninja and supported his decision and knew, without a doubt, that Hinata would love the gift but didn't know why all the secrecy. She took the large amount of money he offered her for the purchase of said item and went into his head and removed the memory. An hour later Ino found him training with Kakashi and interrupted them. "Hey Naruto, I got something for you," Ino yelled out, causing the build blonde to stop and look at her confused. "Why would you get me anything?" he asked, while Ino just laughed it off and gave him the small box. He took the box and read the message attached and started to wonder exactly what he asked her to do, since only he would know what everything was. I suppose I should thank you then?" he asked in a baffled tone. "Nope, you already did that in advance. Congratulations." She smiled at his retarded look of confusion before hugging him and took off. "What the hell was that all about? Don't you even think about going after another woman?" hollered his inner fox. "I have no idea what that was about, Q-chan, but all she did was remind me that I was going to tell Hinata everything when she got back. I will never go after another. One would have been enough, but I can't control these circumstances." After his thoughts he continued on with his exhausting training. Another half of a week passed and Hinata hasn't returned yet, making him worried to no end. Although Q loved the extra attention she got, everything just wasn't as good. She likes quality over quantity. It seemed as though when Naruto was depressed, it would influence their time, resulting in Q to actually look forward to Hinata's return about as much as he did. Luckily for both of them, Team Kurenai returned the moment Naruto was out for his afternoon laps around the village. "Hinata-chan, you're back," he shouted happily when he saw her, until he saw tears in the Hyuga's eyes as she ran to him and tackled him to the ground and kissing him like it was her only form of living. She led him up after the kiss and cried into his chest, saying a bunch of incoherent sentences. "Shush, it's okay Hinata-chan. Calm down, I can't understand anything you're saying." He was rubbing her back as he looked to Kurenai for an explanation. She only gave a nod, saying that Hinata didn't need to go with him for the debriefing so he could comfort her. Slowly the hiccuping, from the bawling Hyuga, lessened and she was able to at least make an understandable sentences. "Now tell me what is wrong. Did something bad happen on your mission?" "Why, yes and no. Our mission was considered a success, but someone still died. He died of a sickness no one knew he had, so there wasn't anything we could have done to prevent it," she explained between her lessening sobs. "So that is why you were crying. You lost a person on a mission." After he placed his question, her tears started flowing again as she shook her head to the negative. "And no, people die all the time on missions. It was just the situation he was in." Naruto was confused why something as simple as a situational issue would bring her to this level of sadness, but accepted it. "Well then tell me what happened." He propped himself up on the village wall and sat with Hinata in his lap, grasping tightly to his neck like he was going to leave and never come back. "The people we were escorting were in love and were on their way to her father's mansion to get married. We were hired to protect the young woman from enemies of her father when they were traveling to her home. They loved each other deeply but never went too far in their intimacy, since they wanted to wait until they were married to get to that." "You mean sex?" he interrupted. She blushed and nodded her head before continuing. "Yes, they never had sex and then he died. She was so broken-hearted and cried constantly. She always said that she wished she would have had sex with him just so she would know how it felt and be brought closer to him, but after he died she swore she would never know what it would be like, since she made a vow never to love again." We continued the mission and brought her to her father's house where he thanked us and took the body of her fiancé. The day after, we woke up to commotion in the halls, and found out she hung herself. Hinata burst into tears again and wailed loudly into his already tear-soaked shirt. I'm sorry that happened, it is very tragic, but there are just some things in life that we can't control. He told her, trying to make her feel better. I know that, Naruto-kun, that is why I'm crying. She told him as she buried her face into his neck again. So you're crying because you can't control when things go bad in life? Kind of, but I am really crying because that same thing could happen to me. I'll love you, Naruto-kun, more than I could ever imagine. The day we had together tore open the wall I put up, keeping me from loving you this deeply until you broke down that wall by accepting me and acknowledging me as a woman, and mostly because you kissed me. I am crying because I know that if you were taken away from me now, I would surely die. She barely got all that out before she was bawling again. Her cries got more powerful as he remained silent, watching the sorrow, fear, and even love flow out of her to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. Sorry, Q-chan. I know, go ahead. It is times like these that I know I love you, Naruto-kun. I just hope she doesn't hurt you and herself. Naruto left his thoughts and turned to the small bundle weeping in his arms. Gently grasping her soft chin, he lifted her face so her teary eyes met his and softly pushed his lips to hers. He tasted the salty tears upon her lips along with the taste that was her own and felt the love and sorrow she had pour into him, effectively stopping her tears. He pulled away from her and looked at her now smiling face. Hinata-chan, I never saw you as a possible companion all through academy because I was stuck on chasing Sakura just to get noticed. Then during the Chuunin exams I noticed you as a ninja, and one worth fighting to protect. By the final round of the Chuunin exam I finally saw you as a friend when you helped me gain my confidence back to fight Neji. He paused for a breath before continuing. At that point I left to train, not thinking of those I left behind, but on my 16th birthday I remembered you and saw you as a real girl, a cute and pretty one, that hid herself from everyone. Then when I returned here I saw you all grown up and I realized that I could never see you as a ninja, a friend, or even a pretty girl. He paused his speech and saw the pain in her eyes, the rejection that he has seen way too much of, and continued on. I will never see you as any of those things because the one moment I felt completely at peace with everything was when I kissed you. That was the moment that I knew there was no possibility of me ever liking you, because I skipped that and went straight to love. Hinata-chan, I want you to know that I love you more than I thought I could. Hinata was brimming with joy and crushed her lips to him, basking in his love as she pulled the air from his body in a kiss like no other before pulling back and stared in his eyes. I know it is really early in our relationship, but I feel like I know every part of you and I love you so much. We are ninja and as such we have short lifespans, so would you, make love to me? She asked with a huge blush covering every inch of her face. She saw his confused and surprised face and just had to smile through the blush. Huh? He asked, trying to make sure he didn't hear her wrong. Naruto-kun, I want you to make love to me, to have sex with me. I don't care when or where, it could be right here and now. Just please let me feel the love you have run through me as we enjoy each other's bodies while making love. Emphasizing her point, she rubbed her chest against him and slid her hand to his waist where he immediately grabbed her wrist, stopping her progression. Hinata-chan, not here and not now. Even though we are outside the village walls, this place is not where I would want it to take place. Also I have something I really need to tell you before we go that far, but first I have something for you. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box wrapped in silver metallic paper with a lavender bow tied around it and gave the present to her. Now you can't open that box until I have told you my secret that I will tell you tomorrow evening. Do you promise to not open it until then? She looked at the small box for a few moments before grabbing it with a smile. I promise, Naruto-kun. Good, then for the rest of the day, let's just sit here and talk to enjoy each other's company. Naruto pushed off the wall and lied down in the grass as Hinata followed him down and lied upon his chest while they talked about the emotions in their lives until they both fell off to sleep. Chapter 5. A few hours after the two fell asleep outside the walls, 8 p.m. Kurenai was worried about the status of her student and teammate and decided to see where she was. Heading back to the last place Hinata was at, she found her sleeping on the blonde's chest. She smiled seeing them together, knowing Hinata has been after him for years, but that smile changed to a frown when she saw Naruto's hand holding the Hyuga's ass. Just as she was about to wake up the perverted genin in the most evil way possible, for taking advantage of an emotionally distressed girl, she saw that Hinata wasn't the only one being taken advantage of in this situation. Well, what do we have here? Kurenai called out loud enough to wake them, which it did. She saw the couple look up at her with a look of, "What the hell are you doing?" written on their faces. You guys should be careful out here since you are outside the wall still. Also I would like to know where your hand is, Naruto. On Hinata's nice firm butt. He replied without having to look. Really? Alright then Hinata, what about your hand? Hinata looked down and saw her hand was positioned right on the crotch of the man she loves. She immediately turned bright red. Same old Hinata, a big blush and then faints when things get really awkward with him, the Jonin thought. It's on something I really want. Hinata answered as though she was questioning if that was what she was asking about. Or not, Kurenai finished from her previous thought. You guys haven't been doing anything together, have you? she asked accusingly. No sensei, we haven't but I want to, replied Hinata, keeping her hand where it was and the redness still firmly on her face. Well, you don't need to be in a rush to do that, there is plenty of time in the future. Kurenai commented back only to get Hinata to look her in the eyes with a reply. That is where you are wrong, you saw firsthand on our mission what could happen to a couple. Our lives as ninja are more dangerous than theirs were. Each time we go on a mission there is a possibility to never come back. I realize that I need to seize life when it comes. I've loved Naruto for years now and he now has the same feelings for me, so why waste time? We are adults and can make our own choices. Once we live long enough to have a permanent job within the village, then we can worry about marriage. Kurenai was shocked once again, her long-time acquaintance has never spoken so many words, not even on the mission did she speak like this. Hinata, you have changed so much since he returned that I really don't even know you anymore. You are right though, if you truly have found the love you want, don't let it run away, enjoy each other when you have the chance. I would say to continue as you are, but Hayashi will be looking for you like usual after a mission, so maybe you can have your fun tomorrow. Kurenai smiled and winked at him before leaving the two blushing teens alone again. Well, Hinata-chan, I guess it isn't too early to be at that level in our relationship. Naruto stated as he stood up, bringing her up with him. I can't wait, Naruto-kun, I've wanted you since you came back. She stretched on her tiptoes and kissed him softly using just a little tongue. Let me walk you home, Hinata-chan. He took her hand, interlocking their fingers, and led her away to her home. Hinata didn't want to leave his side but knew that she had to, and she had to do it sooner than she wanted to since they were just stepping through the gate to the manor. Well, I guess this is it. Remember not to open the gift until I talk to you tomorrow evening, okay? She nodded and stepped up onto the steps outside the manor, bringing her to his eye level, making it easier on her as she pulled him into a goodnight kiss before leaving him outside as she slipped into the building. Naruto was both happy and distressed with Hinata being back. He was happy because a hole in his heart was returned, and he was upset because he was not looking forward to telling her about the other half of his life. While he was pondering these things, he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing and broke off the key in his lock when he opened it, making it unable to be locked again. He sighed and shrugged it off as a curse upon him and continued inward. He desperately needed some help with his feelings and decided bringing out his gorgeous vixen might help. How are you feeling, my love? She asked, strangely wearing a grey t-shirt and form-fitting spandex shorts. Naruto smiled at her before giving her a quick kiss. I'm doing much better now that Hinata has come back, he replied, causing her attitude to change slightly. Are you sure you really want me to be here? If you really want her exclusively, you can tell me, and I will leave you alone forever. She told him in a somber voice. I know this is hard on you to see someone you love go and love another, but my heart still holds plenty of room for you if you want to stay in there. I have enough love to go around, he assured with a smile. Did you just say love? She asked, brightening up. Yes, I said love, okay. I love you and I love Hinata, I just don't want to lose either of you. Naruto looked at her new outfit and seemed unsatisfied at her look. He quickly grabbed the hem of her t-shirt and pulled it up over her head, exposing her ample, gravity-defying chest. He looked at her nice form before kissing each of her nipples, eliciting a happy giggle from her. Alright, Q-chan, even though I said I love you and I liked sleeping with you topless doesn't mean that you can try jumping me while I sleep. Once I confess everything to Hinata-chan, I will let you do what you want, okay? The attractive fox demon was ecstatic and began jumping up and down like she was a young child and not a 9,500-year-old demon. Naruto was smiling as he was mesmerized with her flesh as it bounced with her. She stopped bouncing and ran to his side and embraced him in a way that his arm had warm, soft mountains of flesh on each side. I want to go to sleep early so tomorrow comes faster. She grabbed him and pushed him into his room and down onto the bed before climbing over him, dragging her breasts across his face as she got situated at his side. Once she got comfortable, a few moments went by and she was asleep. Naruto, on the other hand, thought how to go about telling Hinata about his secrets well into the night before giving up to the exhaustion. Hinata woke early and got dressed quickly in her usual attire. She eyed the small box on her nightstand with a smile and came up with a great idea to surprise her love today. Running down to the kitchen, she immediately started in on creating a wonderful breakfast for two. She completed her task in record time before loading up a small box with the food and took off down the road to Naruto's apartment. Finding herself outside his door, she contemplated knocking, but decided to try the door. When it opened, she smiled furtively and decided on a pleasant way to wake him. Hinata quietly made her way towards the bedroom and turned the corner through the doorway and froze. Right there, in front of her face, was the man she loved, with a stunningly beautiful woman, missing her top, resting on his shoulder in a way that Hinata could see one of her boobs perfectly. Her small hands unconsciously released the box she was carrying, causing it to loudly slam onto the floor, waking the occupants. Shit, Naruto bluntly put it as Hinata turned with tears in her eyes and ran for the door. Hinata-chan, stop, this isn't what it looks like, he called out before finally intercepting her before she made it out the door. Get your worthless hands off me, you two-timing bastard. I loved you and even kept my virginity just for you, and you go sleeping around with someone the night when I confessed my love. How could you have done this to me? I would have let you do anything to me sexually, and you weren't satisfied with that kind of trust. Everything you told me was all a lie, wasn't it? I hate you. She ended her rant with a powerful slap to the face that was heard around the village, but he stood fast, still with a hold on her. "I can explain everything if you will just hear me out," he begged. Seeing his eyes reflecting his shame and love, she nearly kissed him on the spot but knew she was angry enough to kill him as well. "You have 2 minutes." With a sigh, Naruto sat her down in a chair at the kitchen table and began his explanation. "First of all, I didn't lie to you when I said that I love you, nothing has changed there. When we confessed our feelings, I told you there was something big I needed to tell you before I would let it continue, this was part of it. Now don't storm out of here until I finished everything, once I do you can do as you see fit." As he was telling her this, Q was putting her shirt back on and sat at the opposite end of the table. "The woman you saw was Q-chan. I met her on my 16th birthday and she has been with me ever since then. We started out as friends but by the age of 17 we became more than friends. We basically dated each other since then and I have to tell you that I also love her." Hinata was angering every second of his explanation and was getting closer to ripping his head off, and Naruto knew it. With a gulp he decided to continue. "That is one part of the secret I was keeping from you, but there is more. If these were normal circumstances I wouldn't have put you in this situation, but like everything that surrounds me, this situation is far from normal. Q is older than we are, she is 9,500 years old." Hinata's eyes grew at this revelation and decided to stick around after her 2 minutes for him to at least continue this blatant lie. A little over 18 years ago Q found her way into Konoha on her search to end a deep feeling of loneliness. She came into contact with Orochimaru to befriend him, but he ended up manipulating her emotions, turning her into a raging beast hell-bent on destruction. As a last preserving act, the Yondaime Hokage saved the village from the beast by sealing her within me, hoping she would come out of her rage. Unfortunately the Yondaime used a forbidden jutsu to do the sealing and it took his life. Hinata-chan, Q's full name, that she is referred as, is Kyubi no Kitsune. She was the nine-tailed fox that nearly destroyed Konoha. Hinata looked over to the vixen and noticed, for the first time, the fox ears and the swishing tails behind her. "I know you will probably still hate me, but I just wanted to let you know that I still love you. I don't really know how to put this, Hinata-chan, you have something that I could never get with Q-chan, you have a real body that exists and can have a family. You each occupy a place in my heart that is different, yet the same, and as such I will love you both." Naruto couldn't read Hinata's face and her reaction, so just carried on. "Hinata-chan, I also need to tell you something that I kept important to me. I too have remained a virgin, I haven't had sex with Q-chan. I don't want to pressure you, but I want you to consider staying with me and accept the fact that I have 2 loves in my life like Q-chan very reluctantly did when I fell for you. I really need an answer tonight by 10 p.m. If I don't see you here by then, I will accept that you never want to see me again and I will never try to see you no matter how much it hurts me." He waited and watched Hinata as she absorbed the information, but she still showed no expressions as she replied. "Naruto, you really have damaged my heart. I will leave you now and try to see if there is anything left to salvage. If there is I might return, but I can't promise anything, so don't get your hopes up. Enjoy your breakfast." She stood and walked directly out the door, shutting it firmly before the floodgates opened as she ran to her room to try and cry away all the sorrow. "That really could have gone better, Q-chan, but so far you were correct about what her reaction was going to be. A part of me wishes that I listened to you," he commented with some tears running down his face. Naruto cleaned up the mess made by the boxed breakfast before mindlessly moping around his apartment for hours, ignoring the comforting gestures made by Q. He was on the verge of emotional breakdown after seeing the clock was dangerously close to 10 already and there was no sign of Hinata. Hinata spent that day wallowing in sadness, locked up in her room at the Hyuga Manor. Her tears stopped forming now, not due to overcoming the sadness, but because there was just no more to come out. She watched the clock intently as it finally clicked over to 10 p.m. It was now settled, the deadline has passed. Hinata decided that it was probably for the better, but she still loved him no matter what. She really only questioned his love for her now. If it really was as strong as he said it was, why was he still hanging around someone else? Maybe I am just being selfish. She shook herself from those thoughts, knowing it was past the time that she could do anything, and stripped her clothing off for a shower until her eyes landed on the gift sitting on the nightstand. She wanted to smash that damn thing since it reminded her of the blonde shinobi, but something still inside her stopped that action. She threw on her dark grey, warm, and fuzzy bathrobe and hugged her knees as she stared at the box. The clock hit 10:10 as she broke the stare and grabbed the box, holding it in her hand. Moments later she was grasping for the lavender ribbon to untie the small gift. Naruto had tears forming in his eyes once again as he saw the clock hit 10:10, realizing that she wasn't Kakashi and was too late to be not done on purpose. He was sitting on the couch with the vixen at his side, rubbing his back, trying to soothe his raging emotions. "I don't think she is coming, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, but just a little longer. I'll wait until 10:30 just to be sure," he said as his face was still held in his hands. "Okay Naruto-kun, just a little longer." Q relented. Hinata pulled away the silver wrapping and opened a small black box. She saw a note to her sitting in the box and took it without noticing the actual object in the box. The note only said, "To Hinata," but after a little chakra the message revealed itself. "Hinata. I should have told you by now the deepest secret of my life, and even the deepest secret of Konoha itself. As you have found out, I have had the QB sealed within me since birth, but you also should have found out that she is now a good person who I do love dearly, but there are things that I can't even begin to compare between you two. I want a wife and children in the future since I never had a family and Q-chan will never be able to give me that, so there is a huge hole in me making my life incomplete. I first thought that the hole would never be filled, since I couldn't imagine anyone actually loving me, especially knowing I will always love a woman that will be with me forever, but when I saw you, that hole was closing. When you kissed me on that day I finally took a chance that you might be able to fill the last part of my heart despite Q-chan. I know we have only really been together for about a day and a half, but that could really be a lifetime in our chosen profession. Ninja die each and every day with most of them never finding love. It would be stupid not to seize life when it comes to you. I love you more than I could love any human on this earth, so, Hyuga Hinata, I, Uzumaki Naruto am asking for your hand in marriage. Will you marry me? It doesn't have to be right away, but I realized when you were gone that I don't want to be without you in my life, so this is a promise, you will be the only human I will love like this, I hope I am the same for you. The tears she thought have run out suddenly rushed back into her eyes when she realized this box was assembled before she returned, meaning that he loved her before she confessed her feelings. She grabbed the black box again and saw the object that she missed the first time, a ring. She removed the ring and examined the craftsmanship before setting her eyes on the two stones attached to the band. There she saw a blue stone that shone like the depths of the bluest ocean, reminding her of his eyes, joining the shimmering pearl that shone just a tint of lavender that was of course symbolic of her eyes. She let out more tears as she opened her window wide and stared at the darkened skies. She kissed the stones on the ring once before grabbing it in her fist and cocked back her hand ready to fling it out the window. Right as she was in mid-throw, she stopped. With a faint smile and a new thought, she took the ring from her balled fist and slid it comfortably onto her finger before dashing out the open window towards Naruto's apartment, not noticing the clock read 10:29. Tears fell from the whiskered face of Naruto in abundance as he saw the time hit 10:32 and needed to face the fact that she wasn't showing. He even made an excuse to wait another 2 minutes. Not wanting to resign himself to his fate, he stood up ready to leave the apartment. Q-chan, I need to go find her, he announced as he moved to the door only to be stopped by the fox. Outside the apartment, Hinata landed silently and stopped only inches from the door when she heard the conversation start. No, Naruto-kun, you don't. You gave her all the facts and placed them all in her court. She hasn't shown for a reason, and we even waited another 32 minutes past the deadline for her. You knew the chance you were taking with her, and you took it anyways. But hey, I'm not too bad looking for a consolation prize. She joked, trying to lighten the mood. You are not a consolation prize, Q-chan, I really do love you. Hinata heard silence and activated her Byakugan to view inside the room. She saw Naruto embrace the voluptuous woman as they kissed lightly. They kissed again, only much deeper than before, but then connected once more, leading to making out wildly. Citrus action. Be warned. But then again, if you don't like sexual stuff, why are you reading this story? Naruto lifted off her t-shirt, letting loose the twin mountains of womanly flesh before taking a handful in each hand while he kissed and suckled her neck. Hinata looked on enthralled in the action taking place. I think she has voyeuristic issues with him, okay, only comment I'm making. She looked on as he pinned her against the wall and led a trail of kisses down her neck to her round breasts. His tongue trailed around her bountiful bosom before paying attention to the darker, more sensitive skin, with his warm tongue gathering pleasure-filled sounds from the vixen. She let out a cross between a gasp and a sigh as Naruto drew one of her hardened nipples into his mouth and sucked on it lightly. Please, suck harder, she moaned as he continued to increase the vacuum on her skin until she gave him an approving nod. He let that one go as he moved in on sucking the other, still rolling the first nipple between his fingers. Q could hardly stand as her pleasure continued to grow along with her volume. Suddenly he stopped like he would usually do if they got this far, but it was different this time as he turned her around and unzipped the portion of her shorts that allowed the tails out. He turned her back around and pinned her to the wall again with a long tongue-filled kiss. Again he kissed down her neck before giving a suck to her two protruding nipples. She gave out a gasp and a squeal when he continued down further as he knelt in front of her. He kissed around her navel as his hands gripped her ass before gripping the waist of her shorts and pulled them down to her ankles, where she took one foot out and flung the garment across the room with the other. Hinata let out a silent gasp of her own as she saw the woman in all her glory standing before a kneeling blonde. She really wondered why he would even look at her with someone like that wanting to be with him. Naruto massaged the bare flesh of Q's backside as he took in the side before him before getting closer and licking the top half of her thigh, causing her to squirm. He did the same to the other leg, getting the same reaction before arriving at the neat tuft of black hair. He inhaled her intoxicating scent before burying his face in her rug as his tongue reached out and tasted her delectable underside, drawing out the most satisfying moan he has heard from the vixen. The eavesdropper looked on at this and imagined what his tongue would feel like upon her slit as her hand started to massage her own womanhood slowly. Naruto kept tonguing the dazzling woman, drawing in more of her luscious fluids before she screamed out loudly as his tongue buried deep into her sex. She pulled him away from her spot and kissed him while tasting herself on his lips and tongue before ripping off his shirt, revealing all of his well-toned muscles. Upon viewing him hungrily, she rubbed her hands all over his chest as she moved him against the wall. She went and kissed his nipples before dragging her tongue down his abs and stopping as she was now kneeling in front of him. Q unbuttoned and unzipped his pants before aggressively pulling them down, with his boxers, revealing his fully erect manhood. Hinata had to stifle the drool threatening to escape when she set eyes on his equipment as her hand increased in speed on her part from seeing him there, all there. Q smiled at his hard member before gripping it lightly and moved her hand over the head as he let out a groan telling her to continue. She moved closer and stuck out her tongue and licked the tip of him while earning a sharp grunt. She licked the full length of his shaft while massaging his other sensitive parts, getting an increase in gratifying sounds. Placing her lips at the head, she pushed his engorged member into her moist mouth, stopping after the first inch was inserted. She tightly closed her lips around him and started to suck and lick the head of his staff before letting up slightly and pushed inch after inch deep inside before stopping at his pelvis since there was no more to take. The young Hugo voyeur was literally amazed at how one could actually fit that much in their mouth and not choke, and couldn't take her eyes off of the spectacle. Q slid him back out and sucked him back in while quickening her pace. Naruto was really getting into this and ended up thrusting himself into her mouth, surprising her as she choked and gagged on his length. "Don't pump, love, let me do the work," she told him after the choking sensation passed. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" he asked, quite ashamed. "Don't worry about it, you were new to this and you only choked me when you surprisingly entered my throat, so I am fine, just relax and enjoy what I do to you," she instructed. She pulled him from the wall and sat him in the nearby couch before kneeling between his legs and went down on him again in long drawn-out motions. Once again she sped up her movements as Naruto remained still, utterly enjoying the pleasure being given to him, wondering if anything could feel better. Q noticed his subtle changes and knew he was closing in on his climax, so she abruptly stopped to kiss him and avoided touching him to allow the excitement to fade a bit. "Oh, that was awesome, it felt so good, but why did you stop?" he asked after she released him from the kiss. "Because there is much more I want you to experience that will be more enjoyable than that." He looked amazed that anything could be better than what was just done to him, but he never experienced anything like it before, so maybe there was better. Q got up and pulled him up from the couch and led him to the bedroom by his hand and laid him on the bed. She gripped his pole and was bringing her leg up, preparing to straddle him, when Hinata noticed what she was intending on doing and threw out all reservations about intruding on him and charged through the door into the bedroom and shoved Q away from Naruto as she was only an inch away from sinking down on him. Hinata. Naruto was wide-eyed and Q was pissed at seeing the little Hyuga there interrupting her alone time. Hinata stood there embarrassingly twiddling her fingers with her head ready to explode from the amount of blood contained in her reddened face when the glimmer of a ring caught Naruto's attention. He smiled as he now realized what he had Ino do and was happy she was here but wasn't looking forward to the confrontation. "What the hell do you think you're doing? We were enjoying ourselves here," angrily voiced the demon as she got up and approached the much smaller woman stopping out of reach. Q used all the intimidation tactics she knew on the tiny girl, attempting to scare her away, but Hinata stood fast. "I accepted his proposal for marriage and I am here for my prize, now don't get in my way, vixen," replied Hinata with equal ferocity. Q had a look that could kill as she sauntered up to her small frame and grabbed the tie to her robe. After a tug and a slight push, the robe fell to the ground, revealing her to the world. Q was surprised how well she looked naked but kept the steel look on her face. She slid her hand between Hinata's legs, massaging her, forcing her to hold back a moan, and felt her opening was very hot and slippery, ready for anything. Without warning, Q picked up the light Hyuga and awkwardly placed her on Naruto's chest with her legs on opposite sides of his hips before giving her a genuine smile. "Even though I want him all to myself, you both have made your decisions. Since you are both virgins, you should both usher in that milestone together." Q kept the smile on her face as Naruto looked surprised at her change but turned away to look at the other girl. Hinata was positioned perfectly as she set her sights on his lips and now ignored the other woman. She had them engulfed in seconds and was eagerly probing his mouth, tasting him with a tinge of another flavor that she admitted wasn't too bad. "I'm glad you came back, Hinata-chan, I really wanted to be with you," Naruto whispered in her ear. She smiled at him with a nice blush that was sure to stay as she felt his member twitch against her own pleasure center and decided it was time, but felt really nervous since it was their first time and she didn't want to mess up in front of the older woman. "So am I want you, Naruto-kun, and I will try and accept you as your girlfriend as well." After a quick kiss, Hinata lifted herself up and gently gripped his stiff organ, guiding it towards her. She took the head of his shaft and rubbed it along her sensitive slit, covering him with her natural lubrication. Holding his stick still, she pushed down on it, trying to get him inside. She felt the lips of her opening spread wide, trying to make room for the large organ, but no matter how much she pushed, the resistance and pain was too much to bear. "It doesn't fit, you're too big," she cried out, still trying her hardest to wedge him inside as tears formed from the pain. "Stop, you're trying too hard," answered Q as she got closer and felt the need to help. She stuck her head between the couple to inspect the problem and noted that she was letting out plenty of lubrication for the task. "He isn't too big, you are just really small, so it will need to stretch further, which will hurt more. Also, you are very nervous, so your muscles are contracted, making it take more pressure than needed. Since you are a fit ninja, those muscles are very strong, so it will be impossible to take him until you calm down," the more experienced woman told her. "How can I do that when I'm too excited and scared?" Hinata asked, still upset that she couldn't complete the one thing she has dreamed about. Q smiled at the impatient girl and knew many hurried relationships die out from intimacy issues like this, just from being nervous. She took the smaller girl's hands in hers and brought them to the Hyuga's chest where she positioned them on her perfectly round boobs. "You take care of these and it will come soon enough for you," Q informed. Dumbly following her instructions, Hinata started playing with her breasts, kneading them and pinching her pink nipples while Q brought her hand to the Hyuga's pleasure spot and started stimulating her while Naruto watched silently. Q placed her breasts firmly on his abs as she continued fingering the little spot of pleasure since the rest of her opening was still spread wide, urging his staff to plummet into her depths. Q felt movement from under her and squealed when Naruto picked up her bottom half and positioned her glistening flesh to his face and started licking her womanly hole. She was thrilled at having her desires being met and felt relaxed as he drew figure eights across her nub. During her ecstatic state she felt compelled to do something she never has done in nearly 10 millennia. She leaned forward and ran her tongue across Hinata's sexual epicenter. Both women squealed happily as they felt the wet organs slither across their overly sensitive tissue, pushing them into a dazed frenzy of moaning, grunting, purring, and even growling from contentment. Finally, after minutes of attention, they both chorused in a loud scream signifying they have reached their climax. Before Hinata's orgasm started to subside, Q reached up to her shoulders and yanked down hard, filling the little heiress to the brim with the stiff organ she was yearning for. Strangely, Hinata felt little pain from the swift movement due to the extreme bliss of her orgasmic experience, but once again was uncontrollably nervous if she could perform for him. Her worries once again caused her to tense up and tighten around the shaft impaled inside. "Q-chan, get off of me for the moment," Naruto ordered. She obeyed, still in a euphoric state. Naruto was able to see the concern on his new fiancée's face and continued to feel her taut muscles strangle his rigid rod. He reached out and took her hands and pulled her down on his chest and began stroking her back. "What's wrong, Hinata-chan? I can see and feel your worry," he asked her, trying to ignore the extreme pressure she was exerting. "I don't know how to do this. What if I don't please you enough? What if you realize Q is a better lover than me? What if—" "Shush, my love, don't worry, I won't ever leave you and you will please me as long as you please yourself. Besides, I feel so warm and comfortable inside you already. You just need to calm down a little bit since your muscles are getting really tight," he mentioned in a whisper. "Sorry," her apology drew the attention of the older, still naked, woman. "Don't be. Once you get to the point where you can control those muscles, you will be the best performing lover he can imagine. By squeezing and loosening around him, you could probably bring any man to climax without even moving, but if I ever find you, or hear about you being with another man, I will kill you," warned Q before she heard hysterical giggles from Hinata. "I can't believe you could think that, Q-chan. I can't be with another, almost to the point that you can't. I will never go to someone else," she informed before being interrupted by surges of pure enjoyment as she unknowingly calmed down and Naruto was now slowly pumping into her. She could feel the walls of her cavern stretching and relaxing with each pleasurable intrusion and was just enjoying the full contact she had on him, from her flat abs to her pillowy soft breasts that were pressed into his firm chest. She let out a shrill scream when Q came to her side and licked her earlobe before kissing and sucking on her tender neck. Hinata pulled herself from the pleasant touch and leaned back into a reclined position, propping herself up on her arms as she slowly lifted herself up and dropped back down, getting used to the new position. Naruto's firm hands rested on her soft hips, feeling the smoothness of her skin while she continued moving his entire length within her. She felt an extreme amount of different pleasurable feelings build in her as she moved a little faster, making sure his member was making full and constant contact with the upper wall of her moist cavity as her quiet moans fell into rhythm with her movements. Naruto's hands wandered her silky skin as he watched his dick slide in and out on the small girl he loved. His hand wandered down to her hairless pelvic area where he lightly rubbed her skin with his full hand while his thumb took a position on her most sensitive spot, massaging her. The increase in stimuli from her new position, and her lover's care, was bringing her to the feeling of pure bliss faster than she imagined. Finally, when the surmounting feelings overwhelmed her, she screamed out in a series of moans and screeches until she relaxed, falling forward as the euphoric feeling remained. Q lifted the intoxicated girl off of the blonde, admiring the amount of fluid she produced from her orgasm as she left his prick shining from the moisture. Hinata fell backwards onto the bed next to her new fiancé, where she kissed him before she started to lightly massage her breasts, waiting for the bliss to end while still panting. "That was awesome," she muttered from her dazed state. Once again Q was in anticipation of feeling someone inside her after 5,000 years as she gripped him and guided his slippery shaft to her opening. She looked to Hinata to make sure she wasn't going to stop her when she felt Naruto's hand on her. "Go ahead, she has accepted you." She looked to him and saw a look saying that he wanted her. She smiled before plunging down quickly, letting out a slight yelp of pain from the intrusion that hasn't been felt in ages. She took a few moments to get used to the feeling before she started to bounce up and down, getting short manly groans when she would land hard on his lap. She stopped her movement while she got repositioned. She leaned down to kiss her love and stayed with her large breasts resting on his chest. Unlike Hinata, who was fully laying on him wanting the full contact, Q opted for kneeling, giving him a larger range of motion. She rocked back and forth a few times before stopping altogether, wanting him to take over the movements. After some time of not moving, he got the drift and was slowly and delicately moving into her. "Naruto-kun, you can move faster if you want, I don't break easily," she cooed into his ear before biting his lobe. She started to groan and moan as he sped up considerably with his actions. In a way, the sex was getting a little rough as he continued to gain speed while thrusting longer and deeper, but that was how she liked it. The quick slapping as flesh met flesh intensified their moment, and Q was getting off on the sound coupled with the speed he was pistoning into her. Suddenly he slowed almost to a stop but still steadily mowed inside her. The sudden change of speed made her scream out as the wall holding back the bliss broke, driving her into an overjoyed state. Her moans intensified when he pushed deep inside as she felt the flooding of her inner chamber with his sexual fluid as his face contorted into a satisfied gaze. Hinata frowned when she saw the man she loved dearly be brought to ecstasy by the acts of another. Her blissful attitude faded a while ago and she was feeling strangely turned on with the display before her once she got over being pissed seeing her love having intimate sex with another. That isn't quite fair, I wanted to make him feel like that. Hinata whined. She was answered with a deep kiss to shut her up. You will have more chances, Naruto assured her, but she was already hot for more. Why not now? She asked, clearly deprived. Leave him be, cutie, he can't possibly keep up with two sex-deprived women. Q commented as she removed herself from on top of him. But I'm not done yet, she protested. Her whines were soon replaced with mewling when Q pushed her over and got between her legs and started lapping at her drenched flesh, eliciting more to flow. Damn girl, how wet do you get down here? She asked, barely being able to keep up. I get usually need new sheets, she replied between pleasurable moans. Naruto watched his fiancé get attended to by his girlfriend, immediately getting him worked up again. He joined Q for a taste of her juices for a long few seconds before pulling her face away. Hinata whined in protest with her eyes closed, but they immediately opened when she was slid to the edge of the bed and felt something much larger than a tongue slid into her with a smaller amount of resistance than before. You have relaxed quite a bit, Hinata-chan, you feel wonderful, he told her with a kiss as he was steadily moving into her. She didn't react one bit, except with a smile and a few blissful noises as she wrapped her legs around him to pull him in deeper. This time Q was the one feeling jealous since she was getting zero attention, but noticed how Hinata looked like she would do anything. Not knowing how she would react to it, Q moved to her slowly, prepared to ask a question, when she saw her pale eyes looking at her. A set of small hands wrapped around her thigh as she pulled it to the other side of her head. Q was now facing the hyperactive blonde from on top of Hinata's mouth and got to watch as his tool would slide in and out, flexing the surrounding sensitive tissue. She soon noticed that Hinata was frantically lapping at her, slid in rhythm with the thrusting from her lover, and realized the two would reach their climax before she would. Almost like he could read minds, Naruto latched onto one of her engorged nipples and gave it a long firm sucking while fondling the other as he never let up on his movements into the dark-haired beauty under her. The blonde let go of the vixen's nipple as he thrusted deep into his fiancée. Like a chain reaction, his release inside Hinata caused her to moan loudly during her fulfillment, vibrating the flesh she was licking, making Q orgasm as a result. After all the groans and moans finished, all three of them fell into a panting heap from their constant love-making. I like her, can we keep her? Q asked while holding Hinata loosely in her arms while sweating from their actions. I'm not going anywhere, but I do have one question. I essentially had sex with both of you, does this make me bisexual? Q laughed at Hinata's question and kissed her nose. No cutie, you are only a bisexual if you are attracted to females like you are to guys, she told her. But I do find you attractive, Q-chan. You can find women attractive, even have sex with them, and still be safely straight if you did it under special circumstances. Would you pleasure me again next time we do this? The fox asked. I think so, yes. Okay, now if it were only you and me sitting naked on this bed, would you pleasure me then? She countered. Well, I see your point, I guess I still am straight, Hinata replied after discovering her answer. My turn, Hinata-chan, why are you bald down there? Q-chan has soft hair down there covering her skin, Naruto asked, joining into the question game. Do you like hair better then? Hinata asked teasingly, since she knew he wanted her the moment she saw his eyes lock on her naked body. No, I like both, I was just wondering if you shaved or something. I'm not judging you or anything, but shaving down there would mean you expected someone to see it, which seems kinda slutty. Hinata giggled at his conclusion. No, I don't shave down there, Hyuga women can't grow hair anywhere but on top of their head. It would be slutty to be hairless otherwise, she told him with a sleepy smile. Okay, I get a question now, Hinata-chan, you seemed like you knew a multiple of techniques for sex, but obviously haven't ever done it, so where did you learn that stuff? Hinata picked this time of all the overly intimate actions that occurred to blush that dark of a red before answering. Neji left a video in the TV in his room and I watched some of it when he wasn't there. That was how I knew about masturbation, but it feels so much better to use a tongue or a dick to stimulate me. The three shared a spell of laughter that the cold persona of the Hyuga prodigy likes watching porn. After they finished laughing, Naruto saw that Hinata's eyes were getting heavy, showing she needed sleep, but they were still all in a naked heap on the smaller bed. Come on girls, let's get ourselves untangled here, we need some sleep, we've been having fun for at least an hour already, Naruto commented as he removed Hinata's leg from around him. The best hour in my life, commented Hinata after she crawled out from under the pile. So how should we do this, your bed is kind of small, asked Q, towering over Hinata as she stood next to her. Well, if we had the room, I'd say you can each be on a side, but since it is small, the most convenient is to put Hinata-chan in the middle and we both hug her closely, that way we take up less space. suggested Naruto. Everyone agreed and got situated on the bed. It was a close fit, but they all enjoyed being cozy. Good night Q-chan, love you, Naruto announced before taking a quick, but deep kiss. Love you too, she replied afterwards. Sleep tight Hinata-kun, love you, he whispered in her ear before giving an equal kiss to Q's. Love you too Naruto-kun, was her reply. They all laid there until Hinata broke the silence. Good night Q-chan, sleep well, she told her before planting a very quick and gentle kiss on her lips. Night Hinata-chan, Naruto couldn't have picked a better wife. Thank you. With her final words they fell silently asleep. Chapter 6. Next morning. Knocking was heard upon a door in the Hyuga manor, but no one answers. Hinata-sama, you are late for breakfast. The branch member knocks louder and the force causes the door to swing open. The branch member looked in the room and saw her clothes unceremoniously strewn about the room with the window wide open. This clearly wasn't the usual spotless room that she usually kept. The branch member ran out of her room to Hayashi's study to inform him on what he found. Hayashi-sama, Hinata is not in her room, nor have the guards seen her leave. Her room isn't kept like usual and even the window is open. Hayashi immediately stood and looked at the man. I will see to it myself. There may be a few places she would be since she was very sorrowful about something yesterday. Hayashi left quickly with one place in mind, Naruto's apartment. Hinata woke first and sighed with a smile as she saw the two naked people beside her, nearly covering every inch of her body. For once in her life she felt fully loved and safe. She mindlessly started to stroke the soft fur of one of the tails that were covering them, trapping in their warmth. She was fully content sandwiched between the two naked bodies with her fuzzy tail in hand that she didn't hear the door fly open until it was too late. So help me, if you have defiled Hinata in any way. Hayashi stopped in his tracks as he assessed the room. He saw three people all curled up together, but wasn't able to see their faces since they were hidden by a red fur blanket. The two on the outer edges had one of their legs over the corresponding leg of the one in the middle. From the shape of their legs, he could tell one was male and the other two were female, but what set him off was he could see each up to their mid-thigh, signifying they were naked under the blanket. He didn't know what to think of the obvious threesome, but it got worse when he saw pupilless eyes peering over the fur followed by a familiar voice. Father, get out of here, Hinata demanded with anger and embarrassment in her voice. Hayashi was in disbelief seeing her there as the person in the middle and couldn't move from his spot. Hinata-chan, who is it? Asked a clearly feminine voice. It's my father Q-chan, she informed her. Shit, came a masculine voice. You Hyuga sure know how to stumble on awkward situations, Q commented before yawning and pulling Hinata closer and kissing her temple. Q-chan, stop, my father is still in the room, she yelled embarrassed. Hinata, Hayashi finally voiced. Hayashi, please wait outside, we will be out in a moment. And shut the door, Naruto called out. Hayashi was still stunned and remained motionless. NOW. The older Hyuga uncharacteristically ran out the door embarrassed at the situation. He collected himself while sitting on the dilapidated couch waiting for the confrontation that was bound to happen. The three came out of the room dressed in matching bath robes, of which Naruto bought while Hinata was away on her mission, and took a seat on the recently vacated couch. Naruto had a hold of each girl's hands while they waited for the fit to hit the shan. Hayashi straightened out his Hyuga robe and prepared for his scolding as he cleared his throat. What the hell were you thinking? Do you realize what you have done? Hayashi yelled in a commanding tone. Yes father, I do. I had sex with the man I love, Hinata replied quickly with resolve. I could accept that. I'd hate it, but I'd accept it. The problem is that the council won't accept you being with the demon, Hayashi told them with a hint of regret in his eyes. And what demon would you be referring to? Hinata asked with anger, shocking her father. Hayashi just realized he slipped big time, but it was now too late to cover it up since the cat, or fox, was out of the bag. Hinata, the council views Naruto as the QB since he was sealed in him and wasn't destroyed by the Yondaime, he told her with a hidden cringe knowing what he was doing. You do know that you just broke a Hokage law by telling her that, right? Questioned Naruto. Yes, but what really baffles me is that none of you were affected by the revelation, he replied seeing all their calm faces. Well, father, the reason we weren't affected by it is because most of it is a lie. Naruto is Naruto and just because he had a demon sealed inside him, doesn't mean he is the demon, Hinata informed with a scowl. That is true, but as you saw with Gaara, the demon can take over its container, so everyone thinks the fox is controlling him. The clan head replied. Well, I know that if the demon was controlling him I wouldn't have had my fun last night. Hayashi choked on the air he was breathing, not expecting such a comment from his once shy daughter. We will get to that later, but we are still determining the status of the fox. He nearly destroyed Konoha and he should have been killed, Hayashi reminded, but saw all three present very angry. Hayashi, please don't anger QB, she gets very pissed when you call her a he. Hayashi got a smug look on his face before testing what was what. Well, I don't know what lines of crap he has been feeding you, but he definitely is a he, and if he doesn't like it, well then I would like to see what he would do about it. Naruto and Hinata looked away as Q stood quickly. She would do this. Q dealt him the Nutcracker special by driving her foot hard into his breadbasket, knocking the wind out of him temporarily. When he gained his breath back, he was trying to figure out how he missed something as obvious as a girl with red fox ears and 9 matching tails. So I take it Q is short for QB. He surmised out loud in a high-pitched raspy voice. Yes, and obviously she is a female, Naruto commented. So let me get this straight, all of you had a threesome? He questioned as he struggled to his feet. Not like my sex life is any of your concern, but yes I did and I plan to do it a few more times. This week, Hinata commented with a serious smile. Hinata, I wish you didn't admit to that. There is a Hyuga law that requires me to banish all who enter a relationship involving polygamy. Therefore I must tell you that you are free from the Hyuga and as such you won't need their permission to marry whoever you want. Now all your things will be sent to you later today. Without another look Hayashi left the small apartment. Hinata had tears welling in her eyes from hearing that she was disowned from the very clan she always wanted acceptance from. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, it was all my fault, apologized Q before pulling Hinata into a gentle hug. No Q-chan, I don't regret anything, even knowing that this would happen, I wouldn't trade last night for anything. The only reason I almost didn't come back yesterday was that I thought Naruto didn't have enough love to keep us both happy. Naruto smiled seeing his two women getting along so well and scooted closer to where they were still hugging. Hinata-chan, don't you think that something was weird with Hayashi? I thought that he would try and kill me for touching you, and usually don't the Hyuga place the seal on ones they banish. He is acting like, well, not himself. After he voiced his concern they heard a knock at the door. Naruto opened it and revealed Hayashi again. Naruto, I know I haven't viewed you properly and I still don't like the situation you've gotten her into, but know this. If you didn't have a special circumstance I would kill you for getting her with another woman, but then again. Hayashi moved closer to his ear and whispered so no one would hear. You are living a dream nearly all men have, but don't hurt my daughter or your life will end. You really are a strange one Hayashi. Naruto commented trying to get over the shock. Not really, look underneath the underneath, right. Anyways, would you happen to know when Jiraiya-sama is putting out his next book? He asked with a lecherous grin. No, now get, Naruto hollered trying to hold back a laugh seeing that there was just a normal person under the cold acting guy. Fine, all of Hinata's stuff is outside already. Naruto watched him leave and finally saw all the stuff that was brought out in such a short amount of time. Hey Hinata-chan, your stuff is here. He announced. Hinata walked to the door and smiled seeing absolutely everything from her room, including her queen-size bed. Well I guess you don't have to sleep in the middle anymore. But I really liked it, I felt so warm and Q-chan is really soft. Hinata revealed with a sweet smile. I'm fine with that, she plays with my tails while she sleeps. Chimed in the fox joining the group. Well then ladies, let's get all my crappy furniture out of here and get Hinata's stuff in. They hurriedly swapped the furniture and were finally able to relax afterwards knowing they wouldn't be interrupted again. Naruto was now lying on the much larger bed with a girl on each side of him resting their heads on top of him while they rested their hands on his stomach. I'm really glad you two can get along, it would have been hard to play with each of you if you fought over me. He mentioned with a happy smile. Don't worry, we still fight over you, but we just found that it is more fun to play with each other until we get our turn. Hinata informed. You guys are too much, I've got a girl fox and a foxy girl and they are both gorgeous, I have to be the luckiest man alive. Well, I think it was time you got a break, your childhood sucked. Q reminded. Yeah thanks for the reminder Q-chan. Oh don't get down my love, because of me being sealed in you, you got to have sex with two hotties at the same time. Well, just that right there may have been well worth it. Anyways, how would you two vixens like to accompany me to Tsunade? I need to ask her a question. Naruto asked but silently didn't want to leave the situation he was currently in. Naruto-kun, how am I supposed to accompany you, aren't people going to see my tails? Inquired Q who was now sitting up looking at him. Actually Hinata-chan and Hayashi didn't see your tails until they were pointed out, so let's give it a try. The blonde replied seriously. But still wouldn't it be better if you just gave me back my body once we're there? Kind of, but if you want to have equal time in bed you should stay out here with Hinata-chan and I. He teased with a knowing smile. I guess that is answered, there is no way Q-chan will give up having sex with you if she felt anything like I did. Commented Hinata. Since that was all settled, the three left out the door to seek out the Hokage. Like suspected, not many noticed all three holding hands and no one mentioned the tails as they walked through the village. Luckily Tsunade was trying to avoid doing paperwork, so they were able to get an immediate audience. Hey Bar-chan, I've got a question for you. That's good, what is it? She asked with her nose still in her paperwork not paying attention since once she gets into paperwork mode it is hard to get back out. Naruto gave that mischievous smile of his before stating his fake question. I was just wondering if there are any more Kunoichi I don't know about. He voiced with his mischievous smile still on. It is possible I'll look into it. She mindlessly replied. Well that's good, do you think you could find out fast? I'm getting bored of always having sex with the ones I know about. I mean it's starting to get repetitive, always the same thing every night, I need some fresh ass. Now the other two girls in the room were trying not to burst out in fits of laughter with his joke. I'll find you some. What the hell did you just say? She screamed out noticing something was off with what she was about to agree to. It's about time you paid attention to me, I have something important to ask. Naruto hollered now that he had her attention. Fine, but what did you just say, really? Tsunade wanted to know. Well, I said, he was stopped when Hinata held her hand over his mouth. He didn't really say much, now how about that question? Cut in Hinata. Fine, now first, who is the girl with the ears? Asked the Hokage. That is part of my question I have for you, but what she is to me is complicated, let's just go with lover. Stated Naruto, looking apprehensive about what he is about to say. Well, that is surprising, I would have expected you to get with someone here. Tsunade looked to Hinata and saw she was smiling. Hinata, how do you feel about this? I'm okay with it, she replied cheerily. At that moment Tsunade saw a glimmer of light glance off of something on Hinata's finger. Is that an engagement ring, Hinata? The Hokage asked in amazement and shock. Yes it is, and I couldn't be happier, she replied with an even bigger smile. Really, who is the lucky man? Hinata just looked at her blonde and smiled even wider. Yeah, that is where things get complicated, Ba-chan. Naruto commented, looking very uncomfortable. So you're saying you proposed to Hinata and she is fine with you having sex with this girl? Tsunade clarified. Actually I joined them, Hinata replied with a blush while Tsunade frightened everyone when she stood up with slight rage. Damn that Jiraiya, I will kill him for turning you into him. It isn't right to be having group sex, she shouted at them. Well, it sure felt right, Q commented offhand. Quiet Q-chan, we don't need to make things worse, Hinata lightly scolded. Take it easy Ba-chan, I would agree with you if there weren't extra circumstances involved. Fine, we'll get to that in a moment, now, I never knew you were bi, Hinata. Tsunade commented after sitting down, confusing them with her sudden change of attitude. I'm not. To put it in easy terms, I wouldn't be playing with her if Naruto wasn't taking care of my needs, Hinata explained while still blushing. I didn't really need that much information, the busty blonde stated. Why, you didn't want to hear how Naruto-kun was moving himself deep inside Hinata-chan, making her scream from his wonderful thrusting while I knelt above her as she was pleasuring me with her warm wet tongue? Q asked while wearing her own foxy grin. No, so who are you then, ears? Questioned Tsunade. She is Q-chan, someone I found on my 16th birthday, and we got involved with each other after she teased me for about a year with her naked body, which is gorgeous, remarked Naruto with a light grin. So you took seeing her naked body for over a year and still never had sex with her until last night? Asked an amazed Hyuga girl, knowing that any other guy would have taken her up on that offer the second she asked. That's right Hinata-chan, I could have had sex with her the day she showed up, but I wanted something more. Anyways, I need a way to give Q-chan more chakra so she can disguise herself. I don't want to hide the unorthodox relationship between the three of us, but I want Q-chan to go out into public without her tails, no matter how cute and soft they are. He continued, which brought Tsunade's attention to Q once more. Tails. Wait, are you saying that she is the Kyuubi? Tsunade asked with no sign of a problem since she has read the report of what the Yondaime wrote about the reasoning behind his sacrifice. Yeah, she is, Naruto simply replied. Okay, that makes things better for me. Basically, since she has no body of her own, you and Hinata just have something more like a sex toy. Now I know she has a full consciousness all her own, but I can now see why you three are as you are. Only Hinata will be able to have children with you, so in all terms Q doesn't exist. Now then, I ran across a different way for you to bring her out in a scroll so she can have access to her kitsune abilities, specifically illusion. Now all I ask is that you three don't ever tell me about your activities and I'll overlook the whole thing. The Hokage explained. All three agreed to her terms, and as a result she gave them the new process to let her out, after finding the technique in the scroll the Yondaime created for such a case. Q, still dressed in her shorts and t-shirt, disappeared into Naruto before he executed the new jutsu, and Q reappeared dressed in her elegant white and silver kimono, but had no tails or ears. You look good Q-chan, but I think I'll miss the tails and ears, so feel free to let yourself out when you're around Hinata-chan and I. Complimented the blonde shinobi. Yeah sure, let's go, she replied and led the way out of the office with the other two following, each with a hold on the blonde, after saying goodbye to the Hokage. They walked for a while, in no particular direction, with Q becoming very distant. Q-chan, what's wrong? You haven't been yourself since we left the Hokages, Naruto asked. I know, it is just that I realized I was still trying to ruin your life by wanting you all to myself when I couldn't give you anything but my love and sex. I see now why you were drawn to Hinata-chan. She is gorgeous, cute, sexy, kind, loving, has an awesome pussy, and can give you children. The vixen listed and felt ashamed from trying to push him away from someone he could truly be happy with. So that is what has you down, knowing that we can't have children? He questioned as he squeezed her hand lightly. Yes it is, I never had children and I am just now facing the fact that I never will be able to, she told them while looking at the ground. So Q-chan, would it be possible to pass some of your chakra into me when I have sex with Naruto-kun when we try to conceive, to give the child a piece of you so all three of us have a claim as parents? Q looked to the little Hyuga with her eyes watery, realizing what Hinata was offering. It should work, but would you really want it, Hinata-chan? I could never ask you to do that, Q asked with a draw of hope. Well, you are a part of Naruto-kun, so in a way I do love you as well, so yeah, I would like it if you were a part of our children. And your pussy is very pretty as well, just so you know. She managed to reply with a blush. Thank you, but I really like how wet yours gets. Having every fold of skin, literally, dripping wet kind of turns me on. Q was now teasing since she was getting in a better mood. Is getting that wet really that good? I found it to be inconvenient when I always had to change my underwear when I thought of Naruto-kun, and during very nice dreams of him, I'd have to change the sheets, which would happen almost every night. Hinata replied, continuing the talk, putting Naruto in an awkward position, between two hot women talking about sex. Would you two quit talking about your beautiful wet pussies until we're alone? I can't take you both right here and now, so keep it zipped up. Now where do you guys want to go for dinner? We have managed to miss breakfast and lunch. He requested as he tried to change the subject. Ramen is fine, Naruto-kun, muttered Hinata. Yeah, I want to see if it tastes as good here as it did in your dreams. The vixen answered cheerily. You two are just too perfect, I love the both of you. Naruto said, wearing a huge grin that was reserved for only ramen. And you should love us, or you're not getting either of us in bed. Hinata stated in a stern voice. Sure I won't, I know the both of you and you won't be able to stay away from me. Hinata looked at Q and she looked back before they lightly hung their heads. You're right, you can take us any time you want, Q commented while they all shared a laugh. That's good to hear, so then, let's go to Ichiraku's. They all arrived at the restaurant and took a seat at the counter with Naruto in the middle. They gave their orders to the smiling shop owner and quickly ate their meals before heading into the village. Hey Naruto, called a young voice. After hearing this, the trio stopped and faced the direction of the voice only to see a scarf-wearing genin. What do you want, Konohamaru? Naruto asked when he got closer. Well, I was going to show you my new jutsu that trumps your sexy jutsu, but I think you beat me to it, he replied after seeing him holding the hands of two gorgeous women. Well, I would say having two real women by your side is better than any clone, Naruto mentioned with a smirk. So they are real. Konohamaru took his finger and poked Q in the stomach and had his finger snatched by the vixen. Hey kid, only Naruto-kun is allowed to touch me without injury, so back off, she warned as she applied pressure to the digit. Yeah, sorry. I'll leave you guys alone now. Konohamaru quickly ran from the area, obviously scared of the vixen. Well, that was interesting. Now then, I was wondering if you all would like to get new clothes. Since Q-chan doesn't have any clothing here, she would need some because I like having her out here like a normal person. Naruto started after seeing the young genin depart like that. I'd like that. I was in the mood for some different clothes as well since I don't need to display the Hyuga symbol anymore, Hinata stated in a happy tone. If it wouldn't be too weird, I think we should wear almost matching outfits to show that we belong to each other. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Asked Q, who was now smiling, hoping to get what she wants. I guess I'm fine with it as long as you two are, Naruto replied, giving in easily. Alright then Q-chan, let's go find some clothes. The two women led Naruto to the local clothing shop, and since the male owner was busy staring at the two women holding hands, he didn't notice that it was Naruto in the store with them. They decided on simple outfits for the group instead of anything weird. The two women started out by wearing capri pants like Hinata wears, but got them ultra tight, showing off their curves. Since the pants were very tight, Hinata needed to change her underwear style from the lacy ones she wore to a thong, but she hated them and opted for nothing, noting the fact that the material was a special type that would wick away moisture, meaning she could get excited all she wants and they would stay dry. Q liked her style and went commando as well. After dressing Naruto in standard black cargo pants like he wore before, they chose a myriad of colors of form-fitting low-cut t-shirts that they had a combined symbol of a fox, the Hyuga flame, and the Uzumaki spiral, about like symbol in the story, walking the line between life and death. I was too lazy to make another, placed on them in different locations. Naruto noticed they didn't wear any brass either, as their chests pointed it out clearly. The two vixens looked at each other and noticed the same before they found black overcoats and donned them similar to Anko before tossing one to Naruto to put on over his usual dark orange t-shirt. Well then, I guess you liked my usual style since we basically added a coat to it, but you guys are dead sexy in those tight clothes. I am also glad you decided to wear the coats since I didn't want to kill all the local male population for eyeing you two. Although I do have a question, how do your tails work with clothing that doesn't accommodate them? That is easy, I created a skill that instantly modifies them if I shift forms. I used to wreck dozens of clothes before I figured that out, she told him. Niece, well, how about we get out of here? All three of them walked up to the counter with the large amounts of purchases before realizing how to pay for it all. Naruto-kun, how are we going to buy this stuff? I didn't bring money, and you don't have this much, Hinata whispered so she wasn't overheard. I didn't before I found a new source of income. Have you noticed the increase of females wearing your sandal? He whispered back. Yes, so are you saying all those shoes are from that one store? She asked, being quite amazed. Yep, he hired 3 helpers to try and keep production up, but they are still on back order. I have more than enough from my percentage of the profits to pay for these, that, and I have the other 11 pair you wanted as well as a few in Q-chan's size. Both Hinata and Q kissed him deep, each one wanting to outdo the other, before they paid for their items and went back to the newly refurnished apartment. Flopping down on the couch, all three felt exhausted as they sat there. You know, moving all that furniture around sure takes a lot out of a person. I'm wasted, Naruto remarked. Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you think we could skip sex for tonight? I still feel a bit sore from my first time and I am too exhausted to put my heart into it, informed the tired Hyuga. I didn't know you were still sore from last night. Was it really that rough? Naruto wondered, hoping he didn't hurt her. No, you were extremely gentle. Most girls don't have something that large pushed inside us early in life, so it just stretched everything quite a bit. I should be fine tomorrow, she assured. What do you mean by most? Naruto inquired. She meant that there are a lot of females that use alternate devices on themselves for their pleasure, so when they do have sex it is almost like they aren't virgins. Offhandedly remarked the fox. Exactly, I didn't want anything other than a real one in me, but others like to use them, like Tenten. She showed me what she uses once and I really feel sorry for whoever she dates since I don't think anyone can live up to that expectation. It was huge. She made a hand gesture showing the size, causing wide eyes all around. I never really placed you as someone that would talk of these things. You were always so innocent when we were younger, Naruto mentioned after recalling the past. It was mostly a lie. I've had fantasies about you for a long time, and now you have to face the fact that we are all 18 and it is natural for us to think of sex. I am just a lot more open now that you have accepted my love. Hinata lets out a huge yawn. Can we go to bed? I'm tired. Sure, how would you ladies like to sleep? If it is okay with Q-chan, I'd like to sleep the same as last night. That's fine, I'm really starting to like you in my own way, the fox told her before stripping completely naked. Hinata noticed her large breasts and a thought entered her mind. Q-chan, when you go braless, how do you keep your boobs from bouncing around? I found it hard to keep mine from moving too much. Actually, I haven't ever worn a bra. There is a little technique that can hold them in place using chakra. It doesn't need a constant flow of chakra to keep it going either, so you just need to place the jutsu in the morning like using a bra. I'll teach it to you later if you want, the vixen replied. That would be very good, she replied while stripping off her clothes as well. Naruto-kun, are you coming to bed? Hinata asked while standing straight at Q's side, who now had her tails exposed. Naruto took one look at his two nude vixens and immediately stood up to join them. Oh, and there is a rule from now on, no clothes allowed in bed, Q mentioned with a grin. He easily gave in and was now sliding off his boxers, revealing himself as the attention was brought to his stiff soldier standing at full attention. I thought I said I was not up for sex, Naruto-kun, Hinata joked with a smile. I see gorgeous women and it has a mind of its own. It'll always be up for sex. The two girls giggled at his lame joke before heading for bed. They all got comfortable on the spacious mattress and rolled into a pleasant sleep as it appeared that Q and Naruto were fighting over who got to hug Hinata closest by the way they were sleeping nearly on top of her. Chapter 7. Early next morning. Tsunade was awake in her office going over the usual early morning mission requests. Finally, after the hour of papers to shuffle through, the jonin she had sent for arrived. Kakashi, it is about time. How many times have I told you to get here on time? It isn't hard to do, you know, the Hokage scolded. Sorry, I guess I just got lost on the… Yeah, the road of life, or was it the old lady already? Kurenai asked, obviously irritated. That's enough, I have a mission for your teams. You will be traveling to the land of waves that was freed from the tyranny of Gato about 3 years back by Kakashi's team. We have been overseeing the establishment of a ninja academy and they are just now ready to start their training, but don't have the proper teachers. You will be training the teachers and the students for the duration of the mission, which is undetermined until you receive your replacements. Expect about 3 to 6 months. This will be relatively easy mission, so feel free to allow the 8 of you to relax a bit between classes and training. You should leave as soon as possible, she informed them. Wait, the 8 of us? Team Kakashi is a member short, the silver-haired jonin reminded. Not anymore, I have filled the spot yesterday so you don't have to worry. Alright, I'll tell Naruto. Before the Hokage could stop him, he was gone. Shit, Kurenai, I have a new mission for you. You must stop Kakashi and inform Naruto of his mission yourself. Do not let him wake up, Naruto, don't question me, you'll find out why. With a quick nod, the red-eyed jonin disappeared. It was easy to distract Kakashi using various literature disguised as the perverted books he read. After he was chasing the endless trail of books, Kurenai arrived at Naruto's apartment. Since it was unusually warm the night before, the window was wide open, allowing her access directly into the bedroom where she laid eyes on a pile of flesh. She noticed all three were fully naked, hugging the small girl in the middle that she immediately identified in her usually shy pupil. Hinata, wake up, she voiced loud enough to be heard by the three. Hinata was the only one stirring as her eyes opened and saw her sensei. Kurenai-sensei, what are you doing here? She asked with interest. I was sent to inform you that you have a mission for the next 3 to 6 months. Kurenai explained. Why so long? I just started to enjoy my time back, the small Hyuga whined. Well, I see you have definitely been having fun, but don't worry, Team Kakashi will be going as well, but I doubt the others will allow you to have your fun, but at least you won't be apart, assured Kurenai. Well, I guess that is okay. She relented. Now then, I see that your bottom half hasn't changed since you were 12, you always look so young when you were naked. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you were still 12. The Jonin commented. Is that good? Hinata inquired. I think she is just saying that you would be very tight during sex, which you are, so from how Naruto-kun liked being in you, I'd say it is very good. Q explained while stretching out, revealing her whole body to the intruding Jonin. She looked over the busty girl and was quite impressed with her appearance before staring at her fur. So Kurenai, what are you staring at? Naruto asked with a yawn. Her fur, she replied in disbelief. The fur on her tails or the fur between her legs? He asked with a smirk. Naruto-kun, stop, Hinata begged while giggling. So, I'm guessing that this other woman is somehow the Kyuubi since she has all those tails, either that or you two need your heads examined for dressing someone up as a fox just to have sex with her. Kurenai stated while still looking at her. No sensei, that is the Kyuubi. We call her Q-chan, chirped Hinata. Okay, well you should meet up with everyone at the gate, I'd expect that Q is the new member of Team Kakashi so I'll see you all there. Wait Kurenai sensei, why are you so accepting of this? Asked a stumped pale-eyed girl. Everyone is curious, but very few ever find out what it is like to have multiple sex partners at the same time, so I would wager that you had more fun with 3 than you did with 2. She replied. Well, Naruto-kun's and my first time was with the 3 of us, so I haven't had sex alone, nor will I get to or want to, it is amazing as it is so I'm not changing it. Besides Q will always be with us since she can't go too far from Naruto-kun or she will disappear. Hinata informed. Fair enough, now hurry up and get dressed, I stalled Kakashi from coming here because Tsunade-sama thought it wouldn't be good for him to find you 3 naked together. I guess Bar-chan has some good points. Naruto mentioned as he got up out of bed. Hey Naruto, I'm still here. Kurenai reminded as she saw all of him as he got up. So, I'm sure you've seen a guy's dick before, so it shouldn't be anything new. Come on girls, we need to shower quickly before the perv shows. Thank you for showing up before Kakashi, Kurenai, that would have been bad. Fine, but when you 3 take a shower, make sure to keep your hands to yourself so you don't get lost in playing around. We should leave as soon as possible. With that being said, the red-eyed Jonin was back out the window and into the village to inform the rest of her team. Why is everyone so accepting of us having threesomes? First my father, then Tsunade-sama, and now Kurenai-sensei. Well, I think it is because they know Q-chan is kind of stuck with me, and that you are here for increasing fun and the ability to have children. Also I think all of them want to be in this situation at least once. Now get in the shower or I'll have to carry you. He teased. Fine, carry me then. Hinata replied with a bright smile. Naruto scooped her up bridal style and started to the shower when he felt Q's soft rat press into his back as she jumped on piggyback. You carry her, you have to carry me, no favorites. Q reminded. Naruto just chuckled as he carried them into the shower. After a huge amount of self-control to resist the urge of playing with each other while washing, they got out of the cramped shower, not like they minded the closeness, they got dressed hurriedly in their new outfits. Hinata went with her cliché lavender t-shirt and packed up the rest of her clothes in one huge bag while she took out her other huge traveling bag that contained all the camping supplies and inspected it. Naruto brought out his large clothing bag and stuffed all his clothes in there before dressing in a forest green t-shirt, followed by Q slipping into a white shirt and handing her stuffed bag to Naruto. Well, I guess it looks like we are all packed for a few months, let's get going. He announced. Hinata went to pick up her bags but Naruto stopped her. I couldn't let my beautiful vixens carry their luggage, it wouldn't be gentlemanly. But you can't carry all that, it isn't right. Hinata commented. It's okay cutie, let him carry them, he is just being a show-off for you. Chimed Q, knowing what he was going to do. Ah, man, you ruin all the fun Q-chan. Naruto ran through some hand signs before striking his hands on the small rug-looking object. All the vast amount of luggage disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a huge scroll on the ground nearly 6 feet long. Hinata was amazed, she has seen Tenten seal weapons into scrolls, but nothing of this magnitude. She was about to say something when Naruto did more hand signs and that scroll disappeared, leaving 4 small scrolls in its place, leaving her even more amazed. He picked up the 4 scrolls and slipped them into the pockets of his pants before throwing on his overcoat and headed to the door. That was amazing Naruto-kun. She praised. Nah, it's just a simple ceiling, the real part of using that is having the special carpet to use in the ceiling, the rest is as easy as the technique Tenten uses. Hinata still smiled at him anyways before the 2 women threw on their coats and followed him out the door. The 3 gathered attention on their way to the gates just with the fact that 2 of the most beautiful women in Konoha were dressed nearly identical, wearing tight shirts, showing plenty of cleavage, but covered just enough with their overcoats to give all the onlookers an imagination. As they approached the rest of the group, all eyes were on them, well except Kakashi since he was nowhere to be seen. You 3 look good in clothes. Those clothes. Kurenai commented, slipping a bit on her statement, but all 3 caught the slip up and blushed, well except Q, she didn't find it awkward one bit. So Naruto, who are these 2? Sakura asked, eyeing his counterparts, but one seemed quite familiar. Well, you should know Hinata-chan, her nice eyes give that away, and finally this is Q-chan. I met her on my travels with Jiraiya. He introduced. Really, that's Hinata. She is so much more confident, and why are you dressed alike? Sakura observed. Well, I think Hinata and Naruto are together now, commented Kiba with a slight frown. Really? How do you figure? She returned, not paying any attention to the said parties. When I picked her up for the last mission, I saw the two of them making out, so I just figured, was the reply as he shifted his attention to petting his huge dog. Fine, but what I want to know is why someone who isn't even a ninja will be traveling with us. The last thing we need is someone to get in the way. Sakura remarked distastefully, looking over at the other woman. You shouldn't have said that, Sakura. Q-chan can be very irritable. Hinata informed, hoping she would goad her into something. And what could she possibly do to me? Sakura felt a slight chill in the air after her words were out. Well, she has already done it, and I never expected you to be a stuffer, Naruto mentioned. Sakura couldn't figure out what he was talking about and looked at the rest of the group, where the three dressed alike were laughing while Kiba was smiling strangely at her, and even Shino dropped the rims of his glasses for a better look. Sakura then looked at Q and noticed her shirt and heavily padded bra was in her hand. You damn worthless bitch, give me back my clothes, she screamed after covering herself with her arms. I'd rather not be called anything dealing with dogs, but if you're going to call me an animal, how about a vixen, a female fox? Q tossed the clothing to Sakura, causing her to grab for them, releasing the hold she had on her barely B-sized chest, showing them off again. I'm going to kill you, she stated while putting on her clothes again. Congratulations Q, you have passed the test, here is your Konoha headband, Kurenai stated with a smile. Q took the headband and placed it around her neck, similar to Hinata's. Sakura finally calmed down after learning it was just a test and redirected the remaining hate towards her sensei for being late once again. Just at that moment the said ninja ran through the group. Lost en route of life going to Bell at Gotogobi. He slurred out in a hurried fashion before he was out the gate on his way to Wave Country, leaving the rest wondering what he was in a hurry for until they saw a mob of towel-wearing women running through right behind him. Oops, I guess my genjutsu landed him in the hot springs. I knew there was something I forgot to do, snickered Kurenai, before leading the group towards their destination. About 2 hours later they found Kakashi at the side of the road, slightly bruised with what could be taken as a smile on his face. Let's go, Ero-sensei, Naruto said before kicking him, snapping him out of his trance. The group carried on walking and talking, but Kiba was using his time to hit on the new ninja, bragging about how cool his moves are and how strong he is. Q wasn't paying any attention since she was currently devising a plan to make it so her, Hinata, and Naruto could speak to each other without talking, and was easily ignoring him. Alright, we need to figure out who should be teaching what when we get to Wave, so Kurenai and I will be testing you throughout the journey. You will not likely know when it is a test of not, so treat everything like it is one. Everyone nodded, acknowledging Kakashi's reasoning. Soon after darkness was approaching and the group found a small clearing near a river and dropped off their stuff. Okay, we need to set up camp. I'll let you guys decide who does what, and leave the jonin out of your decisions. Immediately after Kakashi finished, Kiba started blurting out his recommendation. Naruto and Sakura should find the food, Hinata and Shino should find the wood, and Q-chan and I should stay here and set up camp, he stated with authority, like it was obvious. Okay, interesting suggestion. Any complaints? Kurenai asked. Immediately Naruto spoke out, making Sakura and Kakashi sigh, knowing his idea would be worse. Well, his suggestion sucked. Almost everything was wrong. Sakura and Kiba should get the wood, since between her strength and Akamaru they can carry that out easier. Hinata-chan should stay here with Shino to set up camp, since they can easily keep an eye on the surrounding area in case someone shows up, and will go with Q-chan to locate the food. Q has to go with him, otherwise she will disappear. Sakura and Kakashi looked amazed that he actually came up with a plan that wasn't stupid and had good points. Alright, how about objections to that one? Kurenai asked the group and got Kiba to make a fool of himself. I got one. I think Naruto wants to be alone with Q-chan so he can make passes at her without Hinata knowing about it. I think they might secretly be lovers, Kiba replied, trying to get Hinata mad at Naruto, hoping that he would have a better chance getting into her pants on a rebound thing than he was getting with the new girl. Naruto, Q, Hinata, and Kurenai laughed their asses off at the irony of how true that statement was, but the rest just looked on, perplexed to why they were all laughing at such an accusation. Don't worry Kiba, Hinata knows that he wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the relationship he has with some quick thing in the woods. Kiba just hung his head, seeing that his plan failed horribly and wouldn't be getting at any of the ladies, ever. Any real objections? Kakashi asked. His plan is sufficient, no changes should be needed, Shino informed them as Sakura was nodding in agreement. Alright, that's settled, go to it, Kurenai commanded. The group split up and went off to do their thing. Kiba grumbled a bit, but was silenced by Sakura scaring the hell out of him with her strength. The other two had no issues and did their part without complaints. After their dinner, they talked to different things, one being all the details of the mission. They were told exactly what was expected of them, and Kiba decided to try and mix things up some more. Well, since we will be teaching, that means that we all have to be at least Chunin to teach, and since the Chunin exams are already underway, then there is no way for Naruto or Q to become Chunin, and they will remain as Genin, so they aren't worth even bringing on this mission, so why did we bring them? The dog boy brought up. Kiba, that was uncalled for, Hinata shouted, surprising those whom haven't been used to a more confident Hyuga. Well, they are dead weight. I don't even know why you tried so hard to get the attention of a person that can't even graduate from Genin. Kiba remarked with a smirk, but what really surprised the group was that Naruto wasn't saying a thing in retaliation and left it to Hinata. Kiba, you and me, we need to talk, away from everyone. Hinata angrily stood up and walked away from the camp, but Kiba didn't follow since he thought she was just faking being mad. Over here now, she ordered, inadvertently activating her Byakugan in the process. Kiba was up and following her in an instant after that outburst. Once they were far away from the group, Hinata stopped and turned to him. Now what is your problem with Naruto-kun? He hasn't done anything to you and you try to put him down and you even attempted to tear me down in the process. Hinata's tone definitely demanded a quick answer. You always tried to better yourself and get stronger just so he would notice you, but he never did and then he left. I've been helping you train constantly for years since then, and now in a few days he finally sees your beauty and he is all over you and you let him. It's disgusting. Does he even care about you, or does he just want to get in your pants? So that is what your problem is. You are jealous. You have been trying to destroy what I have with him just so you can swoop in and pick up what is left. Why? Because I care for you. He replied. You knew full well that I liked, and even loved, Naruto-kun for many years, and you helped me train just to get closer to me in the process, hoping I would like you. What did you see in me that you liked so much to be so damn selfish? I've seen your beauty, and since that one time I couldn't get you out of my mind. He stated with a slight reddening of his cheeks. That's it. You based all this just on the time that you walked in on me mostly undressed. You haven't noticed any other qualities. You can't even compare to Naruto-kun. He loves me for me. He doesn't judge me, and I found out he never did. I could have not even trained at all and still be a weak genin and he would still have accepted me. She shouted angrily. He doesn't love you, he is just saying that to get you in bed. Remarked Kiba again. I have already had him in bed, not because he said he loves me or even because he proposed to me and gave me a ring worth more than this entire mission, but because I wanted him to. I know him better than almost anyone and he knows everything that has happened in my life that you don't even know, so don't try to mess this up again. You don't have any other feelings other than lust for me since you keep dwelling on my naked form. Now quit being so childish and get over it. This is very unprofessional. Kiba waited for everything to sink in before realizing she was right. He was just as attracted to Sakura seeing her chest earlier as he was to Hinata. Sorry, I guess you were right. I think I was just jealous. Ah man, this sucks. Don't get so down, there is someone out there for you. You just need to keep looking. Assured the kind woman. I guess, what about Q? He asked, brightening up at the idea. You don't want Q-chan. She is different, and she is already in love. She informed him, trying to hide the real reason she was different. Crap, maybe there will be someone in Wave. Thanks for talking to me like this, I really needed that kick in the head. Sure, now let's head back before Naruto gets worried. They both came back to the fire before sitting down again and warming themselves by the fire. Everything fine now? Naruto asked calmly. Yes, everything is sorted out now, Naruto-kun. She told him before giving him a quick kiss and sat next to him, giving Kakashi the opportunity to continue his announcement. Good, now that you have gotten back I can continue. Naruto and Q have been given a temporary field promotion to Chunin. Naruto has too many jutsu in his arsenal to allow him into the exam anyways, so he was being promoted before we accepted this mission, but must still have a test before it is final. Now everyone get to sleep. We already have a good set of traps and genjutsu set up for protection, and Shino's bugs are on patrol, so we can all sleep. Guys in one tent, girls in the other. After Kakashi completed his meeting, everyone split up to gather their things. Hinata gave Naruto a fierce kiss, knowing they would be apart for the night. While they were kissing, Q slipped into the forest away from prying eyes. After breaking away from their kiss, Hinata ducked into her tent as Naruto left in a different direction, as Q saying he was going to take care of business, but doubled back and met up with his other vixen. Without speaking, he took her lips with his, matching the performance with Hinata earlier, not noticing their surroundings. Q, I was wondering if. Sakura looked and saw her teammate making out with the dark-haired girl and got pissed. Naruto, you two-timing bastard. I should kill you now, but it would be better for Hinata to do that first. You are despicable. Sakura stormed off to reveal what she found with the young Hyuga while Naruto just looked at his girlfriend. So I guess that's another one down. It is going to be an interesting day tomorrow with her knowing everything. Feel free to tell her who you really are when you get back, and we might be able to avoid needing that telepathic technique you're working on, but it might still come in handy. He gave her another kiss before he hugged her slender form. Good night, Q-chan. Give Hinata-chan a kiss for me. Okay, Naruto-kun, good night. They both separated and went to their tents. Naruto just met with sleeping ninja and took up his spot by the door, while Q found everyone awake with a pissed medic apparently waiting for her return. Alright, now that everyone is here, I have some bad news. Hinata, Naruto is cheating on you with Q. I saw him making out with her. She informed occupants of the tent in anger. Q-chan, is this true? Have you been secretly trying to steal away my man? Q noticed Hinata's fake anger and decided to play along. Well, maybe he wouldn't come to me if you really knew how to please him. You should just give up on him, you're outclassed. She replied in a better than you way. I don't think so, you fox whore. I won't let you take him. Hinata immediately started doing hand signs, for a jutsu, scaring the hell out of the medic. Hinata, you can't do that in a tent, she screamed as she jumped to the ground covering her head. Sakura started to hear laughing from the other occupants and looked up at them. Kurenai was in her sleeping bag laughing while Hinata was in a laughing heap with Q. What the hell, Hinata, I thought you were going to kill us all. Now why would I do that? Hinata asked in a sweet voice. Well, Naruto was cheating on you, emphasized Sakura. It isn't really cheating if I let him now, is it? Hinata asked. What do you mean? Sakura asked, looking from one occupant to another. Oh, before I forget, Naruto-kun told me to give you this. Q closed the gap between her and Hinata, giving her a quick 3-second kiss. Ha, wah, Sakura just looked at them in silence as they removed their 3 articles of clothing, leaving them stark naked in the tent before they both got into the same sleeping bag where Q hugged Hinata's back to her, snuggling in for the night. I don't get it, Sakura stated, still lost. Things are complicated between the 3 of us. Q is Naruto's girlfriend, and he is my fiancé. But how is that even allowed? Sakura asked. Q decided it was time to reveal some stuff. There is a special connection between Naruto-kun and I am a being of immense power that was sealed inside of him at his birth. Technically I am still sealed there, but he can give me a body outside of him. Q informed like it was an everyday occurrence. So you are like what, a demon? Sakura inquired, intending it to be a joke. Actually yes, a fox demon to be more precise, one with 9 tails. Wait, you're a 9-tailed fox demon? I thought there was only ever one of those. The medic mentioned, still confused. There is, I am the QB that attacked the village, but I was under the influence of Orochimaru at the time. Demons aren't all evil and I am one of the kind ones. How do I know you aren't under his influence now and are just waiting for a time to attack? Sakura defended once more. Because I love Naruto-kun and wouldn't do anything to jeopardize our sex life. What, Hinata, you let her have sex with him? Yeah, she has only done it once and I was with him, so it isn't bad, it was actually very fun. Since she is sealed inside him, he is the only person she could be with and was very lonely. Hinata informed. Whoa, are you saying you two share Naruto? Yes they do, they were sleeping together last night. Now let's get some sleep, there is much traveling to do tomorrow. They stopped their talking at the request of Kurenai and swiftly went to sleep, with Hinata content in just feeling the security of being held. Chapter 8. It was morning once more and everyone was starting to get ready for the day. Hinata pulled her toasty, naked body from the sleeping bag she shared with Q and started rummaging for some clothes in her bag just as Sakura woke and was looking at her. You know you still look like a 12-year-old aside from those large breasts of yours. The pink-haired woman commented. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. She replied, and she started to slip on her tight pants. Take it as you want, I'm just envious of you Hyuga women, it is a pain to shave your legs. Anyways, you actually don't wear any underwear? She questioned, seeing it being obvious. Nope, with these tight pants I can't wear mine, and wearing a thong is like wearing nothing as it is, so why bother? She told her as she slipped her t-shirt over her firm chest. Did you bring something else other than those for other times during a month? She questioned again from a medical standpoint. Not really, I don't have those since I've been on a birth control jutsu. When did you go on that? The day I saw Naruto-kun back in the village. I knew after that day I was going to give myself to him, but then I walked in on him and Q-chan half-dressed sleeping in his bed before I knew about her and nearly left him. I then realized that if I forced him to choose between 2 women that he loved, he would choose me since I will be the one to give him kids, but I just couldn't hurt him or Q-chan like that, so I went against my gut feeling and had sex with both of them. I first thought it would be really dirty to do that, but I really couldn't be happier now. I really have a family that loves me and cares for me openly. Q removed herself from the bag at this point and hugged the small Hyuga from behind. I really don't know how he would have survived without you. I'm really glad you came back to him even if I really wanted him to myself. Now would you mind helping with my tails, they're a mess. Hinata smiled and took the offered brush as the still naked fox sat down in front of her. She started brushing the silky fur but noticed Sakura was watching him intently. I've got another brush if you want to help, Hinata announced as she pulled it out of her bag. Sakura silently nodded her head and got into position brushing the fur. They are so soft, you couldn't be a bad demon if you care for your fur this well, she commented as she continued brushing the red tails. Hey, you guys decent in there? Naruto whispered through the door. No, but there's nothing that you haven't seen before, so come in. Sakura answered. He cautiously stepped into the large tent and smiled at the occupants before giving his girls a kiss each. Morning Q-chan, Hinata-chan. Oh, and morning Sakura, Kurenai. Morning to you too Naruto-kun, chorused the 2 young dark-haired women. Yeah, what they said, Sakura mentioned while still engrossed in brushing the fur. Are the guys awake yet? Kurenai asked. Just barely, I was awake early since I haven't slept without someone in my arms in about a year and I missed having my girls with me. Well, I suppose that is a problem. If you 3 can promise to not get busy on the way, I'll see what I can do to get you in your own tent, but you'll need to come clean with the others. Kurenai offered up. Sounds fair, most know about it already, so it should be fine. Don't hide your tails this morning Q-chan, that'll get their attention, which is if they even notice. Naruto dealt out a kiss to the two again before leaving the tent. Hinata followed him out, without the overcoat, while Q stayed a while longer still getting her tails brushed by Sakura. "Is there something you want?" Naruto asked as he noticed the small person following him with a smile. "Well, there are a few things, but that can wait. I just wanted to be with you." His smile widened and held out his hand for her, which she accepted eagerly. "Hey guys, you ready yet?" Naruto yelled at the quiet tent. Finally he heard some stirring and complaining followed by a bark or two as a reply to something Kiba mumbled. "Yeah, we're up already." He heard Kiba yell in a groggy voice. Naruto sat leaning against a tree with Hinata in his lap as he ran his fingers gently through her hair and down her back waiting for everyone to emerge from their tents. Roughly 15 minutes later all the guys, and Kurenai, were outside eating the breakfast Naruto prepared earlier as they waited for Sakura and Q to come out. Finally Sakura came out followed by Q, also without the jacket, in all her tailed glory making the guys' eyes pop out from getting a good view of her chest and how clingy the crotch of her pants were. "Alright guys," Naruto announced as he walked to the group holding Hinata's hand. "There is something I want you all to know about Q-chan and me. First is the origin of Q-chan. I know Kakashi should recognize who and what she is in a moment, and Shino has most likely had his suspicions about her, so I will come out and say it bluntly. Q-chan is also known as the Kyuubi. After a technique of Orochimaru's, she was locked into a rage and attacked Konoha where the Yondaime saw she was not evil and decided to preserve her life at the cost of his sealing her inside of a newborn child, me." Naruto looked around and basically only saw Kiba reaction, so things were going good. "So anyways, she came out of her rage on my 16th birthday and shortly after Rasengan and I made it so she could come out here and enjoy the pleasures of being among the living again. She isn't able to go more than 30 yards away from me without disappearing since she is still sealed within me and to top it all off she was very lonely and is basically like my girlfriend." Naruto rattled off, not letting any chance for comments. "So what type of relationship do the three of you really have?" Kakashi asked in a slightly perverted tone. "One many times better than your book has, so enough of that, how do you guys feel about all this?" he asked, mostly directed at the other two members of the group. "I'm unchanged, as long as Hinata is happy with it, I'm fine, and I was suspecting something similar to this but this is still surprising," dryly stated the hooded Shino. "Damn, now I'm really jealous. You get too hot girls." Kiba still was astonished and didn't really say anything else. "Alright, I think this is all wrong. Isn't there a single person in this entire country that has a problem with me having sex with two women at the same time?" Naruto looked to the group gathered as they all looked at each other before turning back to him. "Nope, sounds like fun," they all stated in unison. "And all this time I thought girls hate perverts, I guess they only hate the openly perverted. I give up." Hinata and Q giggled at him before they both latched onto him and each kissed a cheek. After the little meeting, the group continued on their way. Naruto's two vixens opted not to wear their coats since everyone knew to keep their eyes to themselves, and since they were no longer near Konoha, Q was able to remain in her tailed state. There were no problems along the way like the last time traversing the countryside to Wave, and after an additional relaxing 2-day travel they came upon the giant bridge leading into the small country. "Hey Sakura, Kakashi, there's that huge bridge we helped protect." Naruto yelled out as he took off for the massive landmark and stopping after reaching the beginning of it. "What is it called, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked as she was in awe of the magnitude of the structure as the group moved across the bridge. I don't really know. I'd expect it to be called the ultra-cool massively awesome bridge that Tazuna made, but I could be wrong." The entire group all started laughing at him for thinking his was completely stupid but that soon faded when they were met by an old man. "Actually I wanted to call it the totally awesome bridge Tazuna made, but yours sounded much better," he stated. "Hey old man," Naruto yelled to the guy causing him to smile. Excuse me sir, but what really is the name of the bridge?" Hinata asked shyly falling back on a piece of her old persona. "Well we actually decided to name it after the person that brought back our will to fight. It is the Great Naruto Bridge," he announced. "Really? That's awesome, I'm not so funny now huh?" Naruto sniped at them all. "Sorry for laughing at you Naruto-kun," Hinata stated as she kissed him apologetically. "You still are funny, but we still love you," commented Q, and matched the kiss Hinata gave him so she wasn't outdone. Tazuna got a huge smile on his face watching them. "Well it appears as though our hero has himself a little group thing going, I approve," he stated with a smarmy laugh. "So then, how about I take you to where you'll be staying, I have just the place." Tazuna led the group around the now bustling city until he reached a familiar house, well at least to 3 of the travelers. "Here we are. I'm sure Sanami and Inari will be surprised to see you Naruto, and you all are welcome. There are only 3 rooms so I would suggest the largest for the guys, 1 for the girls and 1 for Naruto since I think he hasn't had much privacy during the trip," the old man announced causing Hinata and Naruto to blush deeply while Q just had a smile. "How thick are the walls?" Q asked him in a hushed voice, but everyone could still hear. Very well insulated, I would say anything short of a foghorn wouldn't be heard." "Perfect." Everyone laughed from her questions knowing full well what was going to be happening in there. Deciding to avoid where the conversation was going, Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and pulled her towards the house. "Hey wait for me Naruto-kun, you can't start without me." Q called out to him while giving chase, causing the rest to laugh even harder before following them into the house. "Hey Tsunami," Naruto greeted as he ran through the door. The woman looked up from the couch she was relaxing on and smiled seeing the blonde shinobi standing there. "Naruto, it's good to see you again. Inari will be quite happy to see you as well." She got up and looked at the rest of the people filing into the house. "You've got a different group with you this time. Who are they all?" "Well, you already know Kakashi-sensei and Sakura, but the others are Kurenai, the older but still pretty one, Kiba is the one that looks like a dog, and Akamaru is his dog which is outside because he is huge. Shino is the quiet one in the hood, and now the gorgeous one to my left is Hinata-chan, my fiancé, and the stunning one to my right with the tails is Q-chan, my girlfriend," he introduced. "Well, it is good to meet you all. I'll have dinner ready in about 3 hours from now when Inari gets home, so please let's sit and chat. I'd like to hear more about Naruto and his girls. I've always wanted to try a 2-on-1 relationship. Gah, it's an epidemic. I truly think that everyone in the world is a pervert," Naruto screamed, throwing up his arms in despair. "No, we aren't all perverts, we are humans. Humans are sexual beings and having curious thoughts about it is quite normal for everyone of age. You can't be seen as a pervert unless you go out of your way for your curiosity, like peeping and openly reading dirty books," Tsunami informed with a pointed glacé at Kakashi. "Well, that still makes Kakashi-sensei and Ero Senin perverts, so I guess it works." They all talked about various things and helped Tsunami start making supper when a young teen ran through the back door. "Mum, we're getting real ninja teachers tomorrow," Inari yelled as he ran into the kitchen. "Hey Inari, guess who's helping teach?" Naruto asked with a huge grin as he continued to help with the preparations. "Naruto," Inari yelled with a big smile as well. "Who are those hotties that are here as well?" he asked with a blush. "That's Q-chan and Hinata-chan, they are very good friends of mine," he replied, not knowing if he was old enough to understand. "And how good are you good friends?" he came back with a sly smile. "None of your business," Naruto replied while crossing his arms, causing some giggles from the women in the room. They had a normal supper and talked about what was trying to be taught in the academy, and before long everyone was getting tired and definitely ready for bed. They all went to their rooms, after thanking Tsunami and Tazuna for their hospitality, leaving Naruto and his vixens alone in their shared room. Lemon ensues. "So Hinata, what would you like to try with Naruto-kun tonight?" the fox woman asked as she flung off her shirt, releasing her chest into the cool air. "I want to try what you first did to him before I walked in." Q thought for a moment before she realized what it was. "Oh, you mean you want to give him a blowjob? If that is what it is called, then yes," she replied with a smile as the two ignored the blonde looking at them. "Okay, I'll help you then." Q pushed the non-refusing Naruto backwards onto the bed before he could say anything and yanked his pants and boxers off in one smooth pull, freeing him into the air. "Is it actually sanitary to do this though?" she asked, looking kinda nervous as she approached him. "It may sound really weird, but doing this is cleaner than kissing," Q assured. Okay, that was all the push she needed as Hinata got closer to him and situated herself between his legs while he propped himself up on his hands to watch. He saw her tense up and knew she was worried about pleasing him. "Hinata-chan, it's okay, I love you and anything you do to me feels good, well except for biting, that would hurt." This joking around got her to relax as she giggled a bit before getting closer. She brought his member up close to her before lightly kissing the tip as he twitched in her hand. She smiled and ran her tongue along the underside before flicking it across the head a few times and then ran it back down and gave his balls a lick. She came back to his rod and licked her lips before sliding just the head into her mouth and began to suck as she whirled her tongue around his dick, all the while keeping her big pale eyes locked on the pleasurably contorted face of her fiancé. She started making slurping sounds as she pushed more of his length past her small moist lips before she removed him completely. "How does that feel, Naruto-kun?" she asked sexily. "Unbelievable," he told her before pushing her face back towards his pole. She happily accepted and started bobbing her head up and down, taking half of his length at a time before stopping again. "Q-chan, how do I get all of him inside like you did?" she asked. "Okay, I'll teach you." She came over and gripped his shaft and guided him deep into the recesses of her mouth and into her throat, painfully slow, getting some grunting noise from the blonde as she slowly retracted, adding vacuum to the motion. "My secret is to not breathe when it goes into your throat, there is less choking sensation." Hinata nodded and moved him back inside her hot mouth and started pushing him deeper until she had to stop for a moment for the choking feeling to leave before she pushed the final inches inside, stopping at his base. Her small tongue barely made it out beyond his prick as she wiggled it under him on her way back up. "You're a natural, Hinata-chan," Q complimented as she took him and sucked wildly while furiously pumping his length while Hinata kept licking the base of his tool. Q joined her as they were on each side of his mast and started what looked like making out with each other through his member, moving up and down slowly. Hinata started in again, moving his length in her, but this time was pumping much faster as her tongue kept swirling around him, and before he knew it he was closing in on his release. "Hinata-chan, slow down, I'm gonna." It was too late for a warning as he shot his thick fluid into her mouth, kind of surprising her. When she felt the spurting stop, she removed herself off him and looked at the other woman. "I do with it?" she asked through a mouthful. "Swallow it, silly girl, before you make a mess," giggled out Q. Hinata had troubles choking down the stuff, but managed anyways, getting an approving nod. So how was it? Q asked. I thought it would have tasted really bad, but I could get used to liking it. Hinata revealed. Good, because you'll end up in that situation a lot. Q informed with a sweet smile. Okay, but now what? Hinata asked, wanting to do more. Now, Hinata-chan, it's my turn. Q-chan, if you don't mind, I haven't had a really good taste of her yet. Interrupted the blonde. She complied by helping the little Hugo onto the spacious bed before Naruto lowered himself down onto her, kissing her lips and moving down to lightly suck on her neck. She started to groan and whimper as she felt him teasing her hole by pushing his dick hard against it through her tight pants. He slowly drug his tongue around the perimeter of her ear before moving down to her soft mount, seizing one of her pink nipples into his mouth, sucking gently as he massaged the tender protrusion with his tongue. She mewed as he left that one and did the same to the other before laying kisses down her abs and ending at her crotch, still hiding behind the spandex-like material. He started massaging her mound through the pants as she was squirming around, trying to get more contact to her throbbing womanhood. Finally, after teasing her, he peeled back the pants and removed them, revealing her dense folds drowning in her juices. Damn, you really do flow a lot down here, he commented. Shut up and lick it before I make you, she ordered, needing the contact badly. And what if he never got to finish before she grabbed him by the hair and thrusted his face into her drenched crotch, covering his face with her wetness. Once he started moving on his own, lapping up her ever-increasing fluids, she started to scream and was starting to worry about disturbing the others with her noise. Q-chan, hurry up and take your pants off and shut me up, Hinata commanded once more. With a knowing smile, the vixen quickly pulled off her remaining clothes and straddled the smaller girl's face. Folding a pillow in half, she placed it near Hinata's head so she could lay face down on the bed and not put weight on her face while she attended to her desires. Instead of trying to keep up with lapping up Hinata's fluids, Naruto decided to place his mouth over the entire opening while rubbing his tongue through her folds and across her sensitive nub. Only a few short moments of this and she was writhing on the bed before she nearly crushed his head between her thighs, and she flooded his mouth with her sexual juices while screaming a muffled scream into Q's womanhood. You taste real good, Hinata-chan, Naruto commented after she let go of him. Thanks, she managed out as she rolled the vixen to her back and repositioned herself face down, latching onto her slit again. Naruto was amazed with how much she was enjoying giving Q some fulfillment and left her be as he came up and deeply kissed his girlfriend. Q sucked his tongue into her mouth and moaned and purred into the kiss while she lightly jerked his rod. After breaking the kiss, Q pulled him closer to where he was now kneeling on the bed beside her face before engulfing his manhood past her red lips. She sucked on his shaft while Hinata relentlessly ate her through one orgasm and failed to let up. Q was enjoying the oral stimulation so much and wanted more of the same and released Naruto from her mouth and gestured him back to Hinata. He moved back to his fiancée, who was still laying face first giving stimulation to the other girl, and saw her legs were parted slightly, giving him a full view of her dripping slit which has soaked a spot on the sheets. Hinata didn't know what he was doing as he straddled her thighs, but it became clear once she felt the heavenly protrusion force its way into her slick pussy. He lied down on her back, making sure to support some of the weight, before kissing the nape of her neck and thrusting hard inward, causing her to yelp into her licking from the sudden pleasurable act. He steadily pumped his length into her while licking her ear and watching what she was doing to Q, which made him even hornier, causing him to pick up his pace. His pelvis started audibly slapping into her soft but firm cheeks as she moaned and groaned with each thrust until she couldn't take it and lost herself in a fantastic orgasm, causing her muscles to tighten around the protrusion, effectively pulling his fluid from him with a manly grunt. Q was now lying face down with her legs off the edge of the bed, panting from the trio of orgasms Hinata treated her to. She looked over and saw Hinata in the same state but was being kissed on the cheek. Hinata-chan, I think that was better than having a cock inside me, you were awesome, she panted. No, I don't think anything can compare to that, was her reply. I beg to differ. We'll see, Hinata remarked with a smile. Q looked at her strangely before she felt Naruto's stiff tool slide into her moistened hole, filling her from the inside. How can you still be erect? Not that I'm complaining, and I take back my previous statement, she mentioned between pleasurable poundings. Don't know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that it stays going until I've had you both, he told her, quickening the pace and holding her big breasts tightly from behind. Wait, let's try something, Q suggested since she was far from done and he seemed to be closing in on his release exceptionally fast. He complied and stopped, withdrawing from her comfortable and warm cavern. Hinata-chan, come over here, Q requested. She scooted herself to the vixen's side where she was turned on her side facing them. Q comfortably rested her head on Hinata's thigh before giving a test lick to her, eliciting a squeak. They were almost in a 69 position on their sides when Q raised her upper leg into the air. Now hold my leg up and straddle the other when you enter me, she directed the blonde. He followed her directions and she let out a satisfied moan and started her purring as he entered her sideways slit slowly. Hinata started to squeal loudly as Q sucked her tiny, dense outcropping of her womanhood while sliding a finger in and out of her opening. Naruto found this position to be interesting. It gave a different sensation to his tool while he had extra leverage to use while deeply thrusting. He was definitely enjoying himself but started to get curious seeing Hinata inch closer, but his curiosity was soon filled when her tongue darted out and started licking at the point where he was joined to his inner vixen. He could feel the sensation of her wet tongue sliding across his manly flesh as he would slide in and out of the clasping womanly cave. Obviously Q could feel it too as her moans would increase, but doubled in frequency when Hinata grabbed her large tits and massaged them while pulling on the nipples, all the while keeping up with licking both of their sensitive flesh. It sounded like complete chaos as the room was filled with moans, grunts, groans, and whimpering joining the screaming as they all met their release in pretty much the same time, collapsing afterwards and gasping for air. That was good," sighed Hinata once she recovered a bit. "Fantastic, best of my life," Q mentioned, still lost in bliss. "You both were perfect," Naruto informed the both of them while gently stroking their hot sweaty skin. "Was there anything we haven't tried yet?" "Not really, the only other thing left are stupid positions that don't feel as good or are uncomfortable, including anal penetration," replied Q. "The girls on that video did that, and they looked like they didn't enjoy it one bit." Hinata muttered, feeling the call of sleep approaching. "I don't think we ever need to try that. I love the feeling of both of your pussies, and since I have two different ones there is no need for it." They all agreed with that before resituated themselves comfortably and fell quickly to sleep after a round of kisses and compliments on their satisfying night. Lemon End. Chapter 9. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or anything related. QB speaking. Speaking in mind, or thinking. Author's comments. It was barely 6 a.m. when Tsunami came to the trio's door. Since there were no locks on the door, she entered the room and smiled, seeing the blonde trapped underneath the two beautiful girls still completely undressed from the events of the night. "Hey guys, wake up." Moments after her call she saw 3 pairs of surprised eyes looking at the intruder. "I brought you fresh sheets since you probably messed up yours and some towels. We only have one shower, so I suggest you 3 take one first before everyone else gets up. I'll wait half an hour before waking the others." "You are way too kind, Tsunami, thank you," Hinata stated with a smile. "Nonsense, Naruto has told us about a small part of his life, so he needs all the happiness he can get, and by the looks of things, he couldn't be happier." She smiled at him again before setting the linens on a chair before leaving and shutting the door behind her. "Well, you heard the lady, let's go get showered." The 3 peered into the hallway and seeing that it was clear, all 3 of them, still naked, ran into the bathroom carrying their towels. They hurriedly shut the door of the room with a sigh from avoiding meeting anyone in their embarrassing state of dress. They washed each other's bodies, making sure to clean every inch, but not linger too long on certain parts to avoid having to take another shower after returning to their room. After being fully clean, they wrapped their towels around their bodies and walked back to their room, where they got dressed in all their clothing, including the overcoat, since the students needed to be paying attention to the lesson, not their bodies. When they finally left the room, they were met by a bustling group of ninja, all fighting over the one bathroom. Well, maybe just 2 were, while the rest were already sitting down for breakfast. "Morning, Tsunami, Kurenai, Kakashi, Shino, and Tazuna," the trio greeted before sitting down to eat. "Where's Inari?" "He's out doing his morning training. He keeps saying that if he wants to be like you, he needs to train harder than anyone else," Tsunami stated just as said boy ran into the house. "Inari," called out his mother, "breakfast is ready." "Thanks mum, I'll be right down." After a few moments he returned along with Kiba and Sakura. They sat and ate mostly in silence, except for Kiba, who went outside to eat so he could be with his oversized dog, until the silence was getting old. "So Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai, how are we going to divide the teachings?" Naruto asked while relaxing from the food. "Well, we have decided that Kiba and Hinata will be teaching Jujutsu basics, Shino and Sakura will take on the theories, control and maybe some medical jutsu, since they are the smartest of the group and the only medic. Kurenai will take care of the genjutsu while I'll teach weapons. This leaves you and Q to teach ninjutsu, since that is your strength, but don't teach them your jutsu since they could possibly die, and I'm expecting Q to supervise so we don't have a village full of kids running around with your sexy jutsu either." "Whatever, Kakashi-sensei, I'll make sure to teach them only the basics, but I'll still show them a few high-class skills just so they have something to look forward to. I still wish they would have shown us something cool like that. All we had was Sasuke showing off his fire jutsu." The others had to agree with him, even Sakura had to agree that Sasuke was a show-off, but that won't change her feelings for him in the least. They all decided to resign themselves to their fate and headed out to the academy. The next 4 months were hell for the ninja, but they managed anyways. They found that between teaching and keeping up with their own training, that there was little time for anything else. No wonder Kakashi was always late. The teaching was going exceptionally well, and even the first batch of the eldest students graduated as the first ninja out from that academy, officially making one more ninja village. Everything went well on the training end as well. Naruto finished his work on the rasengan, giving him more 2 versions of it based around the wind manipulation. Q finished her telepathic link for the trio, while Hinata just got faster and more agile, making her Yukin even more deadly. Unfortunately for them, there was very little time and energy after all was done that they currently have been on hiatus from their sex life for the past month, which has made them incredibly wanting, but they can't free themselves until the summer break that was now only half an hour away. "Alright class, as much as I hate to do this, everyone get in a line, we're going to be doing the bushin. You can leave after you have successfully created 2 clones," Naruto told them. "Oh, come on sensei. It's almost time to get out, can't you just be sympathetic on our behalves?" whined one of the students. "Nope, this is important to learn. This was the very technique I had the worst time with and it nearly cost me being a ninja, so get in the line. Reluctantly the class stood and formed the line as each one went through the required jutsu. Isn't class over yet? I want us to do something fun together, called out Hinata on the newly completed telepathic link. We're almost done here. Naruto decided to torture the kids just a little longer, replied Q. Okay, I'll wait, make sure he hurries. This was only half of a day so there is plenty of time to do some stuff. Very good. Aside from a few of you, you all have that down perfectly. Chances are that I won't be seeing you when you get back, so keep practicing. I'll want to see you guys in the Chunin exams soon. Now what are all you still standing here for? School is out. The students all whooped and hollered as they tore out of the classroom and away from the academy. Let's go Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan wants to do something and she's been getting very antsy waiting for you. Q informed him with a slight tug on his arm. I know, we haven't had as much time together as I had with you over the months, so I think she's feeling a little left out. He replied. Well then, let's not keep her waiting any longer. Q grabbed his arm and nearly dragged him away from the academy at the speed she was running. They quickly arrived in the village park where Hinata was currently lying on the grass with her eyes closed feeling the warm summer breeze. Naruto and Q slipped apart and inched close to her before they each kissed her on the cheek simultaneously with the grabbing of each of her breasts. What a nice way to be greeted, she mentioned before pulling Naruto closer as she contacted his lips only moments before slipping her tongue deep in his mouth moaning lightly at the feeling of the kiss. Hey, no fair, where's mine? Q whined. Naruto smiled at her and was moving in for a kiss when he saw Hinata grab her hair and crush the vixen's face into hers. Naruto felt some stiffness in his pants as he saw his two girls making out for the first time. Sure they have kissed before, but like that. Happy? Hinata asked with a sly smile on her face. Well, not what I expected, but it was very good. Now then cutie, how would you like to go to the beach? I hear it is wonderful this time of year. Q suggested. Sure, I guess, but I didn't think to bring a swimsuit. That's fine Hinata-chan, I brought the one you tried on for me at the store. Naruto threw out. Ha, you bought it. Sure, you look really hot in it and I was hoping to see you in it again. He replied with a grin. Naruto-kun, I can't believe you would do that for me before we were even considered a couple. Stated Hinata in astonishment. Don't worry, you're with me now, so who cares? Well yeah, but what if I didn't end up with you? The Hugo asked again. I guess I would have found some other super gorgeous woman to wear it for me. He teased. Stop Naruto-kun, you knew full well she was the only one you could love like that. Now let's get going, I can't wait to sit in the sun almost naked. Q grabbed each of them by the hand and dragged them until they walked on their own. They didn't have too far to travel until they came upon the beach with a decent amount of people running about, including their other companions. Hey you three, get over here, shouted Sakura as she was waving at them wearing a skimpy black two-piece. Hey Sakura, everyone else here? Naruto asked. Yep, Kiba is playing with Akamaru in the water and Kurenai is sunbathing, and well Kakashi-sensei is reading his book. You guys going to go in the water or just sit in the sun? Probably both, but I've got to change. Alright, the changing room is over there in that small building. Sakura told them. Immediately Hinata hurried towards the building wanting to change quickly. Hey Hinata-chan, wait for us. Q called out as she chased down the girl with Naruto not far behind. They came back out in their stunning outfits. Hinata wore a two-piece, colored like her hair, with ties on each side of her bottoms to hold them on. She also wore a matching pull-away skirt that had a fancy night theme printed on it. Q may as well have worn no bottom as she came out in a red string-style bikini, in her full human form, showing off a lot of skin joining Naruto wearing simple black trunks. So what do you want to do first? Naruto asked his two beauties. How about you? Hinata offered up while Q was snickering at her bold statement. We'll get to that later, I promise. They continued on and threw down their towels on the hot sand before settling face down on each side of the blonde. Hey Naruto-kun, I think we need some help to keep from burning out in this sun. Q mentioned while holding up a bottle of lotion while Hinata giggled knowing she would be next. He moved her hair out of the way before pouring some of the lotion onto his hands and proceeded to massage it into her soft skin. She made some pleasurable noises as he continued to massage down her back and even onto her exposed ass cheeks and down her firm legs. I can take it from here, she told him as he turned to Hinata who was still smiling at him. He unwrapped her skirt before setting in the exact same as he did for his previous girl only to have her turn onto her back and smile mischievously at him. Full service please, there's more skin here, she told him flirtatiously. Hey, why didn't I think to do that? Q whined as he set into work massaging her shoulders and down to the tops of her breasts leading to her tight abs and legs. She was clearly enjoying the touching and let out a sigh when he finished. You missed a spot, Hinata reminded as she pointed to her lips. Happily complying, he moved in giving her a light kiss but just hovered above her lips. I love you Hinata-chan, I just wanted you to know that. He told her quietly before kissing her much deeper and pulling on her bottom lip as he broke apart only to get a whine as she grabbed his head and pulled him to her lips again. She pushed her tongue past her lips and moaned into the kiss as she twirled her tongue around his. She kept up her lock on her lips for a few more minutes before letting him up and wiping away the string of saliva from the unfathomable kiss she just ran him through. "You guys done there?" Q asked, strangely with a sweet smile. "For now," she replied. "Good." The vixen just came up to Naruto and gave him a quick kiss. They broke apart as Sakura ran up to them. "Hey you three, how about playing a little beach volley, all you guys versus me, Kurenai and Kiba?" What do you think, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked. "Sounds like fun, Naruto-kun, let's go." Hinata replied cheerily. He just smiled at her and nodded before wrapping his arm around her waist and holding Q's hand as they made their way to the court. The match was close and it ended up being a little more advanced than a normal game as genjutsu were being liberally thrown and dispelled, but Q won it for their team with a well-placed kitsune illusion that went undetected by Kurenai and Sakura, allowing Hinata to get the winning point. "Well then, now what? We've played for about 3 hours for one of us to win, so what else can we do?" Kiba asked with Akamaru barking from the sidelines in agreement. Just then Shino arrived carrying a large box of something, causing them all to meet up with him where Kakashi was still reading. "Sanami made dinner for you all," was all the bug master said as he set the box down and went out to inspect more insects in the area. "I guess we have something to do now," Naruto announced as he cracked open the box and handed out the food, starting with Hinata, before everything was handed out. They all ate and talked about their students until the sun started to set. "Hey Hinata-chan, Q-chan, do you want to go watch the sunset?" Naruto asked, hoping to enjoy the evening. "Definitely, love," Hinata replied as she grabbed his arm and brought him towards the beach with Q on his other arm. Slowly the sun set, casting beautiful hues of colors across the sky while it was reflected in the water before leaving them all shrouded in darkness. After night set in, they all stood and started back on their way to Tazuna's house when Inari and some of the other students ran up. "Hey Naruto-sensei, Mum sent some marshmallows and stuff, you want to build a fire?" he asked, giving the group a reason to stay longer. "Sure thing Inari, but we're not in the academy anymore, so you can lose the sensei." Inari nodded in acknowledgement before laying eyes on all the half-dressed women. "Damn, you are all hot," he commented with some of the other kids stood gawking at the females. "Hey Inari, quit staring and help with the fire," Sakura commanded while threatening to smash his skull. It only took a few seconds before there was a roaring fire as everyone gathered around warming themselves. "Alright, while you guys sit by the fire, I'm going to do a bit of swimming. Anyone else coming?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Sorry Naruto, it is way too cold to swim right now, you go ahead," Sakura mentioned while huddling close to the fire. "Sure, okay, Hinata-chan, Q-chan, you coming?" he asked. "Sorry Naruto-kun, I really like being warm," Q informed him, looking at him before knowingly pushing Hinata forward, causing her to squeak. I guess I'll go Naruto-kun," Hinata stated while looking back at Q, wondering why she pushed her. "Thanks Hinata-chan, are you sure you don't want to go Q-chan?" "I'm sure, you two go have your fun, I'll stay here," she affirmed with a smile. "Okay, but don't whine to me later." "I won't, now go." Naruto looked to her again with slight wonder and amazement before taking Hinata's hand and headed to the water. "Hey Q, what was that all about?" Sakura asked, since she never left his side, especially when a situation like that was to arise. "I have an uneasy feeling, like a cross between kitsune instinct and woman's intuition. I feel that Naruto-kun may need to let go of me to survive himself, and I see that he is being drawn closer to her already, so I should let him build a stronger relationship with his fiancée so he won't be broken if I have to disappear," she told the remaining group. "What exactly do you mean by disappear?" Kakashi asked with his book put away for once that day. "The only way I can disappear is to willingly give away my power. I just hope this feeling passes." She had a solemn look on her face as she looked to the water. "The water is so cold Naruto-kun," Hinata exclaimed as she shivered and chattered her teeth in the waist-deep water. "I'm sorry, we can go if you want," he suggested. "No, I just need some warmth," she told him as she hugged him, letting her skin contact every inch of him. "Really, is that so?" He hugged her tighter and planted his lips on hers, letting her draw in his warmth. "Are you sure Q-chan is fine with us kissing? I know she likes equal attention," she asked after breaking off. "It's fine beautiful, she knew this would happen, that is why I asked her twice." Naruto kissed her cute nose before planting his lips on her tender neck, sucking and nipping at her soft flesh as she moaned freely. He kept massaging her neck, shoulder and ear with his kisses and licks while he caressed her ample breasts with his hands. He pushed on her swimsuit top and pulled her breasts out into the open before lowering himself enough to latch onto her erect nipple. He swirled his tongue around her hardened flesh while sucking, causing her to throw her head back while pulling him harder to her chest. She ran her other hand down his shorts and gripped him, lightly stroking his shaft before pushing down his shorts. "Hinata-chan, I thought we were just going to play around and not go that far," Naruto revealed. "Shut up Naruto-kun, you said she knew full well what would happen. I've wanted some for quite some time, now just help me out, I'm too short." "More citrus. You are very cute short, and it makes everything look much bigger on you," he told her before kissing her again, lifting her up to eye level as she wrapped her arms around his neck and legs around his waist, holding herself there. He kissed the underside of her neck and ran his tongue up under her chin before grabbing her ass firmly, causing her to yelp in surprise. Continuing down further, he began to massage her through her swimsuit. No, stop teasing me. Ah, please, she begged while moaning. He stuck his tongue into her open mouth to quiet her noises, and she immediately started sucking on his intruding muscle. Reaching further down her bottoms, he wrapped his fingers around the crotch of them and pulled them to the side as he stuck his finger deep into her womanhood as she continued to squirm in pleasure of his actions. She made a whimpering sound when he stopped the kiss and his stimulation of her opening. "Hinata-chan, you're up too high." She had an anticipating look on her face as she lowered her body down until she felt something warm press against her flesh. With a sigh, she felt him align his member and dropped herself down deeply, impaling on him. "Oh, you feel so good, Naruto-kun." She started to rock and bounce on his hips, using her legs and arms to help with her actions in addition to his hands on her ass to lift her. Her muscles relaxed and contracted with each movement, increasing the feeling of the penetration, driving them closer to their impending release. Naruto stopped her movements and carried her onto the beach before lying her on the wet sand. The water lapped at their feet as he entered her again as she met each of his thrusts with her own hip movement, intensifying the experience. Naruto felt a slight change in her temperature throughout her body as she tightened around his member, nearly halting his movement until she screamed in ecstasy, signifying her orgasm. Her muscles started to quiver from her experience, bringing forth his height of passion as he pushed deep and held her tight, filling her with his fluid as he kissed her deeply. "That was kinda fast. I think the cold speeds things up," he told her while she still clung to his warm body. "I don't care, I loved it. Thank you." Citrus End. "So do you want to go to the fire with everyone?" "No, just hold me longer. I've wanted to be alone with you since I met Q-chan. I love being with the two of you, but this just seems right." He didn't answer her as he just held her tightly. "Hinata-chan, if you really want to have time alone, then let's make use of the time Q-chan gave us," he said back, in giving her anything she desires while she couldn't look any happier letting him. "So cute, what do you think they're doing?" Kiba asked like an idiot. "What do you think a couple whom are getting married would do being completely alone and mostly undressed, moron?" berated Sakura while looking at a saddened vixen. "Are you really okay with this, Q?" asked Kurenai. "About as okay as I was when he first kissed her, knowing I was his girlfriend at the time. Actually, she did most of the kissing." "Gotcha, accepting but not wanting," chimed Sakura. "Exactly." Just a few seconds after the conversation ended, Naruto returned with Hinata, both clearly in a good mood. All the guys, and even the girls, were staring directly at the dark-haired Hyuga. "Is there something wrong?" she asked after seeing their stares. "Yeah, you forgot to cover something." Q walked up to the girl and pulled the crotch of her swimsuit over, covering the bare flesh. "Oops, thank you," voiced Hinata, fully red-faced. "It's fine, you two have fun," Q asked. "Very much, Q-chan, I'd like to make it up to you," Hinata offered. "Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan, I made the choice." "Everyone ready to go?" asked the vixen, who dressed fully in the time they were gone and had her tails out fully. "Sure, but where's Inari?" Naruto wondered. "He went back already with Shino," Sakura replied while putting out the fire. After picking everything up, they went to leave, but noticed Hinata was asleep on the ground. "Q-chan, can you help Hinata-chan onto my back so I can carry her?" "All right, Naruto-kun, but she is going to be cold in just her swimsuit." "I know, but I'm warm, so just help her on my back and put my coat over her. That should keep her comfortable." With Hinata secured on his back and fully covered, they started the trek back to the village. By the time they got back, it was really late and all but Tsunami were asleep in the house when they got in. "Hey guys, I stayed up to make sure you got in," their kind hostess greeted. "Thank you, Tsunami, you didn't really need to do that, but I understand why you did. Good night all, I need to get Hinata-chan to bed." Naruto carefully carried his fiancée to their room, followed by Q. He placed the sleeping girl upon the bed and laid down for a moment, but found himself asleep next to her quickly. "You two are perfect together, please be safe." Q stripped down to nothing before cuddling up to the blonde and falling into a restless sleep. She tossed and turned through the night as something disturbed her sleep, but she couldn't figure out what until about 3 a.m. she sat straight up in bed, breathing hard from the dream she had. "Too many, that's why I couldn't figure it out, there was more than one." She looked over to the two sleeping and realized one thing before crawling over and removing Naruto's unstimulated equipment from his shorts. Lemon warning. She pulled his softened tool into her mouth as she started sucking on him and felt the blood rushing to his part, increasing in size from her stimulation. By the time he was fully erect, his eyes finally came open and he touched the vixen on the shoulder. "Q-chan, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I want to have sex right now. Wake up, Hinata-chan, it is early, but I know she'll be ready." She went back to her previous action while he started to gently shake Hinata into consciousness. What is it, Naruto-kun?" she groaned out, still keeping her eyes closed. "Q-chan wants sex and thought you might be interested in participating," he mentioned. "Sounds good, just give me a few minutes to wake up," she sleepily replied. He moved a few inches away from her as he tugged on Q. Catching on to what he was suggesting, she spun around and put her leg over his head before settling her womanhood down on his tongue. Their sounds weren't held back as they slurped and moaned in the 69 position for quite some time. Feeling fully turned on, Q crawled forward off his face and brought him to her opening before sinking down fully on his ridgepole. She let out satisfied moans as she rocked on him, driving him into her as he watched her backside move. She leaned back fully, resting her back on his chest, giving him the go-ahead for controlling movement as he brought his hands up to massage her breasts and moved to kiss her fuzzy ears. He started slowly pushing into her before stepping up the frequency. Suddenly Q gasped and squealed for an unknown reason. "What's wrong, Q-chan?" Naruto asked. "Nothing is wrong, Hinata-chan just joined in, she's licking me," she told him before mewling loudly. Hinata continued to lick her, driving her into a frenzied orgasm of screaming and thrashing from her position, and finally calmed down and relaxed, giving her control back. She rolled off Naruto and occupied the area next to him and looked upon them. "Go on, Naruto-kun, I think Hinata-chan wants some attention," she persuaded. Hinata smiled and scooted closer to him before kissing him and even biting at his lips. He forcefully broke from her grasp and pushed her on her back before pulling loose the string tying her breast up, freeing her chest. He moved to her left breast, lightly rubbing her as he lowered his lips down and gently licked her flesh before drawing her nipple into his mouth like he always enjoyed doing. As he was sucking on her delicate flesh, he noticed Q was doing the same to her right one. Seeing that her chest was well attended to, he moved lower and pulled the ties on each side of her bottoms, allowing the thin material to fall away from her flawless folds of super sensitive skin. He kissed down her soft, hairless pelvis before licking at her dense nub, causing her to cry out pleasurably from the double stimuli. He twirled his tongue in and around her drenched slit as she rocked her hips into his face, driving her closer with each action. When he lightly ran his fingers down the inside of her thighs, it was enough to send her into a wild orgasm. Her convulsive movements ended as she relaxed and panted while her eyes wanted more. "Naruto-kun, take her. I can see she needs more attention than that. I think she needs to try out the sideways position I showed off that one time." Hinata let herself be repositioned freely as he grabbed her left leg and pulled it up into the air, pushing her on her side. She let out a relieved sigh when she felt him pull on her toned leg, driving into her tight cave with a smooth thrust. Hinata, through her moaning, grabbed at the kind fox. She smiled at this and moved her womanhood into her reach, and she immediately latched onto her opening. She pushed her tongue deep into her, all the while moaning on her slit, giving her deep stimulation. Hinata started giving off yelps as Naruto's thrust got harder and deeper, but she loved every moment of his amorous actions. Feeling very close to releasing inside his fiancée, he brought a hand down, adding stimulation for the petite Hyuga. She did much of the same as she started pushing her first two fingers into the vixen's hole, pumping them inside while sucking and licking her sexual epicenter. Hinata felt her muscles tense up and screamed out while muffling her volume with her lips sealed on Q's womanhood. Her new movements and vibrations from her lips made the vixen burst into a second orgasm simultaneously with Naruto as he hammered deep, releasing his seed inside his future wife. They stayed in their current position until their breathing stabilized and they maneuvered themselves apart and went to lie on the bed when Q gave Hinata a small push, causing her to land face first on top of Naruto. "End. Hi beautiful," he said while looking at her. "Hi." She moved to roll off him, but Q picked up Naruto's arm and wrapped it around the tiny waist of the girl lying on him. "Q-chan, what is wrong with you recently? You have been less possessive of me, and even pushing Hinata-chan closer," he asked after that last action. "You two will be married soon, so act like it," she said with a huff as she lay next to them. "But I will still love you even after I marry her, we all know and accept this." "I know, but what if you had to choose?" Q asked after turning to him. "I won't have to," because he was silenced by a finger from the vixen. "Just think about that. You don't need to voice an answer, just entertain the question. Now give her what she wants before I force you to." "What is wrong?" She didn't answer him as she placed her hand on the back of Hinata's head and firmly pushed down, causing her lips to meet his, surprising the both of them. They both laid there with lips touching, not doing anything. "Are you two morons? Kiss each other like you mean it. I can see that you hold back when kissing, now go. I'm not letting you free until you show me what you can do." Giving in to her request, they started to kiss, increasing in intensity. Naruto's other arm wrapped around her and held her tightly, kissing ever more deeply. Q removed her hand with a smile and watched as they continued kissing for another 2 minutes until her rolled over on top of her and pulled apart slightly before very lightly kissing her 2 more times. "That proves that you two were holding back. Never hold back on love. Now we have a few more hours to sleep before daybreak, so let's sleep." She wrapped her arms around the small frame of the young woman while Naruto was still half laying on her and relaxed into her side and rested his head on the pillow. "I love you very much, Hinata-chan," he whispered in her ear, barely even audible, but the vixen could still hear him and felt bittersweet since he only told her those words in that tone. "Love you, Q-chan." She smiled a little hearing that, but felt that his emotions weren't ever behind them to the level when he spoke with the Hyuga. Pushing out the thoughts, she settled in and fell asleep. Chapter 10. Hours later, at breakfast, Q was clearly nervous and everyone noticed but didn't make a big production out of it, hoping it was just something on her mind and not the increase of the same feeling she had the previous night. She barely ate anything because of her anxiety, and add that to the way she was acting earlier that day, Naruto was getting worried of what it might mean, since to get a demon like that to be nervous, it would be disastrous. "Q-chan, tell me what is wrong. You were clearly worried and you've been acting very off within the past day," he finally asked, not being able to take it anymore. It's a feeling I don't like, and it could get worse. It was then that Akamaru started barking, catching everyone's attention. Shortly after, some familiar ninja rushed, or raider leapt, through the door. Dynamic entry. Thank the gods of youthfulness, for I have located the location where my immortal rival was located. Ha, guy, did you say something? Kakashi asked, looking up from his book. Curse you, Kakashi, and your coolness. It is okay, Guy-sensei, your youthfulness shall outshine his in no time, announced Lee as he ran into the room followed by the rest of the team. Lee, I couldn't ask for a better response. Between the both of us we shall brighten the youth in everyone. Guy yelled in response. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee, and the usual crashing of waves in the sunset as the two spandex-wearing ninja hugged. Would you two shut up, this is much too troublesome to waste time, commented Shikamaru, a little worse for wear, as he walked into the house followed by his team. Okay, someone tell me what is going on. What are you guys doing here? And what happened to you? Naruto asked, jumping to the question before anyone else could. Short answer, Akatsuki. The lazy Junin replied. Where is Asuma? Kurenai asked, quickly catching the attention of a few. He was hurt badly in a battle with Hiden and Kakazu, but is still alive, and we took down those bastards in the end anyways. He replied with a yawn. So I take it that they are moving on us to take me? Asked Q, causing some of the guests to look at her strangely. No, we were told they were after Naruto for some reason. The lazy ass replied. Actually, she is the reason they are after me. She is the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox demon that was sealed inside of me when I was born, by the Yondaime, at the cost of his life. Naruto answered quickly. Well damn, I never expected the fox be a woman, man, that's troublesome. Okay, now that we're all informed, what else is there? Kakashi asked. Team Guy managed to help defeat Deidara and Sasori after they acquired the on-tailed demon from Gaara. Some old lady did a jutsu and brought him back at the cost of her life, so he is fine. So there are 4 less members of Akatsuki now, but it is our understanding that Itachi and Kisame will be arriving in this area soon. Just the 2. That shouldn't be that bad, Naruto announced as he stretched out his muscles. No, Naruto-kun, it isn't 2, it is more. I sense the power of at least 4 elite ninja coming from 3 different ways. The vixen informed. So, is this what has you messed up, Q-chan? Naruto asked her. Yes. But why are you anxious? You are a powerful demon, inquired Kiba. I'm not afraid for myself, it is for others. Each of the coming enemies are easily Kakashi's level or greater, and one feels similar to Orochimaru. Wait, if he's coming, then is Sasuke? Naruto wondered. I don't know, Naruto-kun, it is possible. Okay, Shikamaru, what do you suggest? We need to keep the battle away from Tsunami and the village. Called out the same blonde that was always seen as a dimwit. Who are you and what did you do with Naruto? Shikamaru asked with signs of amazement. Oh, just stuff it, lazy ass. Fine, there are 3 islands around the mainland. We will station a group at each island to intercept each incoming group. Team Kakashi will be at the northern island. You should meet up with either Orochimaru or Itachi. Team Kurenai will assemble at the southeastern island and should only meet with the unknown enemies, since the others will most likely seek out Naruto. My team will assemble on the remaining island if the unknown goes there, and Team Guy is to be in support and will aid any team if a Sharingan user arrives on their island aside from Kakashi's island. Sounds fair. How about it, Kakashi-sensei? You have grown way too much, Naruto, even more in the past months. You still surprise me. Alright team, let's set it up. Without much conversation, all the teams split, setting out to their respective islands, with Team Guy heading for a better view for Neji to view the opponents. Hinata-chan, we are in position. Take care of yourself and don't worry about Naruto-kun. He'll be fine, I'll see to that. Thank you, Q-chan, we are just now getting into position. See you two afterwards. It was now just a waiting game as the 4 teams sat around waiting for the arrival of their enemies. Every few minutes they would check in with each other through the communication systems they were all wearing, just for something to pass the time. The waiting was going to destroy the maturity Naruto was managing to gain, but that was relieved when Q suddenly stood. The snake is coming, but he is alone, she stated with anger. They all stood in a battle-ready stance waiting for the incoming snake Sannin as he jumped into view. Yes, Sasuke, or are you Orochimaru? Naruto asked, trying to figure out what was going down. Oh, Orochimaru is here. The intruder replied. So you are Orochimaru then? Kakashi immediately pulled up his forehead protector as charged his chakra into his hand. No, he took over my body, but I took over his mind. Now it is time to die, Naruto. The mature Sharingan flared in both the Uchiha's eyes and stared down his smirking opponent. So then, you are going to try to kill me while your brother shows up and finishes the job he started when we are both weakened. Itachi will be here soon and it would be much easier for us to kill him and then have our battle. I don't need any help to kill him, I'll find my strength on my own. Sasuke replied. A genius you may be, but you are still a moron. Didn't you figure out that you went to Orochimaru for help to get stronger? What is the difference between him helping you and me helping you? Naruto asked. Immediately the group saw a slight change in their old teammate. HMPF, whatever dope. Kakashi and Sakura looked amazed as they watched the Uchiha sit down on the edge of the clearing. Sasuke-kun, are you really going to help us? Sakura asked as she inched closer to him. Well, the loser does have a point. He dryly replied. So, is Orochimaru really inside you? She continued. In a way, I guess. It is basically a permanent version of Ino's jutsu, but much more advanced since it also infuses his power with mine. So basically I'm stronger than he could ever be. Is he going to, like, take over you at some point? Not if I can help it. Sakura sighed and sat down within a few feet of him with a smile. You're still annoying, he mentioned as he turned away from her. Yeah, well, you are a traitorous bastard. You mentioned that you wanted to rebuild your clan, but how in the hell do you expect to do that if you are always an asshole? Sasuke just looked at her and smirked before quickly closing the distance and lightly kissed her. Because no matter how much of an asshole I am, you will always stay the same, weak and wanting a relationship more than training. He tried to smirk again but was greeted with a punch nearly beheading the traitor. He left a deep trench with his body as it skidded across the ground and through a tree. Weak am I didn't ask for you to kiss me, asshole. I am not that weak little girl that would once do anything for you. Just think about that, you could have suggested any activity and I would have done it with you, but you go and chase down another asshole. Are you gay or something? She stomped up to the downed guy and noticed he was out. Oops, maybe too much chakra. She shy commented. There is some movement towards the north and east islands, but I can't see who. Neji's voice surged over the communicators. I can see two coming towards my location. Kiba has confirmed what I have seen, they aren't Akatsuki. Sounded the gentle voice of Hinata in reply. Be careful, Hinata-chan. Sasuke has agreed to help fight Itachi, but he is currently out cold from calling Sakura weak and Orochimaru is of no threat at this time. Naruto answered on the device. Okay, team guy, remain in position and help out only when needed to avoid tripping over each other. My team will take the role of support since we are less than optimal for battle at this time. I figure there is a high percentage on victory, so keep your heads and all should be fine. Shikamaru laid back on the ground and looked up to the sky with a sigh. Damn it, Shikamaru, get your lazy ass up and go help our friends. Shouted Ino. It would just be too troublesome, there would be too many people fighting just 4 enemies, we would just get in the way. When the fighting starts we'll watch and if someone gets injured or tired, we'll replace them and keep the fight going. They'll have the handicap of no replacement so we'll win. She just scoffed at him and angrily sat down next to him and Choji since it would take too much effort on anyone's list to get him to move. Team Kakashi. Come on Sakura, wake up the bastard, Itachi will be here any moment and we could use another Sharingan. Requested the blonde. Yeah, I know, I'm trying here. Still holding her glowing hands above the Uchiha, he finally started to stir and looked up at her. Shit, that hurt. I guess you aren't overly weak from staying in Konoha. The Uchiha commented. Damn you Sasuke, I knock you out and then revive you and all you say is that I'm not overly weak. Whether you were prepared for it or not, I kicked your ass. Now get on your feet, your even bigger asshole of a brother will be here soon. More like now, pink stuff. Announced the pale blue-skinned sushi bar. Well, long time no see, calamari princess, enjoy your time away with your Uchiha lover. Goaded Naruto. Shut up brat, remember, I only need to bring a big part of you back, so I can cut off all your appendages with my Samehada. Quiet Kisum, you're losing control of the situation. Don't take the Jinchuriki lightly, especially with Kakashi and my little brother here. Flatly recited the shorter man with the slashed Konoha headband. Fine, let's just take him and leave. He replied, completely ignoring their enemies. Alright, I've had enough of these bastards chasing after me. Hey Sasuke, you ready to avenge your clan? Naruto hollered while preparing to attack. Hey, you never had to ask. Okay, you two take on Itachi. Sakura, you're with me against Fish Face and Q, just keep back in case Naruto needs your strength, he'll ask for it. The 5 took up positions and stood at the ready to battle the most powerful team of the Akatsuki. Team Kurenai. They will be here in 2 minutes. Both appear to be Jonin, one male one female. The female appears to be a weapons user like Tenten, while the other appears to rely on his strength by the bulk of his muscles. Hinata informed from her view with the Byakugan. Okay, so Kiba and Shino, take on the guy and we'll take out the female. Got it, Kurenai ordered. Hi, they all answered in unison. Before the 2 enemies showed themselves, Shino hid off in the underbrush of the small forest to slowly drain the ninja of their chakra from a safe distance while Kurenai placed a few genjutsu to confuse them when the time is right. Faster than most could see, the intruders appeared before them, the big guy with a thud. I believe introductions are in order before we kill you. I am Yokoshima, and this is my partner Akuhai, stated the woman who stood taller than Kurenai, at about 5 feet 7 inches, and wore her dark purple hair, mostly pulled in a ponytail with the exception of her left side of her face that was fully hidden with the shimmering locks. She took a few steps closer, giving everyone a look at her almost leather-appearing shirt and pants as they tightly clung to her small-chested but shapely body. Are you going to introduce yourselves, or are we just going to have to place you all in unmarked graves? She asked while looking over to the giant hulk of a man who was wearing only denim shorts and left his muscled and scarred torso exposed. First, what are you two doing here? Demanded the red-eyed Jonin. We were, hired to take out the ninja academy in the next village to prevent another ninja village from being born. I'll tell you more if you can defeat us. Well, since we can't allow you to do that, we will have to stop you. I am Yuhi Kurenai, Jonin of Konoha. I guess you will have a nice headstone, Kurenai. I'll say something nice over your grave. She drew out a large, but very thin, katana and readied it in front of the group while they tried to figure out why someone would attack with such a flimsy weapon. That question was answered when the kunai kurenai and hinata had readied at the same time were cleaved in two, clearly displaying how sharp an edge of a thin blade can be. Kiba, with a kamaru at his side, jumped at the woman leading with his outstretched hand only to contact the large torso of a kuhai, barely even scratching him. Leaping back, Kiba narrowly avoided a huge punch that was thrown as it landed hard on the ground, cracking the earth beneath much like Sakura-kun, but this had little chakra poured into it. Too bad, kid, your fight is with me, not Yoko. We can't let you get the upper hand now, can we? Well then, musclehead, you get what you want. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba stooped down with a hand on the huge dog, smiling at the hulk of a man. Jujin Bunshin, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Between the additional speed and the additional clone running around, the attacks seemed as though they were coming from all directions, causing a kuhai to never even get a single hit in. Seeing all the attacks contact fully, Kiba and Akamaru landed a few feet away from him, expecting an easy win. What was that, boy? You barely even scratched me. Kiba had to hold back a gulp when he saw the man stand even taller than before and stretching out his limbs. My turn. Team Kakashi. Well, with all the Sharingan users around, I guess Jutsu are out of the picture. That's fine, you all get to have a taste of Samehada, or is that the other way around? The bandages surrounding the scaly blade came off as he readied his attack. Going in for a quick swing with the sword, his slash was ended with a mighty fist from the medic. Her eyes widened when she noticed her punch didn't make the impact it usually does and saw the sharp guy grinning. I see you have found the ability of Samehada, it absorbs chakra. Now die. He slashed down once more to cleave through the girl when he was halted by a small blade. You'd forget about me, fish lips. Kisame started into the Sharingan eye and grunted as he pushed away from the blade lock. Your end is near, Itachi, now die. Sasuke braced his arm in the familiar stance, causing lightning to flow through his hand. Chidori. With the swelling red eyes, he charged at the older Uchiha, and just like years ago, Itachi had no problem grabbing his wrist, freezing his arm inches from his face. Just as predictable as always, Sasuke, you clearly don't have what it takes. Chidori Nagashi. Chidori current, shouted Sasuke with a smirk as the current flowed through his wrist, causing Itachi to drop his wrist in time to catch Naruto's wrist in the same manner with a blue ball in his hand. You two are alike, too weak and still predictable. Now then, I think it is time to bring the demon back. I've wasted too much time. His red eyes shifted into the most advanced form of the Uchiha Dojutsu and stared at the blonde. Tsukuyomi, prepare for 72 hours of torture. The fighting area faded from existence as it was replaced by a dark expanse with a blood-red moon high in the sky. Itachi walked up to the blonde who was chained to a pole and looked into his blue eyes. How would you like to see your friends kill each other for hours on end, or maybe you would find it worse to see all the females being raped by Orochimaru? How about you think about who you are trying to torture? What did you see in my hand? This jutsu is indeed powerful, but it can only work on a consciousness weaker than yours and even near your mind. But what if you used it on a mind more powerful? Asked the chained blonde. Quit delaying the inevitable. I have full control over this area and I alone. Besides, your mind is far from stronger than mine, even with the Kyuubi. That is if you got him. You caught a blonde holding a blue sphere, but that ball just happened to be foxfire. The blonde on the pole faded away into a stunning female with jet black hair and large chest. How are you doing this? This is my world, I have dominion. There is no way to change forms in here. Like I said, that would be true if you had Naruto, but not even your Sharingan can see through Kitsune illusions. The chains holding the woman loosened and fell to the ground as she stood and approached the Uchiha. She smiled sweetly at him until the smile dropped as pure red tails and ears formed on her body. Welcome, Itachi, to my world. I control everything now. You should have known you can't match minds with a 9,500-year-old demon. Behold the greatest nightmare of all Konoha, the animalistic form of the most powerful demon. I may be a kind demon, but when you attack to destroy my love, I am unforgiving. The girl, she was the brat the entire time, that makes you. You really thought my container is predictable and now you pay the price at the hand of the very being you came to retrieve. You shall suffer being attacked by all the elements. I will bring you near death with earth, fire, wind, water, and lighting one right after the other for the remainder of the jutsu. Enjoy, bastard. After what seemed like an eternity, the jutsu fell, causing Itachi to let go of the wrist of the now revealed girl and slowly backing away as she suddenly puffed away. Kisame, we leave now. Itachi looked up and saw the real Naruto charging forward alongside Sasuke and knew he couldn't take him at his current state and went for a last-ditch effort. Die by the heat of Amaterasu. Itachi launched black flames at the both of them, expecting them to dodge, giving him the time to escape, but was surprised at what came next. You aren't leaving, Itachi. Sasuke ran those some hand signs and thrust both hands to the ground. Sanju Rashomon, 3 giant demon gates burst from the ground as the black flame melted through the first 2 until it was stopped by the third. Itachi went for his retreat and turned around, seeing the trees that used to be there were gone, replaced by 2 Narutos with a ball of swirling chakra each. Kisame, now. Looking over his shoulder, he saw his partner was still tied up in an intense fight between the 2 Konoha nins and had to make his escape on his own. Futon, Rasengan. Naruto launched forward holding his attack and with the final-ditch effort, Itachi grabbed his wrist again to stop the attack but was bewildered by the blonde's smirk. Rasengan Nikate basically translates, Rasengan launched like unseen from that attack, the ball of chakra moved away from his hand and flew towards the surprised face of Itachi. His face twisted under the attack but it only shaved some skin from it with the weakened state of this version of Rasengan. Now Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha, jabbed his lightning-filled hand into the chest cavity of Itachi, reaffirming the title of being the last. Sasuke felt the pulsing of his brother's organ stop before he withdrew his hand and fell to the ground near Naruto. "Itachi!" shouted Kisame as he just caught the last, seeing his heart pierced with the Chidori. His moment of unfocus allowed Sakura to pull his sword around his back as Kakashi looked into his eyes. "Since you are familiar to the Sharingan, say hello to mine." Kakashi's one eye transformed into his mangaku, instantly transporting Kisame's head to a different location as blood spurted from his severed neck, covering the nearby ninja in the thick fluid. "Ah, gross Kakashi-sensei," complained Sakura before she saw Kakashi fall backwards onto the ground. "Kakashi-sensei, are you okay?" "Ugh, fine, just chakra exhaustion." Sighing in relief, Sakura stood and walked over towards her other two teammates and saw Sasuke sitting on the ground next to Naruto, both panting. "So a few too many Chidori, huh?" voiced Naruto, seeing him tired out. "Yeah, well you aren't much better," he replied with a smirk. "Well, when Q-chan's body was depleted of chakra it tends to tire me out more for some reason." At this time Sakura ran up to them, looking in the Uchiha's eyes. Sasuke-kun, your eyes are different," Sakura informed. Naruto looked over at him and smiled. "Well, I guess you just needed to break a bond for it to arise. In your case you just needed to fulfill your avenging. Enjoy your mangaku," voiced Naruto before activating his communication device. "Shikamaru, this is Naruto. Kakashi is down from chakra exhaustion and Itachi and Kisame are taken care of. We are in need of cleanup. I'm going to Hinata to check up on them. Don't worry, I'll stay clear if they are handling it." "Understood, Team Guy, go take care of the cleanup. We'll be there to assist in a moment." Shikamaru out. "On our way," chimed Guy's team. After sending out the communique, Naruto left Sakura, with Sasuke and Kakashi, and went to see how the battle was going on the other island. Chapter 11. Team Kurenai. Their battle was going mostly at a stalemate. Kiba found it easy to dodge Akuhai's attacks, but also found his own attacks were never dodged or blocked, but he still couldn't damage him, while Kurenai and Hinata found it interesting how the single weapons mistress could hold them off effectively. "Well, it has been fun, but it is time to end this, Magen, Jubiku Satsu." The demon tree bind thing she does. Kurenai disappeared from sight while Hinata drew the nin's attention away from the plant growing at her feet. Before she knew it, Yoko was trapped in the grasp of a large tree restricting her movements. Just as Kurenai was going for the kill, Hinata noticed the intruding Jonin was still able to move through the genjutsu and was bending her sword with chakra to cut herself free. "Sensei, look out," Hinata yelled as she ran forward. The blade just missed Kurenai as her real target was the girl running forward. Seeing the blade come at her, Hinata immediately stopped on the ball of her foot before effortlessly rotating on it to duck under the blade and thrust her palm forward, connecting with a yuken to the heart. Hinata ignored the blade as it came back by her while being curved by the chakra and sliced into her flesh on her shoulder, but nothing too bad, so it was ignored. "Well, my oversized friend, I guess you're next." Jinja, Konbi, Henge, Sotaro, Kiba and Akamaru joined together into one large twin-headed beast after seeing Kurenai and Hinata victorious. Garoga. The massive beast twirled in the air as it crashed into the large man. Due to the guy's slow speed, Kiba didn't need to have him marked, so his ultimate attack made full contact. "How?" coughed the man from his spot on the ground after getting beat down from the attack. "My chakra makes a shield out of my skin. I believe that was my doing," stated Shino as he came out of the bushes recalling all his bugs. "My insects devoured your chakra while you were occupied in trying to fight Kiba. Sure, he never injured you, but that was never the plan. He was the diversion and would deal the final blow when your chakra was drained." Hinata and Kurenai calmly walked up to them, Hinata carrying the sword, and looked at the downed man on the verge of death. "Who were you working for?" demanded Kurenai. "Akatsuki, we were to be a diversion so they could acquire the fox. By now it should be captured and our mission is complete." Hinata started tearing up from his statement. "Naruto-kun, are you safe?" she asked herself when she was surprised by him jumping down in front of her. "I'm fine, Hinata-chan. Itachi and Kisame are taken care of and I think we even got Sasuke to return, but I don't exactly know how." Naruto hugged his fiancée and noticed the cut on her shoulder. "Hinata-chan, are you okay? You got cut." "I'll be fine, Naruto-kun, it's just a scratch." Hinata gave a small smile before falling completely limp in his embrace. "Hinata-chan," he asked while holding her up. "Hinata-chan, Hinata." He started yelling louder and getting panicked as he lightly shook her body and slapped her face lightly. He quickly laid her down on the grass and felt for a pulse. What he found was weak and irregular, frightening the hell out of him. He looked to the sword and noticed a strange sheen on the blade, dulling the proper luster. "Sakura, get your ass over here now, I think Hinata was poisoned." Naruto screamed into the microphone. What seemed like it took forever actually only happened in seconds as every able-bodied ninja appeared on the island. Even Kakashi was there, supported by Lee and Sasuke. Sakura ran over to the clammy feeling girl and ran through a few analyzing jutsu before looking up with a saddened face. This is a very potent poison. It has already progressed throughout her body and I can't contain and remove it. She needs to get to Tsunade as fast as possible and even then she may not survive. Lee, take her to Tsunade as fast as you can go, loose the weights. Sakura ordered loudly. Yosh, I shall get her there in less than a day. If I can't do that I will run 500 laps around Konoha on my toes. He exclaimed and he started removing his weights. Naruto-kun, she won't survive that long. You need to take her. I will give you all the chakra I can. It will be dangerous for you but it will also let the village know when you approach. Be careful, and help her. Stop Lee, I will take her myself. Naruto stooped down and picked up the girl bridal style and made sure to give her head support. Are you insane Naruto? Lee is the fastest of us all, not even Guy is faster anymore. Screamed Ino looking at him. Suddenly all the Jonin flinched from a build-up of suffocating pressure around the blonde while the rest nearly choked to death as the massive amount of demonic chakra bore down on them. No, I am faster, was his almost demonic-sounding voice, before his whisker marks darkened and the red hue of a fox with 5 tails was superimposed on his body with the flailing demonic chakra. Before they could blink, he was gone. They looked in the direction he ran and was astonished as they saw a clear and dry path through the water and signs of downed trees and branches showing his path through the forest. Holy shit, Akatsuki has no idea who they were after. No one is that powerful, Ino stated in amazement. No, it is because of that power that Akatsuki wants him, it is definitely demonic, stated Shikamaru. I see, that is how he beat me in the Chunin exams. I thought I saw another chakra. He contains the Kyuubi doesn't he? Asked Neji while he too was looking on in amazement. He was also surprised when 8 of the ninja around him nodded in agreement. Konoha. Dusk was settling in over the village as an eerie red hue illuminated the sky. The older ninja looked at the ominous sign and shivered from seeing that before. Moments later nearly all ninja were out at attention feeling the great mass of chakra coming at them. Tsunade-sama, you made it, shouted one of the Chunin looking out in fear of what is coming. Yeah, it is time you witness your stupidity Hokage. How many times have we told you to destroy the demon but you kept ignoring our requests. Now, we are all going to die since it is free again and coming back to finish what he was started. Shouted an older man. Silence all of you, she yelled making them all fear her more than the incoming danger. The demon is not a threat, that should just be Naruto under extreme duress and he is using the fox's chakra to move faster. Do not halt his progress and you won't die since this is most likely a medical emergency. If he does ask, I'm at the hospital waiting for him. The large-breasted Hokage took off running at top speed since at the rate the red cloud of chakra was approaching he may get there before she does. The watching ninja all made a path through the crowd as the popping and crashing of trees being torn apart scared the hell out of them. They were all panicking as they caught a glimpse of the massive aura of chakra approaching. They wanted to run, but were frozen still. Suddenly a single older Anbu member had the balls to stand directly in the path through the crowd as he came close. You will not pass demon, he shouted. The Anbu smiled as he saw the red chakra in front of him was no more until a sudden rush of pain hit him. He looked down and saw 4 deep gashes run from his abs up to his shoulder where he noticed a bloody stump where his arm should have been. Ahhhhh. He screamed in agony as he clutched at his missing arm before falling to the ground screaming some more. Don't just stand there, kill the demon, the fallen Anbu ordered as the rest of the ninjas split up and started to walk away. You disobeyed orders from the Hokage, one stated as he shook his head. This was entirely your fault, stated another. Dumbass, commented a third as he stepped over the Anbu. Back at the hospital, Naruto-ju came crashing through the doors and set Hinata down on the gurney Tsunade had waiting. What is wrong with Hinata? She yelled to the blonde. Poison, Sakura, couldn't heal. He panted out between chokes trying to settle down from the heavy chakra use and gain his breath back. I'll see what I can do, just rest, I'll come back for you. Tsunade quickly pushed the stretcher into the back of the hospital so she could get to work. Naruto smiled before the chakra faded from his body and he landed hard, face first in the cold tile floor. Naruto woke up in a hospital bed being frantically shaken by a pink-haired girl. Naruto, get your ass up, she shouted. Yeah, I'm up, where's Hinata? He asked as he jumped to his feet. You need to talk to Tsunade, come with me. Naruto didn't like how that sounded and dumbly followed Sakura to a back room where Tsunade was standing carrying a sad face. Cut the shit Tsunade, what is the deal? He asked clearly serious. The deal is that the poison is very exotic, I have no idea what it is and how to stop it. Currently the poison has spread to all her organs and even into her bones and brain. Long story short, she will die in less than a day, even if we figured out how to stop it. So that's it, my fiancé is going to die, he asked as tears threatened to fall. I'm afraid so, Hayashi is already in her room with Hanabi saying goodbye to her. He has told me that you can enter at any time. Naruto didn't say anything as he opened the door quietly and walked into the room. He could see Hayashi was trying to hold back the tears threatening to come out seeing his daughter lying in her deathbed much like his late wife. Hanabi, on the other hand, clearly wasn't holding her tears back anymore as they frequented her face. She looked up at her father and saw he was standing from the chair by the bed and offered it to the newcomer. It's fine, I'll stand. Hanabi looked at him in slight anger. Who the hell are you to even be here? This should be for family only. I am here because I love her more than you do, she is my fiancée. I was going to marry her at some point. Oh, she replied and turned back to Hinata's overly pale body. Even her lips seemed to not hold any color. Q-chan, is there any way to save her? There might be, but unfortunately it comes with a price, a heavy price. What are you willing to give for her life? You know I would give my life for her. I thought you would say that. That also means that you are willing to give up my life since I am connected to you. Remember, I die you die. So be it. What are you talking about, Q-chan? I knew this day would come since you met her again. I was just hoping it wouldn't be so soon. This is the reason I demanded sex that morning. I knew something bad was about to happen and I wanted my last day of freedom to be with you. I know you love me and but you love her more. I have seen it. They were only tiny differences, but she will always be your wife and I will always be the beautiful fox that comes out to help and play. Hinata will be my last gift to you, my love, before I set you free from your burden. What do you mean, Q-chan? I don't want either of you to die. I know, but I have lived 9,500 good years and Hinata hasn't even lived 20. My fate was sealed the moment I was trapped inside you. You need her more than you need me. She will keep you company where I can and I will share my power with you both so you may lead a long life with your mate. When you do what I tell you to, you both will enter into the world of the kitsune as Hanyu, a half-demon. You will see new things you never knew existed and have abilities like no other human, but you both will have the fox attributes I had in human form. In a way I will still be with the both of you since you two will be kitsune with a portion of my blood. If you want to save Hinata, this is the only way. After a few moments a deadly silence passed. In his mind he came to an answer. Fine, what do I need to do? I knew that would be your answer. Naruto broke from his chat with the demon and looked over at Hinata's father. Hayashi, do you trust me to do something to Hinata that will appear slightly barbaric to save her life? The usually stoic man looked straight into his eyes. What will it cost? He asked, knowing it was a huge price to pay for a life. It will cost Q-chan, and a portion of Hinata's humanity and mine. We will become Hanyu. Hayashi stood and bowed his head to the floor. She is already yours, you may do so as you wish. I could never ask you for what you are about to do. I know, but just promise me that you will tell her you are proud of her and spread the word that Hinata and I have removed the demon from this world and that they have nothing left to fear. Hayashi stood and nodded in agreement. It shall be done, he stated. Naruto grimly walked to the hospital bed and climbed on top of the girl, resting himself down on her thighs before pulling off most of the hospital gown, revealing her stomach and most of her chest. All that remained covered was from the waist down and a little over half of her breasts. Taking a deep breath, Naruto took out a kunai and set it on her bare skin before removing all the wires and instruments from her body. Immediately alarms sounded from being disconnected and he put the plan into motion. He grabbed the kunai and ran a 3-inch gash in Hinata's pale skin between her breasts upon her sternum and another right below her navel. The gashes bled quickly, causing the thick red fluid to run everywhere while Naruto slashed the palms of his hands. Tsunade and Sakura both rushed in, gasping at the sight of Naruto holding a kunai and blood being everywhere, and charged forward until they could see his lips move and a quiet voice emitting from those lips. Goodbye, Q-chan. Naruto thrust his bloodied hands down onto her skin, covering each of her gashes with the ones on his hands, and started forcing raw chakra into her near-lifeless body. His blue chakra and the red from the demon intermixed and turned a lavender color as he kept pumping more chakra than anyone could imagine a person having, until finally the dam broke, releasing the seal on the soul of the Kyuubi. Chakra literally filled the room, throwing energy in every direction, knocking over equipment and causing the onlookers to stumble. They saw an ethereal body of a 9-tailed fox morph into the shape of a human before it bent down and lightly kissed both Naruto and Hinata before it shifted back into a fox, flying into the air where she split into 2 smaller foxes, one of 4 tails and one of 5, and dove into their bodies, the 4 tail into Hinata and the 5 to Naruto. A sudden flash of pure blue and lavender exploded from their bodies, throwing each of the onlookers through the wall, taking all the equipment with them. All the occupants of the room, minus Naruto and Hinata, now lay in a pile of wrecked equipment and devices, completely unconscious. About 30 minutes later, Tsunade was finally coming around from the constant shaking coming from Shizune. Tsunade, what the hell happened here? She looked around the area and saw all the expensive machines piled in the corner, all completely destroyed. Where is Naruto? Is he alright? Tsunade replied as she attempted to get up. I guess you could say he is fine. Right now he is sleeping with Hinata in his arms, and it is quite cute. Wait, Hinata doesn't look sick. Well, I'm not an expert in that species, but she looks fine. The Hokage looked at her strangely before finally being able to stand and walked into the room that was completely empty except for the one hospital bed. Looking to the bed, she saw Naruto caringly holding the young Hyuga covered with what appeared to be fur. What did he do? Tsunade continued staring at him from a distance as the others finally came to and joined her in staring. I guess he really does love her, Hayashi stated, looking at them. What exactly do you mean, Hayashi-sama? Asked Sakura. For what he gave up for her life. You should ask him about it. Well, let's wake him then, suggested the tiny Hyuga, joining them. The group shrugged, never really thinking of that, and quickly nominated Sakura to wake him. She stepped up to the bed and reached out, lightly touching Naruto's arm. Naruto, wake up, she urged, shaking him from his sleep. He started to stir until his eyes opened and saw the face of Hinata full of life, sleeping happily. He really could only smile and kiss those soft lips of hers, making her come from her slumber and deepen the gentle kiss. Naruto-kun, why are we in a hospital? She asked while yawning, showing the elongated fangs of her new heritage. Do you know how cute you look now? Naruto asked with a smile. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? She finally locked her eyes on his and saw that his pupils were slitted but still kept the brilliant blue color. Why do your eyes look weird as well, much like Q-chan? By the way, where is Q-chan? She watched his smile falter as he looked away. Well, Q-chan is here in a way, but we can't see her anymore and she will never be joining us in the normal way. But why? I liked her, Hinata mentioned quietly. I know, but we did something to allow you to live. She doesn't exist anymore. I no longer have anyone living inside me. Where is she? Why am I here? She asked as tears made their way down her face. You were a few hours away from dying after an exotic poison ran through your system from that strange flimsy sword. As for where she is, feel your ass. She looked strangely at him and ran her hand behind her body and ran into fur, but what was really weird was she could feel the touch on the furred appendage as well as her hand. She followed the fur up further, feeling the softness and the joy of the feeling she got in the appendage from the touch. I have a tail. You should be able to feel all of them, but it feels weird when you discover another one. I think I have 5, which would mean you should have 4. Come on and get up, you should really see your cute ears. She looked at him again and finally noticed the charcoal-colored ears in the midst of his blonde hair, making her smile. He helped her up, trying to keep her covered with her hospital gown, and led her past the gaping mouths of the onlookers to the remnant of a mirror still hanging on the wall. Hinata looked in the mirror and smiled while looking at her lavender ears tipped with fur, the exact color of her hair. She turned to the side and admired her 4 tails colored exactly the same as her ears and giggled as she stroked them caringly. She turned to her fiancé and smiled, seeing his dark tails swishing behind him, signifying that he liked what he was seeing. So what are you now? Asked Hanabi, looking at the two before them. Hinata turned to Naruto as well, waiting for an answer. Q-chan, the QB, merged her power and soul with ours. Basically she gave her life to save Hinata's so we could be together. I really didn't want her to go, but I need Hinata in my life, so the best way the 3 of us could still be together was for this union. Technically we are Kitsune Hanyu, half-demons of the Vulpine, and the QB does not exist anymore. Naruto guided his fiancée back to the bed where they laid down again, snuggling into each other and wrapping their tails around each other. We'll talk about this more later, but my vixen and I need some more sleep. This merger took a lot out of us. Naruto kissed Hinata on the nose before closing his eyes and letting sleep drag him down. Hinata, you really did pick a good man to marry you. I am proud of you, my daughter. Hinata's eyes watered after finally hearing those words as Hayashi turned away from her. Thank you, father. I always knew what type of man he was. I'm just glad you see it as well. Following Naruto's lead, she closed her eyelids over her still pupil-less eyes, following her blonde into sleep. Over the next 3 days, Naruto and Hinata stayed in the hospital, sleeping the entire time. Of course they woke up to take care of the usual daily necessities. Finally they were rested enough to wake up fully and go about their day, but first they need to wake up. Naruto woke first and looked over to his new vixen and kissed her to wake her up. She of course woke up and was kissing him with all the love she had and finally ended it, not realizing she was now on top of him. She then buried her face in his neck and started sobbing. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Q-chan is gone and you loved her. I'm so sorry she is gone, you should have let me die. Shush, it will be fine, Hinata-chan. He told her while rubbing her back. This was a choice I made and she knew it was coming, which was why she kept pushing us together. It was said that when a full-blooded kitsune reached the 9th and final tail that they would receive some type of omnipotent sense. I think she knew what was coming but didn't know when or how. If it makes you feel better, just know that she will always be with us since we are both infused with her very being. Now come on and let's find some lunch and see what we can do with these upgraded bodies. They got out of bed and found it very difficult to get properly dressed with the extra appendages, but with some well-placed cuts from a kunai, they managed. As they walked down the streets of the village, they found it interesting that they didn't get even the slightest comment about their new attributes nor even a stray look. They found themselves at Ichiraku's for lunch and sat down waiting for their orders to be taken. Hey Naruto, what can I get you? Asked Shuki, the owner of the restaurant. I'll go with 10 beef, with extra beef. He replied with a smile. Sure thing, and what about your foxy lady? He asked with a smile. I'll have, half of what is having. She replied, feeling very hungry at the moment. It'll be just a moment, so how do you two keep those tails clean? I wouldn't know how to care for a tail. The old man inquired, surprising them. Yeah, about that, do you think it is strange to have a tail? Naruto asked. Nah, you two have been like that for so long that no one notices. Wait, but we only… Naruto quickly silenced Hinata with a look. I think Q-chan did something to how people perceive us, maybe like a genjutsu, but either way, this is good. She caught on quickly to his explanation and agreed right as their bowls arrived. After chowing down on the food, they paid the man and left to find a training ground to see exactly what they can and can't do with the change to their bodies. On their way to the training grounds, they noticed something following them passing through buildings and people completely unnoticed by anyone. Both thought that it was just a glare of the sun, or something, and carried on their way and settled in at the training area. Chapter 12. Alright Hinata, I say we try out all our skills and see if there are any differences, you go first. Naruto suggested. Hi. Hinata walked into the middle of the area and started her usual training regimen. She tried to activate her Byakugan, but was surprised when it just came on from the thought of using it. She turned to Naruto and was amazed seeing all his tenketsu and the way his chakra traveled, and even noticed a large system of chakra conduits leading to his tails, meaning jutsu could probably be executed with those tails. Moving on, she started into her taijutsu. She felt the moves come easier and faster than before and attempted some of the more advanced moves. Kaiden, she hollered as she whipped around on her axis, expelling the chakra from her system. When she stopped spinning, she noticed the area 5 feet around her was destroyed and she was now standing in a hole about 3 feet deep. Whoa, that was awesome, Hinata-chan. Naruto cheered from the sidelines. Yeah, it was. I haven't been able to do that before, and even father can't do it like that. Naruto stands up and runs to her, giving her a huge hug. Well, I guess it is my turn. Hinata ran to the place where he was sitting previously, giving him room for his techniques. Naruto settled in and started off doing some hand signs before thrusting his hand to the ground. Doden, Yomi Numa, swamp of the underworld. He looked forward and noticed absolutely nothing. What the hell? I put enough chakra into that to turn this whole area into a death swamp. Hinata had her Byakugan active and was watching his techniques. Naruto-kun, something was wrong, try another jutsu. She called out to him. Shrugging, he went to another favorite. Futon, Daitopper, great breakthrough. Once again he got absolutely nothing after the appropriate hand signs. I think I know what is going on, Naruto-kun, try a rasengan. He nodded and held out his hand. Within seconds the ball of chakra was sitting there in his hand effortlessly. Hey Hinata-chan, this is really easy. He smiled wide and held out his other hand and found a sphere there as well. Try using your tails, they have about the same ability as a hand. She called again, still watching from afar. Naruto happily complied and fanned out his tails. With a brief amount of concentration 5 more spheres came into existence. Stay there Hinata, I want to try something. Naruto dispersed all the rasengans and held his two hands apart from each other. Concentrating hard on his hands, a surge of chakra jumped outward into his hands and swirled between them. With a smile, Naruto increased the spinning motion and the chakra poured into it as the size grew to about twice the size of his head. Wanting to take it further, he poured some elemental chakra until it looked like a revolving spiked ball. Naruto-kun, wait. The warning wasn't heard due to the racket being made by the wind rushing around his body. Futon, Kudai, grand or impressive rasengan. Naruto thrusted the sphere at an angle to the ground. The ball crashed into the earth, digging further into the ground than Hinata's Kaiden. He expected the attack to disperse at that moment like the rest of his rasengan variations, but instead it continued forward, digging a trench 3 feet deep and 6 feet wide straight into the small, nearby forest, ripping apart tree limbs on its way to the village wall. Upon contacting with the chakra-enforced wall, it came to a halt as Hinata and Naruto sighed in relief. That was until the wall crumbled and the attack carried on into the large surrounding forest, disappearing from sight. They felt a rumbling in the earth and suddenly a large gust of wind rushed back towards them, blowing debris all around the village. Ah, shit, Naruto said in a questioning tone. Naruto-kun, you idiot, I told you to wait. Hinata screamed. Sorry Hinata-chan, I didn't hear you, it was very loud. Oh, and why is that little fox sitting next to you? Hinata looked down and saw nothing until she deactivated her dojutsu, and right there sat a translucent white two-tailed fox. Hi, what are you doing here? She questioned, looking at the little fox. You two can see me? It asked with a curious expression. Well yeah, you are a bit see-through, but we can see you. Naruto informed. That is strange, I smell that you are human, just hold on. They watched the small fox morph into the shape of a young kid, maybe 13 or 14, and fade into a solid form. Well, I'll be, you a kitsune, but a black and lavender furred ones. I've only heard of a single black one since they are so rare, and I've never heard of a lavender one, especially one with such strange eyes. Yeah, well there is a story behind that, we aren't full-blooded kitsune, we are kitsune hanyu. Naruto mentioned as he walked closer to him. So are you two siblings, and who might be your parents? Naruto looked at Hinata and started to laugh. No, we are definitely not siblings, we're lovers engaged to be married. We became hanyu to save Hinata from dying with the help of someone we both cared for greatly, but she is no more. Really, I haven't heard of a kitsune no yokai doing that. Who was she? She really had to be powerful. We called her Q-chan. She was very nice and very fun in bed, and she really liked having her tails brushed. She was sealed inside me so she didn't have to be destroyed when her mind was manipulated by another. I don't really know what her name was if she had one, but she was known around here as the Kyubi no Kitsune, hence her name Q-chan. The young boy looked sad and awed by their story. We kitsune only have our rank as a name along with our status. I am a Myobu Ninko. Myobu, celestial foxes associated with Inari. Ninko is an invisible fox spirit that human beings can only perceive when it possesses them, a spirit commanded by Inari, the fox god. I was sent here to search for the new Kyubi since it was said she no longer existed and that I would be amazed by whom it was to be. And I have to say I am very surprised. Usually the next strongest kitsune in line would be given the title, but the power of a black five-tail is more potent than that of an eight-tail. What do you mean the new QB? Are you saying that I am to hold some office or something? Naruto wondered. No, there are just some assignments given out over time that need to be carried out similar to the ninja ranking system. Usually it deals with removing a great evil from influencing the world. So then, I guess I will be training you in the kitsune arts since my aunt isn't here anymore. Wait, your aunt was Q-chan? Yep, her sister is my mother. We were all saddened that she disappeared and we didn't care for her dealing in mortal relationships, but she really needed to feel what love was, and apparently she did. One thing all demons, good or bad, choose above all else is to preserve their own life, therefore she loved the both of you greatly to freely give her life for you too, so be on it. Alright then, what should we call you? Inquired Hinata. I think Ninko should do just fine. He replied. Alright, it seems weird but what should we do first Ninko-sensei? Shouted Naruto happily before an ominous presence was detected. First you will tell me how you caused this mess, and then you will clean up this mess starting with the wall. Ordered Tsunade who just leapt in front of the three with a team of Anbu. Ah, I think I used too much chakra in a rasengan. Naruto shyly mentioned with a grin. How was that a rasengan? That contained more chakra than half of the village. If I may Hokage-sama, it would be due to the concentration of chakra Naruto has from being a black kitsune. His chakra control sucks at low power, but it is nearly perfect with huge amounts. Unfortunately for them they will both have to be retrained since they can no longer do jutsu using hand signs, they must all be made of raw chakra, but luckily both of their best techniques are based on that. Explained Ninko. And who are you? She asked. I will be their new teacher, but don't be fooled by my appearance, I am 1025 years old. Fine, but first clean up this mess, you will both be under the supervision of Yamato while Kakashi and Kurenai are on an active duty. Tsunade-sama, what is wrong with Kurenai-sensei? The Hokage smiled brightly at Hinata after her question was voiced. Well it seems as though there will be another Sarutobi with us in the next 8 months. Sensei is pregnant, that's wonderful, I can't wait to congratulate her. Cheered Hinata as she was bouncing happily. Yes you should both do that before you two leave. Tsunade mentioned again. Wait, what do you mean by leave? We barely got back, whined Naruto. I have decided that the two of you will leave on a training mission to master your kitsune abilities so we don't have a mishap like today. Initially I was going to attempt to find an instructor to help, but with your new instructor arriving on its own, that is taken care of. The good part is that there is no longer a demon within you, so Akatsuki will be leaving us alone for the time being. We will just need you here after that year, which should be when they will re-emerge again. You two will be our greatest asset if that comes to pass. Until then Sasuke will be trained with Sakura to be in the support role. I guess that is fine, we will see you in a year Bar-chan, and don't worry, I have an idea for fixing the wall. The blonde kitsune smiled wide. How many times do I have to tell you to quit calling me old? She screamed at him with a twitch in her eye. Less than Shizune has told you to stop drinking. He shouted back as he took off running down the trench the rasengan created. I'll pay you back when you return, and trust me, there is no way you will refuse the punishment I have planned. The busty Hokage turned around and walked back to the tower to complete the paperwork forced upon her with the title. Naruto was finally joined by the wall with Ninko and Hinata and was talking about his plan for the wall and ways to execute it when Yamato appeared before them. So you two are the cause of the disturbance, I should have known it was you Naruto. My name is Yamato and I use the element of wood. It is basically a bloodline, so you can't learn it. You fix the wall and I'll take care of the forest. Yamato didn't stick around for long until he was gone to regrow the trees annihilated by the rasengan. That was strange, I trained with him for a week and that is all he has to say. Anyways, do you think it should work? Naruto asked the two remaining kitsune. Yes, defiantly. Not sure where you thought of that, but that will be perfect to defend the village. Ninko replied. Perfect, let's get started. Naruto and Hinata both placed their hands on the wall and pushed a large amount of chakra into it and immediately the hole sealed up, but they didn't stop, they increased the output by at least tenfold until they visually saw the wall shift from the deteriorated cement block wall into a smooth concrete reinforced seamless wall. Basically like how in an RTS game, similar to Empire Earth, when you advance an age from the stone medieval walls to the modern bunker-style walls. Always cool to watch. That took too much chakra Naruto-kun. Hinata panted as she fell to the ground. Yeah, but look at that wall, it is awesome. Naruto declared as he came over to her and fell right beside her. We should rest here for a while. It was at this time that Yamato returned and nearly crapped himself looking at the strength of the wall. I guess you fixed the wall quick enough, but is it really as strong as it looks? He asked. Yeah, but you will need to have some ninja push chakra into the wall every day over the next year to keep it permanent, after that it will stay. All that someone needs to do is come to this point in the wall and place their hands on the handprints Hinata-chan and I left behind. When the wall refuses chakra, then they can stop. It could be a perfect chakra reserve exercise where you can drain all your chakra safely and let it fill back up again. Naruto informed from his spot on the ground with Hinata's head lying on top of him. Neat, I guess I'll be seeing you two in a year then. You bet, see ya. Yamato disappeared once more, leaving them alone until they saw the face of Ninko looking at them. Let me guess, it is training time already. So you can see the obvious, we will be traveling to a spot only Kitsune know about. It is the border where the spiritual world and the physical world intersect. Once we are there, we will be able to step into the world of the Myobu and begin your training. I'm guessing that we can't tell our friends that we will be leaving, so let's get going. Naruto stood and held out a hand for Hinata to take and helped her to her feet. Finally the three Kitsune disappeared into the forest, leaving their home for another year. Time warp. Time hasn't been good to Konoha. For the past 9 months after Naruto and Hinata left, they have been involved in an all-out war that was started by the combined efforts of the remaining Akatsuki and the remnants of the Sound Village that all came together to carry out their final plans of complete domination. Of the major villages, only Konoha and Suna are involved, while the rest are most likely waiting it out to see who will remain. Unfortunately, not much help were offered by the Sand, since there was need for all their efforts to be on securing their own security. Tsunade-sama, we have bad news, we are taking heavy hits to our ranks. Currently we have few casualties thanks to the combined effort of Sakura, Ino, and Shizune, but we have very few able-bodied ninja left to defend our village. I'm afraid that if another wave arrives, our lines will fall and we will lose our walls to the enemy. Informed the head strategist, Shikamaru. This is unacceptable, Shikamaru. You are our lead tactician, there must be a way to become victorious. Demanded Tsunade. I'm afraid that we just don't have the numbers or the luxury of time to survive. If there was some way to keep up a defense while we regroup, there could be a chance, but as it is now, negotiating terms may be the best option. That is unacceptable. If our village falls, then so will the remaining villages. With our resources at their disposal, there will be no stopping them. Right at that moment, a Chuunin ran through the door. Tsunade-sama, it's horrible, a huge wave of enemy forces are converging on our location. They outnumber us 10 to 1. Tsunade quickly stood and faced the lazy ninja. Shikamaru, sound the alarm, all ninja are to organize. If they can stand with a kunai at the ready, I want them assembled. We either win or we die trying. Now move. In less than 5 minutes all remaining ninja, including the Hokage and Jiraiya, were assembled outside of the Konoha gates. Jiraiya, should we summon the bosses? Tsunade asked while looking on at the mass of ninja approaching their location. It would be pointless, every other time we have summoned them the Akatsuki leader would release one of the demons which always lead to casualties on our side. The Toad Sannin replied. So we have nothing to tip the balance then? Apparently not, let's hope for the best. They watched as hundreds of enemy ninja continued to march onward until all hell broke loose. Medium to long-range jutsu were hurled in and from every direction. With this type of battle, the huge jutsu were ruled out since it could cause your downfall to use so much chakra in a battle that could last days, so everyone had to resort to pure jutsu and around Chuunin level jutsu. It looked like an ancient medieval battle as the ninja were crashing through the lines, swiping weapons at and through each other. After the first minute of battle, it was obvious Konoha wouldn't be able to hold out for too much longer, even with the droves of enemies being fallen by the Hokage's strength rupturing the ground below. There just plain wasn't enough manpower and they were being overwhelmed not even halfway into the enemy ranks. What they needed was something to take out nearly 1,000 ninja in a single strike. Kitsune by Fuiten, Kudai Rasengan. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked towards the familiar voices and witnessed a dark-haired girl with 6 lavender tails flowing behind her, with both her hands nearly 2 feet apart at her left side, holding a huge ball of blue fire. Mirroring her pose stood the blonde-haired ninja, with his 9 charcoal tails, holding a huge spiky ball resembling the prize jutsu of the Yondaime, only a few inches away from the ball of fire. Tatsumaki Kitsune Inferno. Tornado Kitsune Inferno chorused the 2 Kitsune Hanyu as they thrust their hands forward, combining their jutsu. The wind-powered Rasengan fed massive amounts of oxygen to the brilliant blue flame, increasing the size until it burst into a massive funnel of raging flames nearly 60 feet wide at the base, tearing through the enemy, breaking their formation and scattering them all in every direction. Gather the injured and retreat behind the village walls, now. Hollered Naruto as the blaze kept ravaging the countryside. You heard him, go. Ordered Tsunade. Every ninja able to walk grabbed the nearest downed ally and took off for the village walls. Naruto, the enemy forces have regrouped and are giving pursuit. If we gather here, there will be battles within our walls. Tsunade voiced her concern as they waited for the final ninja to enter so they could close the gate. Has the wall been maintained properly like I instructed Yamato? He asked with authority. Yes, but it seemed to take a huge amount of chakra to keep it filled. Is there a reason for the massive amounts it absorbed? Only one. Hinata-chan, he called out. Knowing what he wanted her to do, Hinata ran to the other side of the gate and placed her hands on the wall. Right after the gate was shut, Naruto did the same as they both channeled chakra into the wall. Guardian Wall. A dark blue translucent dome formed over the village, originating from the walls surrounding the village. With sweat pouring off their faces, Naruto and Hinata came in front of the Hokage again. We have about 1 week before the chakra loaded into the wall is exhausted, so let's all prepare our counter-attack and take it to these bastards. He informed her. We will get to that in a moment, but first we need to get everyone to the hospital. On it, ready to go beautiful? He asked, looking to the shorter woman beside him. Let's do it, Naruto-kun. Hinata pulled her fiancé to her lips, kissing him deeply as 10 pair mirroring them appeared. What the hell was that? Tsunade asked, wondering what exactly they needed to kiss for. That is a special kitsune bushin that only Hinata and I can execute, since to mold the chakra correctly, we have to kiss. They are stronger than cage bushin, but are difficult to create. But I have to say, I really like training with these. Whoever thought kissing could be training? With a smile, all clones carefully moved all the injured to the hospital in just a few minutes. After seeing they were all stabilized, Tsunade led the couple back to a larger conference room where the council was just recently convened. Ba-chan, why have you brought us here? Naruto asked, seeing many influential members of the village sitting among them. We are here because it must be done. I'm sure you recognize all these people. They now make up the entire village council, since many of the previous members mysteriously disappeared after you left. She told him with a grin. So what exactly is it that must be done? It was proven to me today that there is a need for a much younger and energetic person in command of the forces, especially in this war. We need someone that can think on his toes in tight situations and yet is able to plan according to strengths. As such, the village council has approved my appointment of the next Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, upon your 20th birthday you will be given the title of Hokage, that is of course if there is a village left to be a Hokage of. Do you accept? Naruto's eyes went wide from that revelation, but he quickly gathered himself again. I will accept on only one condition: there must also be a wedding on that day for me and Hinata-chan. Now Naruto took the time to smile, especially when Hinata nearly took him to the ground, pouring out her affection on him in front of the council. Now how could we resist that? Tsunade replied with a smile. Now tomorrow we will start our plans. You two should get some sleep, you look wasted from all that chakra you expended today. Thank you, we will definitely do that, Hinata announced before she took Naruto's hand and pulled him out of the building. Come on Naruto-kun, let's go home, we haven't been there in about a year and a half. Sure sexy, I'd love to. We haven't fully relaxed in ages. They walked hand in hand to the old apartment and quickly unlocked and entered the building. Lemon time. Naruto flopped down on the couch lying across the plush furniture. With a wide smile on her face, Hinata sat at his feet before crawling up to him, passing between his legs and snuggled up to his chest. Hey Foxy, I vaguely remember you doing this before, he stated as he took her lips in a kiss. And I also remember you having the same reaction, she replied as she felt his bulge in his pants with a smile. But I think this time I should give it a little more room. She slid off of his chest, kneeling between his knees, still feeling him through his pants until she unzipped and tugged down on them. Naruto lifted his lower half off the couch, allowing her to continue pulling him free. Hinata smiled, seeing his erect member freed from the restraining clothes. She leaned down and gave him a full lick on the underside of it, getting the common groan from his lips. With a kiss to the head of his equipment, she came back up to a kneeling position and slowly removed her low-cut t-shirt, allowing her twins to bounce free into the air. No matter how many times I see you like this, I still am amazed by how good you look, he complimented. Thank you, but you know that you don't need to flatter me to get some, she replied with a hungry grin. That I do, but you still deserve to hear it, he told her as he reached out and lightly brushed his fingers across one of her breasts, causing her to shiver at the contact. She leaned forward again, placing her lips within inches of his hardened shaft, and exaggerated her movements as she slowly ran her tongue around the engorged head. Slowly she wrapped her small fingers around him and started pumping him slowly as she pushed him into her mouth and started sucking while still wrapping her tongue around the tip. She continued sucking his length as she rotated her head during the motions, increasing his pleasure and even more as she sped up. You've gotten so good at this, Hinata, I can't believe it, she moaned in recognition of his words before she felt him tense up with a groan as his organ spewed the thick fluid she has learned to enjoy. She continued sucking and swallowing until there wasn't any more to suck out. She removed him from her mouth with a slurp and smiled at him. Naruto-kun, do you ever think about Q-chan anymore? Whenever we do this I can't help but remember her, since during our first time, she was there. I do think about her, but not as much as you. She did notice something unique in our relationship. Looking back I realized that at some point I started treating you both different. To a normal person they wouldn't have noticed, but I would always kiss you first in the morning and during meals I would always serve you first. I didn't notice it, but you became first in my life. She knew that I could live without her, but I couldn't live without you. Naruto kissed her deeply before pushing her backwards, letting her rest her shoulders on the armrest of the couch, never letting up from the kiss. He continued kissing her, sucking lightly on her bottom lip before trailing further down, stopping on her chin. He continued kissing downward to the underside of her neck and over to the crook of her neck, where he sucked on her delicate skin and massaged her flesh with his lips and tongue. She let out a small growl as she moaned from his caressing touch, especially when he ended up at one of his favorite spots. Using soft and gentle pressure he ran his fingers across her mounds of flesh, drawing circles on her skin and smiling when she would cry out pleasurably as he lightly squeezed her protruding nipples. Hinata ran her fingers through his blonde locks and gently pulled him to her chest, letting out a long sigh infused with a moan as she felt his tongue dart out, touching her dense skin before pulling the nipple into his mouth to suck on it with increasing pressure. Oh, I just love how you are always so gentle with me, it makes everything so relaxing, she sighed out to him. I could never be rough with someone as sweet as you, he mentioned before pulling on her tight pants, exposing the tops of her hips and her hairless pelvis. She leaned back, lifting her bottom off the couch, letting him continue pulling her pants completely off of her thin frame, leaving her completely naked. Naruto quickly removed his shirt, making him just as naked as she, before lying his head on her stomach and gently rubbing her skin under her navel. "Are you excited about it, Naruto-kun?" she asked as he continued rubbing her flesh. "Yeah, I'm just wondering what it will look like. I'm still trying to figure out how you got pregnant while on the birth control jutsu. It has a 100% success rating, but I'm not complaining. I love you so much and I know you will make an awesome father. And I love you, gorgeous," he replied before moving down to massage her thoroughly moistened slit. Running his fingers up and down her opening, she started breathing hard and screeching loudly until she felt his tongue sprint across her pleasure point as he wrapped his lips around her entire womanhood, licking, slurping, and sucking her sensitive folds of skin. She continually screamed, moaned, and bucked around as he continued pleasuring her while she held her tails with her hands. "I can't take this any longer, please," she begged him through her heights of pleasure. He stopped his attention on her and sat up on the couch to a sitting position and looked at his future wife with a smile. "Well, are you coming over here or are you going to lay there holding your cute tails?" She grunted cutely before hurrying to him. Grabbing his outstretched hand, he guided her down onto his lap where she hovered above him. She reached between her legs and pulled his prick upward to her opening before guiding it inside her and pushing down until she rested on his thighs. "You always make me feel complete when I have you inside me," she groaned in his ear as his arms reached around her back and pulled her tightly to his chest. She slowly rocked her hips, trying to increase the pleasure while he kept her held tight. Loosening his grip, she found the room to allow her free movement and started bouncing up and down on his lap, driving him deep into her hot moist cavity. She continued bouncing and threw in some gyrations as well while he massaged her breasts between watching them bounce from her movement. "This feels no good, Naruto-kun," she started screaming as she moved faster. "Hinata-chan, you are perfect, ugh." Holding her tight, he pushed his hips upwards, trying to drive deeper into her box as he released himself into her with a groan while she continued screaming in absolute bliss. Once the sounds died out, Naruto stretched out lengthwise on the couch with Hinata's sweaty body firmly planted on his chest with her legs tangled in his. "Should we go to bed now, Hinata-chan?" she asked the young woman. "I want to stay here, I feel great," she dreamily replied. "Sounds good, good night, sexy." He brought his arms up and rested them on the small of her bare back. "Good night, my love," she replied and buried her face comfortably in his neck, drifting into sleep shortly after. End lemon, last of story. Chapter 13. The next morning the couple were awakened by a knocking at the door. Not wanting to get up from their positions, they continued laying there hoping the person would leave. Unfortunately, the knocking didn't stop and persisted. "Yeah, what?" yelled the blonde, quite angry at being interrupted. "It is Sakura and Sasuke, we need to talk, are you decent?" called the medic from the other side of the door. "Not really, but get your ass in here anyways, it's unlocked." Sakura twisted the knob and cautiously opened the door, leery about what she would see. Stepping into the room, she let out a sigh of relief when she saw they had everything important covered with their tails. "Hey Sakura, I thought you said Sasuke came with you." Sakura looked behind her and saw he was missing. He did. Sasuke, get your ass in here or you're sleeping on the couch." Naruto snickered at him being controlled like that as the Uchiha strolled into the room as his eyes almost left his face, seeing Hinata's completely bare back and obviously wearing nothing else. "You have your own Uchiha, eyes off mine," commented Naruto, seeing the direction of his gaze. "Like I would want to waste my time looking at her, there isn't anything interesting about the way she looks." Sasuke defended. "Sure Sasuke, you were just looking at her like a piece of meat, besides she has nothing that is better than Sakura, except well, maybe her larger tits, her nicer attitude, her love, her fox features, her eyes, her strength, and the list can go on." "Whatever Naruto, you were just jealous you never got to see me naked." Sakura chimed in. "Well, I did see you topless that time Q-chan took your shirt, and I was very disappointed." "Naruto," she screamed and nearly hit him, but noticed Hinata was still sleeping on him. "Hey Naruto, why is Hinata sleeping through all this?" she asked as Hinata shifted. "Well, she was sleeping before you nearly hit me, now she is waking up." "Oh, sorry," Sakura apologized. Hinata squirmed some more and let out a yawn before turning her head to the side looking at their guests. "Hi Sakura," she muttered out sleepily. "Hey Hinata, how did you sleep through all that noise?" "I sleep more soundly now since, because of my condition." Sakura looked at her worriedly. "Well, what is it? What is wrong with you? Is it something I can fix?" Naruto and Hinata just laughed lightly from her questions. "Nothing is wrong, this is normal, and I'd kill you if you stopped it." "I'm pregnant," Hinata informed them. "Ha, you're what? Aren't you young to be having kids? Don't you know there are ways to stop this?" Sakura asked, thinking it would be the end of the world if someone had kids before they were in their 20s. "Quiet Sakura, we took the precautions and it still happened and we will never change it. I have noticed that no one will ever be ready for children, so we are ready now as we'll ever be." "Now, what was the reason for being here?" Naruto asked, being angered slightly. "Oh, we were asked to assemble all the high-ranking ninja, and actually all of our friends are now jonin. You two are the only ones not, and since you, Naruto, only had a temporary promotion, you are still genin. Anyways, we are meeting our new military leader that is rumored to be accepted as Hokage in a few months, so show some respect and don't be late. Sakura turned around and pulled Sasuke out of the apartment and shut the door behind her. Alright Hinata-chan, I suppose we don't want to keep this idiot waiting, let's go meet the new Hokage and see how big of a moron he is. Naruto smiled at her before picking her up and carrying her to the bathroom for a shower as she giggled the entire way. After their shower, they got dressed and hurried to the Hokage Tower. Upon entering the larger conference room, they were greeted by the faces of all their friends and teachers. Every single one of them was there, including Konohamaru and his team, as well as many Anbu members. Hey Bar-chan, Sakura came by and said there was some idiot we needed to meet. She said he was a loser and wasn't fit to be a future Hokage, or something like that. Naruto saw Sakura start fuming from his words. Naruto, you are the only idiot and one not fit to be Hokage in the future, now show some respect, he may be in this very room. Naruto just laughed while Hinata was giggling as they took a seat in the room. Tsunade looked at him incredulously. Naruto, you kept your mouth shut? She asked. Of course, I don't need it to seem like a lie now, do I? Tsunade-sama, what are you talking about? Sakura asked, noticing something out of the ordinary. Easy, she is saying that Naruto is the one taking the title. In your mission to wave Kakashi and Kurenai asked many questions that you thought were to determine your strengths or teaching were actually devised to test Naruto on his tactics and knowledge. Also, when Akatsuki came while in the country, he chose to delegate out the strategy to one with more ability. Shikamaru informed them lazily. Shikamaru is right, the Hokage isn't always the strongest and smartest of all ninja, but one that knows how to use the strengths of those under their leadership. Naruto has proven both his strength and ability to make important decisions under extreme conditions and has the full approval of the new council, so he will be the Rokudime Hokage when he reaches the minimum age to take the title, which will happen in a few months. Tsunade recited. Now that is cleared up, Naruto and Hinata will be heading a group. Shikamaru started, but was quickly interrupted by Naruto. Sorry, but Hinata is staying in the village from now on. What is the reasoning behind pulling one of our strongest fighters from the war, and it better not be because of your relationship? The Hokage demanded. Well, not exactly, but she has another she needs to think about keeping from harm other than herself. He replied with a smile. What do you mean? Oh, I see. Your request has been granted. Now, what do you suggest our course of action be? Well, I believe the only way to end the war is to take out the leader. Since he commands the Bijou, we must put an end to him, and then Gamabunta and the other bosses can be summoned to take care of the rest effortlessly, but let's just keep Manda out of it, he wants too much payment. Sure, that is great idea on paper, but how do you suggest we defeat someone with 8 Bijou under their command? Shikamaru asked. Well, that is where a specialized team is needed. With the correct people, defeating them will be a cinch. Since Yamato has the ability to suppress demon chakra, I will require his assistance mostly. I would also like to take Sasuke since the Uchihas seem to have a latent ability in that area as well, and I think taking Sakura with us will be all I need to ensure we come back. I would suggest all the ninja with a summoning contract stay at Konoha to repel the forces when we engage the Bijou, and the rest will let Shikamaru delegate. What makes you say defeating 8 troublesome demons will be easy to accomplish? Easy, Shikamaru, I am the new QB and I have the ability to defeat at least half with my own strength. It will just be easier with a few suppressing their power when I reseal them. So how do you plan on doing this? A demon like these can really only be sealed in a human child like you were. Tsunade asked. There is a crystalline gem that was given to a powerful leader that has near infinite space held within. Once the crystal has been activated, it will absorb all the demons in existence and implode, destroying all of them. The crystal has never been used since there once was a benevolent demon that lived on this earth, but now she is gone. Naruto explained. Okay, where do we find this crystal? Simple, it was given to a Hokage by the being that granted his power over demon energy and made into a necklace, the necklace I am wearing. So grandfather's necklace was designed to defeat the Bijou. I guess we have a plan now. We will reconvene in 3 days for everyone to fully rest up and to finish the details of the counterattack. We will move ahead in 3 days, you are dismissed. Naruto quickly stood up, pulling Hinata to her feet with him. Hey guys, how about we go to Ichiraku's for some ramen? I'm buying. Of course, every one of his generation took him up on that offer, so the old rookie 9, Team Guy, and Konohamaru's team all gathered at the stand, maxing out the capacity. The group questioned the couple on many things, including their strength, and of course their pregnancy. Konohamaru kept going on about being beaten for Hokage again, while most just laughed it off as they finished their meal. The next days until the meeting, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto and Yamato trained themselves to work as a team again, while Hinata watched and did her own training. Everyone felt strange going on, like a war wasn't currently happening, especially with the weird blue dome hovering above their head, but they had a feeling of security knowing there could be no attacks on them as long as they saw the shield. The surprising thing for all the villagers was that it just happened to be the one they shunned that was able to give them the feeling of security. Looking back, many of the villagers felt ashamed of their treatment, especially after finding out he truly was his own person and banished the demon from his body, of course after Hayashi pounded it into a few. All the ninja were currently in attendance at the early morning meeting where they were finalizing the plans for the counterattack. Jiraiya has just returned from information gathering and nearly killed himself on the defense grid when he forgot to drop the passageway, but what he has found is that the enemy is apparently massing for one last strike. Shikamaru stands and pulls open a huge map of the area and lays out the battle plan. Now the attack will be a simple one. Naruto's team will head out first and attempt the assassination of their leader and destroy the Bijou. Once the Bijou have been eradicated, Naruto will signal us and the second wave of the assault will commence with the boss summons to thin out their ranks. Once that has been completed, eliminate or capture any other ninja. It was at this time that Tsunade took control for the final pep talk. Since the enemy is organizing, we need to take him down before they finish. Naruto, your team will assemble and begin the operation immediately. People, the fate of Konoha and possibly the world depend on this single day. Naruto, now is the time to prove yourself to the world, show them you can be trusted with their lives. You know I will Tsunade, I will prevail for the sake of my village, my future wife, and my unborn child. I will not and I cannot fail. Strangely serious, Naruto stood and left out the door after throwing on his overcoat. That one scares me when he is serious. Just that look makes you believe he can do anything. You will be a great leader, thought Tsunade as she watched their last hope walk out of the room. Naruto's team was currently making their way through the trees in the direction of their target. Okay, what we need to do is draw out the Bijou. We only need 2 out for the crystal to have enough power to draw out the others. Most likely it will be the 2 weakest, making them the Shukaku, the one-tailed Tenkui, and Nibi, the two-tailed cat. The easiest way would be to bring out a summon lower than the boss, so Sasuke, summon a large snake when we find him and I'll act as the other. Yamato, you will need to try and suppress some of the chakra of the demons to let us survive longer until I activate the crystal. And how long will that take? Sakura asked. About 3 minutes, so you need to survive that long. Great, survive 3 minutes with a demon, just great, she commented in reply. Welcome to my world, I lived with a demon my whole life and then I became one, partly. Holding up a hand, Naruto signaled to be silent as they were breaking into enemy territory. With their years of stealth training on the line, they hurried through the trees deep within the enemy encampment. With another sign, Naruto stopped them all high on one of the branches. Now the first problem, he whispered to his team, we have no idea what this guy looks like other than he should be wearing Akatsuki rings, 8 of them to be exact. That was one of the reasons he gave those rings to the members. They would secretly drain chakra from their wearers to create a holding cell for each of the Bijou. Unfortunately, when everyone came to help Hinata, they were able to retrieve the rings from Kisame and Itachi. Anyways, we should just go right down into the middle of the camp by that huge tent and call him out, plain and simple. So the plan is to not have a plan? Sasuke asked in exasperation. Exactly, I do my best thinking in the middle of a fight, and really we just need to occupy the Bijou, so who needs a plan for that? Acknowledging the simplicity of that, the guys took off, leaving Sakura in the trees for backup and medical support. They leaped from the tree line, flinging kunai to take down the ninja guarding the large tent. Suden, Hahenryu, Fuiten, Rasengan, Kufu Suku no Jutsu, Drowning Maelstrom technique, the one from the manga, chorused Naruto and Yamato as they combined their techniques into a giant waterspout tearing through the large command tent, sending ninja guards in every direction. When the attack subsided, there stood a giant wall of sand. Well, I see Konoha has sent a few ninja to attempt to assassinate me, but you will fail. The sand wall disappeared into the ground, revealing the 5 feet 10 inches man with bridge piercings and 8 rings upon his fingers. If it isn't the boy that messed up all my plans and removed the Kyuubi from himself, quite the undertaking, but without the demon you have no chance of even standing up to Shukaku. Well, I guess Akatsuki isn't as informed as you think. I never removed the Kyuubi from my body, I became the next one. Naruto dropped the kitsune illusion he was hiding under, revealing his 9 charcoal-colored tails. Foolish boy, not even the previous Kyuubi could stand up against all the Bijou. No, she couldn't because she didn't want to, but I found out some interesting things while I was training in my new kitsune abilities. There are many different colors. Each color signifies something or another. The lavender color is ultra rare and signifies a kitsune of love, of which my mate is, but rarer yet would be the kitsune always seen as a good omen, the black. The previous Kyuubi was just a common red tail that found her tails just through being the oldest alive, but that doesn't mean there isn't stronger. As a black kitsune, when I reached 6 tails I exceeded the level of the Kyuubi, and as a 9-tailed black kitsune, I am in my own league. Releasing the restraints on his chakra output, Naruto brought out the true power of his new Hanyu heritage, causing debris to fly around as the nearby lower-level ninja passed out from the pressures being pushed down on them. Do it, Sasuke, Naruto yelled out. Sasuke stared at his teammate as he struggled to breathe under the dense air pushing upon him. Gritting his teeth, he focused on making the hand seals. Kuchio's no jutsu, Sasuke called out, bringing forth a large snake. Attack the one with nose metal. The giant snake said nothing as he obeyed. Slithering across the ground, it went out of its way to avoid Naruto before bearing down on the Akatsuki leader. Alright morons, time to show you some real power. Come forth Shukaku and Nibi. Holding his hand to the sky, yellow and purple light shot from 2 of the rings. The lights landed on either side of him before they formed into the 2 demons made of pure chakra until they formed their elements around him, giving a solid shape. Shukaku took the usual appearance of the sand Tenkui while the Nibi formed into a purple flaming tiger. I'm free again, must have blood, howled out the demon raccoon, obviously still nuts. Yamato, quickly try to slow them down, Sasuke, just occupy them. Yamato jumped into the battle and immediately had to focus on his task to not be overwhelmed by the intense chakra output that seemed to not even affect the Akatsuki leader. Hokage Shiki Jijin Jutsu, Kaku and Niden Sushu Hokage style 60-year-old technique. Enclosed hermitage returned to society. Yamato's jutsu activated, causing 6 large wooden dragons to shoot out of the ground and began swallowing enormous amounts of chakra from the 2 demons. My head, make it stop, I'll kill all of you, roared Nibi as it started flailing and swiping at the wooden statues. It wasn't going any better for the statues by the Shukaku as it too continued to smash at the dragons. Sasuke was atop of his summon, throwing out long to medium range attacks which continually hit their mark but went unnoticed since the demons were preoccupied with the statues draining their chakra. Give me blood. In a surge of rage, Shukaku smashed through the statues on his side, with Nibi following shortly after, disposing of the others. With a giant swipe of its claws, Nibi sliced a large snake summon to shreds, sending it back to its realm in a puff of smoke. What the hell, this thing is miles stronger than Gaara was, commented Sasuke, picking himself up from the ground. How much longer, Naruto? Halfway, now shut up, concentrating. Sasuke kept looking at Naruto just sitting there while huge amounts of chakra were being forced into the crystal necklace. Sasuke immediately started sending out his own ranged attacks, trying to draw away the attention of the demons while Yamato was dodging swipes, getting banged up quite bad in the process. Just as a furious flame swipe closed in on Sasuke, he managed to pull off a Kawami, switching out with a piece of wood from one of the broken statues just to arrive in the path of a wind attack from Shukaku, sending him hard into a tree, cracking some ribs. He looked up and saw the Tankui closing in to take him out when a thunderous fist struck the ground, tearing up the earth below the sand critter, knocking him off balance, ending his attack. Ugh, thanks Sakura, I was almost done there, Sasuke muttered out. Yeah, now don't get killed out there, she reminded before sending him back out to occupy the demons while she disappeared until needed again. Yamato was having large amounts of trouble fighting the demons now that his draining jutsu was proven less than effective without a container for the beasts, and even his wood jutsu was of little protection under the heat of the flaming claws of Nibi. Suddenly a strange surge of energy was felt in the direction of the blonde kitsune. All attention was drawn to him and they all witnessed the necklace pulsing with a white light floating in midair in front of him. His blonde locks swirled around wildly in the wind, being churned up. Demons, stop him from whatever he is doing, commanded the Akatsuki leader. The demons quickly changed direction and closed in on Naruto whilst Sasuke and Yamato were at no position to guard him. The demons were merely 3 feet away when Naruto stood and opened his eyes that seemed to be glowing a brilliant blue. Crystal of Souls, Demon Absorption. The bright white light split away from the necklace into 8 glowing strings, seeking out the chakra of the demons. Shukaku and Nibi both stopped dead in their tracks when the fine string pierced into their forehead and out their spine before wrapping around the beasts, giving them a bandaged, mummified look while they roared in protest. The enemy looked on, not amused, trying to figure out what was happening when he saw the remaining strings wrap around the stones of his other rings, and crush them, bringing out each of the other bijou fully wrapped in the illuminated strings. With each demon restrained, the strings pulled taut before forcefully dragging them towards the crystal. What have you done, kid? Demanded the leader as he witnessed his trump cards being drug away. I have put them away like they were intended to be after they came into this world. The crystal was never used and was forgotten since a kind demon was currently on the planet, but since she is gone, say goodbye to the evil bijou as they are torn from existence. Naruto gave off a smirk as the demons disappeared into the crystal as it gave off a bright pulse and shattered into thousands of pieces, sending fragments in all directions. Your quest for the bijou was all in vain, they are gone now like they should have been years ago. Naruto steps forward to the Akatsuki leader, staring him down before yelling out to his team. Sakura, send out the signal and heal the others, I'll take care of this guy. Sakura immediately took out the flare gun, they have those right. Haha, and signaled Konoha before coming to the aid of Sasuke and Yamato. Konoha. There's the signal, start the attack, called out Tsunade as she called forth the slug boss Katsuyu. Seconds later she was joined by Gamabunta and the 3-headed hellhound Cerberus, boss of the Nin Dogs Kakashi summons. Makes sense, right? The 3 giant summons took off after the cocky enemy, but their attitude quickly changed when the summons weren't stopped by the bijou and started decimating their ranks. It only took mere seconds to reduce the army from the thousands to easily manageable double digits. The war was over and Konoha still stands strong, but to keep war from returning, the leader must be taken care of. Back with Naruto. Sakura helped her 2 team members get away from the battle to ensue before she started healing their injuries for the way back. Do you think Naruto can win? Asked Sakura, looking towards the blonde. Might be tough, he used a good 95% of his chakra to destroy the bijou, but he should still have more than Kakashi. We are of no use at this point in our condition, so let's just wait and hope for the best. Yamato informed. So, it has been passed down that as one of the Kitsune Guardians, I have a standing order to end your life here. Announced Naruto. Bring it, kid, I was the leader of Akatsuki for a reason, I was the strongest. The man drew out his katana and launched towards Naruto. Dodging at the last minute he escaped the beheading slash, but still earned a slice down his right cheek. The blonde pulled out a kunai and started to defend against the sword slashes, narrowly avoiding each one. Knowing that he was at a less than optimal level in chakra, he had to slow the guy down enough to start doing some damage. Rasengan, Rain of Rasengan. Naruto unloaded sphere after sphere from his tails while parrying the sword slashes. Even though his attacks were weaker versions, they still had to hurt like hell when they contacted the guy, but if they didn't slow him down enough, then he would deplete his chakra in no time at the rate they were being thrown. It appeared as though the leader had lost his mind a while ago, since he was just using extreme amounts of chakra for speed and power, completely ignoring the shredded skin where Naruto's attacks landed. On top of that, he was using no jutsu, but it still didn't make it that easy. Naruto let up on flinging the Rasengan since he barely has enough chakra left to heal. Now it shifted to jutsu only. He found it nearly impossible to deal a hit with the reach and power of a sword over the small kunai, and was really feeling the effects of it since he was now sporting gashes along his legs, abs, chest, and arms, not counting his face from earlier. Naruto stumbled over some overturned ground from Sakura's diversion and fell to his side, narrowly avoiding another strike by rolling away from it. "Hold still, you shit, let me kill you," screamed the guy as he had blood flowing from his mouth but refused to stop. Naruto howled out in pain as a slash nearly took off a tail and left a massive gash on his back from his shoulder to his waist. He was in a very bad place now, but the leader was equally damaged but was yet to show signs of slowing down. Once again Naruto stumbled trying to dodge and was right where the enemy wanted him. Naruto could barely see the sword being intercepted by a person covered in blood as it thrusted a ball of something at the leader. Kitsune bai. Naruto let out a sigh of relief that it was just his fiancée, but bolted back up to his feet realizing that she is covered in blood. The blonde ran to the bloodied person, completely ignoring the screaming, crispy fried chicken, still burning in the blue flame, and held her shoulders firmly. "Hinata, are you okay? Is the baby okay? You're covered in blood, are you okay?" he asked frantically. "Quiet, love, this blood isn't mine. But you on the other hand are covered in your own." "Really? I didn't notice," he commented with a large grin before falling over unconscious. "Naruto-kun," Hinata screamed as she caught his limp form from hitting the ground. It only took a few seconds to be joined by Sakura as she helped Hinata carry him to her makeshift hospital. The both of them started healing him, after Sakura fed him a blood-replenishing pill and Hinata got cleaned up. Between his own healing and the two Kunoichi doing their part, most of the serious gashes were taken care of while they had to wrap the remaining cuts in bandages, leaving Naruto looking like the usual mummy. "Ugh, damn, I haven't hurt this badly since, like, ever," groaned Naruto after regaining consciousness. "Naruto-kun," shouted Hinata as she embraced him lightly and kissed him fully. "Hey gorgeous, how about we get out of here and see how everyone else is doing? We are through here." After that suggestion, all the weary fighters started out on their agonizingly slow walk home. "Hey Naruto," sounded Sasuke's voice. "Did you ever hear voices in your head when she was inside you?" "Yeah, why?" Naruto looked to his returned friend and saw he was trying to say something. "Are you saying that you hear the snake bastard in your head?" "Yeah," he replied quietly. Knowing that he would still never ask, Naruto decided to offer. "You know, I can probably make a seal that will shut him up." Sasuke's eyes lit up as he looked at the blonde. "Really?" "Yep, but I need some rest first," assured Naruto as they continued on their way. They passed through the large battlefield where Konoha ninjas were busy cleaning up the carnage left behind from the slaughter. Finally they arrived at the village where the shield was still protecting the village. Both Hinata and Naruto took their positions on the wall and dropped the shield, with Naruto absorbing some to help his reserves. Upon entering the village, Naruto was lost in his own world as the villagers cheered on the heroes as they returned from single-handedly ending the war. The small group split, with most going to report to the Hokage while Hinata and Naruto returned home to rest. Naruto flopped onto the bed completely exhausted when Hinata came in and removed her shirt, baring her chest to him, and sauntered over to his bedside. "Hinata-chan, I'm too injured for that," he whined in disappointment. "Maybe you're too injured to be on the giving end, but not the receiving." She smiled at him lustfully before removing his pants to give him his reward for winning the battle and coming back alive. Time passing. Epilogue. After the defeat of the Akatsuki leader, the 5 major countries were finally at peace with each other. Even though most didn't participate in the last war, the effects of it were clearly being felt. There were many losses handed down in that war, but moving on was the best way to show the people that everything was alright, so why not show them with a wedding between the 2 most powerful ninja in their village? "So dope, you nervous?" questioned Sasuke. "Actually it is more like excited. So how is the snake sleeping?" Naruto asked. "The ass hasn't bothered me since you placed that seal on him." "That's good. You know, there were times when I never expected you to return, and here you are standing in with me on my wedding day." Naruto looked at the usually brooding Uchiha and saw something that could resemble a smile. "Yeah, well, it is easier to be human after avenging my clan. Now I can focus on something else," was his reply, trying to hide his face. "Right, and how is this something else doing?" Naruto pried knowingly. "None of your business. Now get moving or Hinata will be marrying herself." The 2 shinobi hurried to the front of the gathering and started to wait. Within the next few minutes the music started and Hinata rounded the corner in all her magnificent beauty. She was hoping to keep her emotions in check. The moment she laid eyes on her blonde kitsune dressed in the Hokage robes, with the kanji for Rokudime printed down the back, she couldn't hold it in and let the trickle of tears slide down her face. Before it could make too much of a mess, Hayashi handed her a tissue to dab away the wetness before guiding her down the aisle. Reaching the end, Hayashi kissed her cheek and turned to sit down. "Your wife looks a bit fat, what have you been feeding her?" whispered Sasuke with a chuckle. "She's pregnant, idiot, now shut up so I can get her." After the quick jab of words, Naruto took a step forward and took his soon-to-be wife's hand and brought her in front of Tsunade. "Alright, we are gathered here for two great occasions. One is clearly the union between these two lovers and the second is promoting Uzumaki Naruto from the position of genin to the title of Hokage. Remember, his Chunin status was only temporary for the teaching. Just like the late Sandaime, Naruto has made the greatest jump in rank a ninja can muster. So on behalf of Konoha and the new village council, Uzumaki Naruto is hereby bestowed with the title of Hokage. Enjoy the paperwork." Naruto's face paled a bit, causing nearly all in attendance to burst into laughter, since most has seen how much Tsunade deplored the paperwork. "Now since we have taken care of that, let's move into the wedding. Since you all know what a wedding entails, it would be worthless to describe it to you all. So let's fast forward it. Since your love for each other has spoken volumes for us all to follow, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Now kiss the bride, brat." In the midst of all the laughter, Naruto excitedly stooped down to her height and kissed his wife caringly. The crowd started whooping and hollering when Hinata took the time to wrap her arms around his neck and kept his lips in contact with hers for another few moments before letting up when it started to rain. Everyone looked to the clear sunny skies in amazement until Naruto pulled out an umbrella and held it above him and his new wife. "What?" he asked, when all eyes were on them. "Didn't you know that rain falls even on a sunny day after a kitsune wedding?" With a smile still plastered on his face, Naruto led his wife away from all the people to set out on their honeymoon. Now after reading this story, I believe you all have a very good idea on how the sex went between them. If not, rewind a couple chapters and read it again. After the honeymoon, it was a time of adjustment for the both of them as they got settled into their own house, bought with the money earned from the shoe design, as well as life of a Hokage. About 5 months after the wedding, the Hokage and his wife could be found in the hospital with the previous Hokage where Hinata was giving birth to her child. After much screaming and excruciating pain, there in her arms laid a dark-haired girl looking at them with her pupil-less eyes that was completely human despite the Hanyu heritage of both parents. "So, what are you going to name her?" asked Tsunade as she smiled at the three of them. The couple continued to stare at the girl until they caught a glimpse of dark red chakra-forming ears upon her head, which could only be seen by kitsune eyes. Naruto and Hinata smiled at each other and simultaneously answered. "Her name is Q-chan." With another smile, Tsunade left them with their new child. It was unknown how two kitsune Hanyu were able to give birth to a full-blooded human, but it was probably nature's way of saying that kitsunes belong with their own as do humans. The strangest part is that Naruto and Hinata only had the one child, while everyone knew they wanted more, but couldn't figure out why they never did, and every time they were asked they just answered, "There is plenty of time." Naruto served his village for about 25 years, all the while not caring who his parents were anymore since he has his own family now, until he decided it was time to let another lead, and much to his excitement, Konohamaru was chosen as the next Hokage where he served for another 25 years before stepping down as to not outshine his early mentor, rival. Years passed peacefully and the newest generation of ninja were very promising as they grew into the new leaders of the village. Today was a particularly sad occasion for the village. About 60 years have gone by since the war with Akatsuki, and for some unknown reason the old Rokudime Hokage and his wife were found dead that morning, still sleeping in each other's arms like they were 20 again. Their death couldn't be explained other than by natural causes, and that when one went the other couldn't live without the other and went as well. The entire village gathered together for the double funeral, and time wasn't the best for the Rookie 9 and the others. They all were as old as the two deceased, and knew before too many years were to pass they were next. They were really surprised that they all managed to live into their 80s. The attendees of the funeral all filed out after the service, leaving behind the entire Konoha 12, minus the two, with what was still remaining of the Konohamaru core and everyone's children and grandchildren. They were gathered around the two caskets when they were disturbed by two young voices laughing from behind them. "Quit your laughing, do you have no respect for the dead?" hollered the 60-year-old Hyuga-looking woman, but her eyes shone a glimpse of red in her anger, joining her tears. The rest of the group turned with her to the still laughing 20-year-olds and gasped upon seeing them. "Konoha is left in your capable hands, take care of it and protect it with your life. We decided that it wasn't fair to stay around here among everyone as you grew older while we didn't, and now our mortal life is officially over," proclaimed one of the laughing intruders with blonde hair. "This is the world of humans and is no place for Kitsune Hanyu. Our human lineage continues on in you, Q-chan, and your children. We are both proud. As you can see, we will live much longer than anyone here since we are part demon now, and we wish to leave before seeing our friends all die before us, and now you also know why we said there was plenty of time for children. We were only allowed to have one fully human child, the rest will be Hanyu and should live among the Kitsune," informed the dark-haired girl as she held the hand of the blonde. "Take care, and know we love each of you. Come on Hinata-chan, we should be going, we don't belong here anymore." With an arm slipped behind the young woman's back, they disappeared into the forest, leaving the still gaping friends and relatives standing there staring into the forest where they disappeared. Konoha grew into a massive city and barely got into any wars since that one year, and the ones they did were short-lived. Every decisive battle that was about to be fought was ended before it could be started by a strange blue twister of intense heat. It was because of this that nations chose to remain at peace, since they feared the flames and the whispers heard over the wind calling forward the Tatsumaki Kitsune Inferno. The people of Konoha were also amazed with this phenomenon, but there was a legend passed down through the years that Konoha was protected by a pack of demonic foxes. As long as their ideals remained pure, they would be protected from harm by the Kitsune, but if they were to fall into evil, it would be their end by the same hand that protected. This isn't the end of the life of Naruto and his vixen Hinata, but what happens in the future remains in their hands, and only they know the outcome as they continue protecting their home, from behind the shadows of the forest, as the unofficial guardians of the Wall of Fire.